Under the quiet, mocking night sky, the towering monolith of Samgen Group stands tall, a glittering monument of sheer wealth and absolute dominance that has ruthlessly crushed every competitor in its path. Inside the penthouse suite, far above the crawling masses of the city, a heavy silence hangs in the air, thick with the suffocating scent of victory and impending change. The television screen flickers to life, its cold blue glow piercing the darkness with a headline that will shatter the corporate world. The final battle for the empire is over. As the rushing water is cut short, a tense silence takes over, matching the gravity of the announcement echoing through the room. A brutal 13-hour war of succession has finally concluded. The crown has found its head, and the newly crowned king of the conglomerate stands ready, his mind sharp, his ambition limitless, and his victory absolute. A quiet, smug smile creeps onto his face. Unlike the weak, scandal-ridden heirs who fell before him, he has played the Game of Thrones flawlessly, leaving no room for failure. He throws his head back in roaring laughter, the sweet taste of triumph intoxicating his senses as he demands the world bow down and sing his praises. For he is Jeon Sunguk, the undisputed ruler of Samjan, a man who clawed his way to the top through sheer brilliance and ruthless calculation. Every single sacrifice, every exhausting hour spent studying abroad, and every moment spent keeping his incompetent siblings in check has finally paid off. He has executed every move with surgical precision, leaving his rivals in the dust and ensuring his path to the throne was completely unassailable. By meticulously crafting a flawless public image, he made the masses love him, turning the public into his personal shield while he secured his absolute power. Swirling a glass of priceless wine, he basks in the glorious reality that the entire empire now belongs entirely to him. But a true king does not rest on his laurels. Clutching his phone, he prepares to unleash a merciless purge to wipe out any remaining resistance. His first target is his rival brother's faction, a calculated strike designed to eliminate any hope of a future rebellion before it even begins. Suddenly, a violent spasm rips through his chest, his glass slipping from his hand as a terrifying, icy grip seizes his very soul. He collapses to the cold marble floor, gasping desperately for air as his heart beats wildly against his ribs, betrayed by his own body at the moment of his greatest triumph. Through his fading vision, his eyes lock onto the grim portrait hanging on the wall, a mocking reminder of the family bloodline's dark legacy. It is his grandfather, the legendary founder of Samgen, who was struck down in his prime by the exact same fatal, silent killer. Clawing at the floor, he screams silently against the darkness, refusing to accept that his reign is ending before it could even begin. The crushing darkness fades, replaced by a soft, warm touch and a gentle, doting voice whispering close to his ear. Blinking against the bright light, he looks up to find two strangers gazing down at him with overwhelming affection and tears of joy. A cold wave of shock paralyzes him as he tries to speak, but only a pathetic, tiny whimper escapes his lips. Panic violently erupts within him as he bursts into a frantic cry, completely unable to comprehend the nightmare he has woken up in. Far away from his towering skyscraper, the setting sun casts long shadows over a cramped, dilapidated neighborhood of rundown brick houses. Lying on a cheap, stiff mattress on the floor, he realizes the horrifying truth of his new, fragile existence. His new parents lean over him, cooing baby talk that completely shatters his pride and leaves him burning with silent fury. His new mother, barely more than a child herself, looks at him with eyes full of pure, unfiltered adoration. Beside her, his young father nods in agreement, completely mesmerized by the newborn they believe is a miracle. They sit in their tiny, cramped room, showering him with love, completely oblivious to the ruthless corporate titan trapped inside the tiny body. Forced to play along to survive, he forces a sweet, innocent smile, masking the storm of rage brewing inside his infant mind. But the humiliation is too much to bear, and his inner monologue screams in raw, unadulterated outrage at this cosmic joke. With a fierce grimace, he violently spits out his pacifier, rejecting the pathetic reality he has been forced into. He remembers his towering, peak athletic physical form, a perfect body capable of crushing any obstacle, now replaced by useless, stubby limbs. He was the king of Samjen, a god among men, destined to rule the financial world with an iron fist. Instead, he is forced to stare up at a cracked ceiling covered in cobwebs, a grim testament to the utter poverty of his new home. Staring down at his cheap, patched-up clothes, the bitter sting of his massive downfall cuts deeper than any physical wound. He has been reborn into the household of a struggling young couple in their 20s, with absolutely no wealth or power to their name. Just moments ago, he was about to toast his victory with a bottle of wine worth millions, a symbol of his elite status. Now his grand feast has been replaced by a plastic bottle of cheap, lukewarm formula thrust directly into his face. He tries to turn away in disgust, determined to maintain his dignity, but his newborn body has other plans. The primal, unstoppable instincts of a baby take complete control, forcing him to grab the bottle and drink greedily, as tears of shame stream down his face. After a hearty burp, his new mother gently pats his back, celebrating his appetite as if he had just conquered a nation. When his new father presses a warm kiss against his cheek, his corporate soul shudders in pure, unmitigated disgust at the overwhelming displays of affection. He reflects on the sheer, mind-bending absurdity of his fate, falling from the absolute peak of society only to end up in diapers. Yet, as his young parents smile down at him with genuine, selfless love, a strange, unfamiliar sensation begins to stir within him. He complains internally about how incredibly cringeworthy they are, desperately trying to cling to his cold, ruthless persona. But their warmth is undeniable, a stark contrast to the cold, calculating environment of his previous life. He remembers his biological parents from his past life, shadowy, faceless figures who viewed him not as a son, but as a tool for their ambition. In his memories, his mother's voice remains cold and demanding, reminding him that his only value lay in his utility to the family name. And worst of all, his vicious brother's smug, triumphant grin flashes in his mind, proving that back in the world of Samjan, his sudden death was no accident, but a cold-blooded murder he must survive to avenge. He gasps, his tiny infant chest seizing as the heavy weight of his past life's final moments crashes into his conscious mind. The realization that he was murdered by his own bloodline burns like white-hot iron in his soul. But his fragile newborn body can barely handle the sheer force of his rage, trembling under the sudden shock of this awakening. He tries to focus, desperately screaming inside his head that there is absolutely no time for sentimentality or weakness. He must think, must plan, must rebuild his empire from this pathetic pile of blankets. But his soft, useless voice only betrays him, translating his grand corporate fury into a high-pitched, helpless whimper that immediately draws the doting attention of his clueless new parents. He squints his tiny eyes, fighting with every ounce of his remaining willpower to resist the exhausting biological demands of this infant form. He is Jian Songguk, a ruthless titan of industry. There is absolutely no way he will succumb to something as pathetic as an afternoon nap. Yet the overwhelming biological urge to sleep begins to drag him under like a heavy, suffocating wave. In an instant, his fierce resistance is utterly crushed by the simple, mocking laws of biology as his eyes snap shut and his mind goes completely blank. His grand plans of vengeance are temporarily silenced, replaced by the humiliating reality of drool slipping from his tiny open mouth. The corporate king has been completely defeated by a warm bottle of milk and a soft pillow. Even as he drifts deep into unconsciousness, a silent, venomous promise echoes through the dark corners of his sleeping mind. They can coddle him all they want, believing he is just an innocent, sleepy child. But the moment his eyes open, the war begins anew. He will claw his way back to the top, and heaven help anyone who stands in his way when he finally wakes. Unaware of the sleeping tyrant in their midst, his new parents speak in hushed, incredibly gentle tones, planning their simple, everyday life. His young father warmly insists that his exhausted mother rest while he prepares a meager meal. It is a level of genuine, domestic concern that Seongguk never once experienced in his past life of cold, calculated alliances. The small, cramped room is thick with a quiet warmth as his father stubbornly refuses to let his mother lift a single finger before his upcoming work shift. In this world of absolute poverty, where pennies are squeezed and luxury is a distant dream, these two strangers share a deep, unbreakable bond. But their peaceful domestic bubble is about to be violently shattered by the cold reality of the outside world. Suddenly, the television screen flickers, the harsh glare of a breaking news report slicing through the quiet dimness of the small apartment. The anchor's professional voice cuts like a razor, announcing a massive bribery scandal that has rocked the foundation of the nation's wealthiest conglomerate. Sanguk's former life is suddenly staring him right in the face. The news broadcast details the severe criminal allegations brought against the legendary head of Samjeon Group, revealing a high-stakes prosecution investigation. Flashing cameras and aggressive reporters swarm the screen, capturing a chaotic scene that Sanguk knows all too well. It is a brutal reminder of the cutthroat world he left behind, but the real shock is yet to come. The screen zooms in on the wheelchair-bound figure of the accused chairman, and Seongguk's tiny heart stops dead in his chest. His eyes widen in absolute paralyzing disbelief as he stares at the elderly man under the flashing press lights. It cannot be. It defies all logic and sanity. Breaking all physical limitations of his infantile body, he violently sits upright, his gaze locked onto the glowing television set. His mother gasps in sheer terror, completely dumbfounded by her newborn child's sudden, unnatural strength and laser-like focus. But Seongguk doesn't care about their shock. His entire world has just been turned completely upside down. His mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour, his tiny face contorting into an expression of raw, unadulterated shock that no infant should ever possess. His mother stammers to her husband, unable to comprehend the bizarre sight of her child, staring at the news broadcast as if his very life depended on it. Because in truth, it does. That face on the screen, the one accused of bribery and surrounded by a circus of prosecutors, belongs to none other than his legendary grandfather. But how is this possible? His grandfather passed away years before Seongguk's adult life ever reached its tragic peak. The realization strikes him like a physical blow, leaving him completely breathless as he stares at the live broadcast of his grandfather entering the courthouse. He is not just reborn into a poor household, the timeline itself has been completely rewritten, throwing him back decades into the past. His past and present have collided in the most terrifying way imaginable. He drags his tiny, weak limbs forward, his hands pressing hard against the floor as he struggles to get closer to the glowing screen. Every muscle in his body screams under the sudden strain, but his desperate need for answers pushes him beyond his physical limits. The truth is right there, flashing in front of his eyes, and he refuses to miss a single detail. Looking at the sharp, cold eyes of the grandfather who once ruled the financial world with an iron fist, Seongguk's mind begins to piece together the temporal puzzle. This is the infamous Apple Box bribery scandal, a legendary event in the history of Samjeon Group that occurred when he was just a young boy. The pieces of his fate are finally falling into place. He scrambles forward with wild, chaotic energy, slapping his tiny hands against the wooden television stand as his mother watches in stunned silence. To his parents, he is just a strange baby drawn to the bright lights of the screen. But inside, a legendary titan is desperately searching for his starting point. He has to know exactly what year it is. A single sharp memory flashes behind his eyes, illuminating the dark corners of his mind with terrifying clarity. He remembers this exact day, the cold air, the tense atmosphere in the family estate, and the heavy burden of expectation that was placed on his young shoulders. He remembers every single second of it. It was the year he turned 10, the pivotal moment that defined his entire childhood and set him on the path of ruthless corporate warfare. A time before he was the undisputed king, when he was still just a pawn being groomed to protect the family name at all costs. The shadow of his past self looms larger than ever before. He vividly recalls the political vultures circling the family empire, using the bribery allegations to paint Samjeon as a corrupt, dirty conglomerate. The public outrage was deafening, and the pressure on his grandfather was immense. It was a crisis that could have ruined them all, but it was also the ultimate testing ground. In his family, there was only one absolute truth. Money is power, and connections are the ultimate superpowers that keep you above the law. If you don't have the strength to crush your enemies, you will be eaten alive by them. The dark, familiar ambition of his past life begins to wrap around his infant soul like a heavy shroud. He sneers internally at the naive, pathetic masses who spend their entire lives counting pennies, foolishly believing that hard work and saving will somehow make them rich. True power is seized through calculation, ruthlessness, and absolute control, and he will reclaim that power no matter how small his hands are right now. Oblivious to his dark thoughts, his young parents erupt into joyful cheers and applaud, celebrating what they believe is his very first time crawling. They exchange incredibly proud glances, showered in simple happiness over a completely normal milestone. But Sunguk's mind is miles away, entirely focused on his grand strategy. He ignores their annoying cheers, reflecting on the historical facts of that fateful day when his grandfather appeared before the prosecutors. He had personally been chosen to push the old man's wheelchair, a highly calculated move designed to garner public sympathy. It was a masterclass in media manipulation. To the public, it was a heartbreaking scene of a frail grandfather and his loyal, innocent grandson. But for Seongguk, it was his grand debut onto the national stage, a calculated move that proved he was already playing the Game of Thrones at just 10 years old. He had played his part flawlessly, securing his position in the family hierarchy. It was the very day the world realized that he, Jeon Seongguk, was destined to inherit the entire Samjeon Empire, standing proudly behind his grandfather and father as the true next in line. The crown was practically his from that moment onward. But as he stares at the television screen, a sudden, terrifying realization stops his train of thought. His eyes lock onto the person actually pushing his grandfather's wheelchair on the live broadcast, and his blood turns to absolute ice. It isn't him. It is his greedy, drug-addled rival brother, Jeon Tae-guk, standing there with a smug, self-satisfied grin. He grips the edge of the wooden stand, his tiny knuckles turning white with raw, unfiltered fury. That useless, incompetent brat is stealing his historic debut, rewriting the very foundation of the family's succession line right before his eyes. The sheer injustice of it makes his chest burn with rage. He remembers how Tae-guk wasted his life abroad, sinking into a dark spiral of addiction while constantly coveting the throne he never deserved. Seongguk had to constantly clean up his mess, even resorting to physical violence to keep the arrogant brat in check. And now that same junkie is taking his place in history. He presses his tiny hand against the cold window pane, his mind spinning as the horrifying truth of his situation finally settles in. Being trapped in the body of a helpless newborn is bad enough, but realizing that his entire legacy is being systematically erased is a nightmare he cannot tolerate. Driven by pure, unadulterated desperation, he forces his trembling legs to stand, his tiny body shaking violently under the immense strain of gravity. His parents watch in absolute, jaw-dropping horror as their infant son literally stands on his own 2 feet, defying all medical science. He has to do something, anything, to stop this timeline. But his weak, undeveloped muscles immediately give out, sending him crashing back down to the floor in a heap of frustration and tears. He screams out in raw agony, his voice nothing more than a pathetic baby's cry, realizing that he is utterly powerless to stop his destiny from being stolen. Everything he worked for is slipping through his fingers. Night falls over the dilapidated neighborhood, but the storm inside Seongguk's mind only grows wilder. When his doting mother gently tries to feed him a spoonful of fresh juice, he violently slaps her hand away, sending the liquid flying. He has no time for their pathetic, cheap comfort. He turns his back on his mother, his gaze glued to the television screen as he desperately searches for any scrap of information that can help him. His mother looks at him with a deeply pained, worried expression, unable to understand why her sweet baby is suddenly acting so cold and distant. The heavy silence in the room is suffocating as his mother quietly holds her breath, her heart breaking at her son's bizarre, hostile behavior. She desperately wants to connect with him, to comfort him, but she's completely shut out by the ruthless corporate soul trapped inside his tiny body. Suddenly, the front door bursts open, and his young father steps inside with a bright, exhausted smile, proudly holding up a bag of leftover pork hock meat from his grueling job. He believes this meager offering is a grand feast for his struggling family, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the room. Sensing the heavy mood, his father's smile quickly fades as his mother quietly gestures toward their son. They whisper to each other in deep concern, their eyes locked on the bizarre sight of their infant child, who has not moved from his spot in front of the television. With dark circles forming under his eyes, Seongguk stands on his knees, holding onto the cabinet as he feverishly monitors the news. He has to keep watching, has to analyze every single detail of the corporate landscape, regardless of how much it destroys his fragile newborn health. His mother tearfully explains that their son refuses to eat, sleep, or play, crying hysterically the moment anyone tries to turn off the news or change the channel. His father's expression softens with deep paternal resolve, stepping forward to take control of the situation and save his son from this strange obsession. With a bright, goofy grin, his father leaps in front of the television screen, waving his hands in a frantic attempt to distract the baby with a game of peekaboo. He desperately wants to see his son smile, to bring some normalcy back to their tiny home. But his timing could not be worse. Without a single moment of hesitation, Songguk's tiny hand snaps forward, aggressively burying itself into his father's cheek and shoving his face completely out of his line of sight. The sheer, disrespectful force of the push leaves his father completely frozen in shock. A dark, suffocating aura erupts from the infant's tiny body as he glares at his father with eyes full of terrifying, murderous intent. "Get out of my way," his silent, venomous mind screams, radiating a cold, ruthless pressure that no normal parent should ever have to face from their own child. Completely defeated and utterly crushed by his own son's intense rejection, his father slumps into a corner in a state of comical despair. His mother tries to comfort her broken husband, while Seongguk simply turns his back on them both, muttering internally about how he has absolutely no time for such pathetic, sentimental nonsense. He narrows his eyes, his mind working at maximum capacity as he calculates his next moves. He cannot afford to be distracted by this family's suffocating affection. He must gather every single piece of information about the current economic landscape if he ever wants to survive. He must understand the exact political climate of this past era, locate his grandfather's enemies, and devise a flawless strategy to reclaim his rightful place at the absolute top of the Samjeon group. He will find a way to return to his original body, even if he has to burn the entire world to do it. But his grand, fiery monologue is cut short as two warm, gentle hands suddenly scoop him up from the floor. His mother holds him close, her voice cracking with deep emotion as she begs him to rest and eat, refusing to let her precious baby destroy himself. He struggles violently in her arms, screaming at the top of his lungs in pure frustration as she carries him away from his only source of information. The crushing weight of his physical helplessness hits him all over again, driving him to the absolute brink of madness. Tears of raw, humiliating anger stream down his cheeks as he beats his tiny fists against her chest, desperately crying out for her to let him go. He is a king, a god of the financial world, and being held like a fragile toy is a torture worse than death itself. To think that after all the ruthless calculation, the endless sleepless nights, and the bloody corporate wars he fought to secure his crown, it would all end like this. Trapped in a past he doesn't belong in, stripped of his wealth, his influence, and his very identity. As his rival brother's smug, victorious face flashes across his mind, a cold, dark resolve solidifies deep within Seongguk's soul. He will not let that pathetic junkie win. He will survive this humiliation, conquer this past, and reclaim the throne of Samjeon, no matter what it takes. Trapped in his mother's arms, her gentle voice pulls him back from his furious, chaotic schemes as she coaxingly tells him to be a good boy and decides to stop her efforts for today. But even as she promises to try again tomorrow, his heart remains a raging storm of intense frustration. Being stuck in this infant form is slowly starting to take a toll on his brilliant, razor-sharp mind, making his thoughts grow shorter and his emotions spiral wildly out of control. Even his fierce corporate ambitions are temporarily derailed by the base, primal urge of hunger as he eagerly guzzles down his formula. It is a humiliating defeat for a former king of finance. Every time this sweet, fragile woman gently pats his back, a strange, overwhelming warmth washes over him, and his ruthless consciousness helplessly drifts off into deep sleep. He whimpers softly as sleep finally claims his exhausted mind, tears of sheer physical helplessness and deep-seated frustration lingering on his tiny face. Seeing him finally quiet down, his exhausted parents share a quiet, weary sigh of relief, completely unaware of the raging battle of wills that has just taken place within their child. But the peaceful moment does not last. His mother's eyes grow heavy with a deep, maternal anxiety that she cannot easily shake off. She looks down at his sleeping face, deeply troubled by the fact that he is nearly a year old and has yet to speak a single word, remaining weirdly obsessed with the television news. A tearful confession slips from her lips as she fears her own ignorance is somehow failing him, a doubt that immediately strikes a painful chord in her husband's heart. Pulling his small family into a tight, warm embrace, his father reassures her that their love is real and that their son will grow up strong and healthy despite their poverty. Meanwhile, the soul of the fallen tycoon wakes up in the middle of the room, looking utterly drained and physically broken from his secret round-the-clock efforts to keep tabs on his empire. He has stayed awake for days, pulling off every desperate trick to watch the news in secret, yet the absolute lack of actionable corporate intelligence is driving him mad.
As he sits there in absolute exhaustion, his mother's cheerful voice suddenly cuts through his dark thoughts, calling out his name with bright, artificial energy. She notices he has finally turned away from the television, completely unaware that he has temporarily given up on his futile research and sheer defeat. Seizing the opportunity, she scoops him up with a happy smile, suggesting they step outside for a breath of fresh air to clear his heavy mood. She carries him toward the front door, promising a pleasant stroll to look at the blooming flowers on their way back home. Stepping out into the brilliant warmth of the day, his mother gazes up at the clear blue sky, her spirit instantly lifted by the beautiful weather. As they descend the stairs, they cross paths with a sharply dressed woman, and his mother warmly greets her, recognizing her as their landlady heading off to work. The young landlady stops, explaining coolly that some morning business has delayed her usual departure, keeping her tone strictly professional. Her eyes are cold and calculating, carrying the unmistakable aura of someone who knows the true value of property and power at a very young age. Wishing her a pleasant day, his mother watches her walk away with a polite smile, always striving to stay on the good side of the person who controls their shelter. Marveling at how young and successful their landlady is, his mother adjusts his carrier and sets off toward the local market, determined to make the most of their afternoon. But as they walk down the busy street, the towering, unstable metal scaffolding of a nearby construction site looms ominously overhead, creaking under a terrible pressure. Completely oblivious to the danger, his mother happily tells them they have arrived at their destination, her face lit up with simple, everyday joy. They run into the landlady once more near the bustling street, his mother instantly striking up a conversation about saving a few pennies on market vegetables to make a simple bean sprout soup. Sunguk rolls his eyes internally at her endless, mundane chatter, wishing he could just skip all this trivial domestic nonsense and get back to his formula. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the very air, and his acute survival instincts scream in terror as a horrific sound echoes from above. A massive, blood-red steel beam snaps from its rigging, hurtling down from the high scaffolding directly toward the unsuspecting crowd below. The world seems to fracture in a terrifying instant of pure, blinding panic as death rushes down upon them at terminal velocity. There is no time to run, no time to scream, as the crushing weight of the steel structure plummets directly toward his fragile infant body. In a flash of pure maternal instinct, his mother spins around and throws her body over him, screaming his name as she prepares to take the absolute brunt of the lethal impact. A deafening explosion of dust, concrete, and metal shreds the peaceful street, burying them in a choking cloud of absolute devastation. Through the thick, swirling smoke, horrified screams pierce the air as bystanders frantically call out for the woman from room 107, begging her to stay conscious. The landlady peers over the twisted, bloody red beam in absolute shock and horror, coughing through the dust as she desperately calls out his mother's name. Covered in deep lacerations and bleeding heavily from a massive head wound, his mother looks down at him with fading eyes, whispering a final, desperate promise to keep him safe. Her bloodied hand slips limply to the cold stone floor as her eyes slowly close, leaving Seong-guk staring up in a state of absolute paralyzed shock. A raw, primitive terror explodes inside his chest as he looks at her lifeless form, his mind screaming in absolute denial that the one person who gave him unconditional warmth could be gone. Chaos erupts as emergency responders crash through the scene, lifting his mother's broken body onto a gurney and rushing her toward the nearest trauma center. Inside the frantic emergency room, paramedics bark out the details of her severe head trauma to the lead surgeon, who suddenly freezes as a horrifying realization strikes him. The hospital doors burst open, and his father rushes in, his face pale with raw terror, as he screams his wife's name into the chaotic hallway. Sometime later, his mother slowly flutters her eyes open to the blinding hospital lights, her husband desperately urging her to take it easy as she tries to sit up. But she ignores her own agonizing pain, her voice cracking in pure panic as she demands to know where her precious baby is.
Her husband's face falls into a dark, solemn shadow of intense grief and anxiety, his trembling lips unable to easily find the words to answer her. But then, a soft, trembling whimper rises from the edge of the bed as a small, tear-stained figure crawls into her line of sight. With a shaky sigh of relief, her husband explains that his mother's sacrifice worked. The baby is physically unharmed, though the sheer trauma of the accident has left him utterly terrified. Gently reaching out her trembling, bandaged arms, his mother softly assures him that she is completely fine, trying to soothe the unimaginable fear in his eyes. As she pulls his tiny, shaking body close to her chest, she weeps tears of profound gratitude, entirely relieved that her precious son survived the horrific ordeal. Trapped in her warm, familiar embrace, Seong-guk stares blankly into the distance, his sophisticated, cold exterior completely shattered by the raw force of human emotion. The icy walls around his ruthless corporate soul suddenly crumble away, and massive, uncontrollable tears begin to spill over his cheeks. Clinging to her hospital gown with all the desperate strength of a true child, he explodes into hysterical, gut-wrenching sobs, crying out in a voice filled with raw, unfiltered terror. His heart breaks completely as he screams out his fury and grief, cursing her for risking her own life to save his, realizing that this fragile, impoverished family has become more precious to him than any corporate empire ever was. The agonizing wait is finally over. Clinging to his mother's hospital gown, Seong-guk unleashes all the built-up grief and terror of his near-death experience, weeping with an intensity that surprises even his parents. As the emotional storm begins to clear, reality quickly crashes back in, and his mother's eyes widen with a sudden suffocating panic as she realizes just how much this private luxury is going to cost them. His father quickly tries to look away, stammering out a weak defense as he tries to hide the sheer desperation of their financial sacrifice. But the truth is far more severe than she realizes. The doctors have strictly ordered absolute, uninterrupted bed rest if she ever hopes to recover from her massive trauma. His mother gasps in sheer disbelief, but her husband's voice remains firm, insisting that she must focus entirely on her recovery for the next week, no matter what. Bathed in the warm, gentle evening light, his father pulls them both close, whispering soft promises of healing while trying to ignore the crushing weight of the bills mounting outside their door. The fragile, peaceful moment is abruptly shattered as a nurse steps in, coolly announcing that visiting hours have officially come to an end. With a heavy heart and lingering worries, his father gently prepares to leave, begging his wife to rest as the cold, silent hospital building looms under the vast night sky. Stepping out into the cool night air, his father adjusts Seong-guk in his carrier, forcing a bright, weary smile as he asks his tiny son if they should head home. Seong-guk's sharp financial mind immediately detects something terribly wrong when his father sheepishly suggests they walk the long distance back instead of taking a cab. The harsh, humiliating reality hits Seong-guk like a physical blow. His new father is so brutally broke that he cannot even afford a simple bus ride home. But as he looks at his father's exhausted face, memories of his mother shielding him from the falling steel beam flood his mind, sparking a profound, overwhelming wave of emotion. For the first time in his two lives, the icy barriers around Seong-guk's heart completely dissolve, and a single, desperate word struggles to escape his throat. With a tiny, trembling voice, he cries out, shattering the silence of the night as his father freezes in absolute, paralyzed shock. Tears of pure, overwhelming joy stream down his father's face as he realizes his son has spoken his very first word, cementing a bond that Seong-guk finally embraces with all his soul. Weeks pass in a blur, and a colorful, modest feast is lovingly laid out on their small, low table, celebrating a milestone they refused to let poverty ruin. A crude, hand-drawn banner hangs proudly on the wall, welcoming his mother safely back home while preparing for a traditional ceremony that will decide their baby's destiny. Dressed in a vibrant, traditional ceremonial outfit, Seong-guk sits before the table, his tiny brow furrowed with intense, solemn focus. His parents erupt in pure, ecstatic squeals of adoration, completely captivated by his ridiculously noble and majestic presence. Feverishly snapping pictures with a cheap disposable camera, they loudly marvel at his striking, flawless features, convinced he looks better than any high society heir. Sunguk can only sweat in utter disbelief, his inner corporate titan dying of sheer embarrassment as they dote on him like a priceless jewel. His face contorts in a silent, furious scream. How can they possibly be throwing a lavish first birthday party in their current financial ruin? In his past life, he would have ruthlessly flipped the table, scolding them for spending precious savings on useless celebrations when they can barely pay the hospital bills. But then, a profound realization washes over him, replacing his cold cynicism with a warmth he has never known in his search for power.
As his parents stretch out their arms with unconditional, glowing adoration, Seongguk's defenses crumble once again. A brilliant, genuine smile breaks across his face as he reaches back, eagerly surrendering to the joyful embrace of the family he now cherishes above all else. But love alone will not pay the bills. As the laughter fades, a fierce, burning determination ignites deep within his soul. Realistically, his sweet, naive parents are completely clueless about investments and financial planning, meaning they will remain trapped in this suffocating poverty forever unless he steps in. To make matters worse, Sanguk knows that a massive, historic economic crisis is lurking just around the corner, threatening to completely obliterate their fragile lives. Suddenly, a sharp, loud knock at the front door cuts through the air, causing his mother to jump up in startled confusion. The door swings open to reveal their young landlady, her sharp, businesslike eyes immediately scanning the room with cold precision. Without wasting a single second, she drops a bombshell proposal that leaves them completely breathless, asking if they have ever considered letting their baby become a child actor. The next thing they know, they are standing before a towering, high-end corporate building, a massive banner advertising a highly competitive child star audition looming overhead. His mother looks up at the intimidating venue with a nervous gasp, while Seongguk peers out from his carrier with a cool, assessing gaze. Anxiety suddenly grips his mother's heart, and she hesitates, terrified that bringing her fragile baby to such a ruthless place was a terrible mistake. But swallowing her rising fear, she takes a deep, trembling breath and resolves to step inside, completely unaware of the storm brewing in her baby's mind. Memories of the landlady's sudden visit flash through their minds, recalling the exact moment she had pitched the crazy idea to the shocked parents. Sitting in their humble room, she had explained that her agency had just landed a major commercial for a massive conglomerate, and they were desperately hunting for a breakout star. Her cold, calculating gaze had locked onto Sanguk, sensing an unnatural, magnetic talent hidden behind his cute infant eyes. Back in the present, the heavy elevator shafts of the audition building loom like a dark, ominous gauntlet, waiting to test the hopeful crowds. But as they wait in the lobby, a dark, wicked aura begins to swirl around Seongguk's tiny body as a brilliant realization strikes him. An evil, triumphant grin spreads across his face as his old, ruthless tycoon persona fully reawakens in the shadows. This isn't just an audition. This is a golden, once-in-a-lifetime gateway to absolute financial liberation and infinite wealth. In his past life as a top chaebol, he was constantly hounded by flashbulbs and cameras, mastering the art of flawless public presentation before he could even walk. Child actor audition? He will easily crush the competition, sweep up every single prize guarantee, and secure their first massive payout. With that initial capital, his brilliant financial mind will reinvest, rebuild, and resurrect his fallen empire from the ashes. Suddenly, the elevator doors slide open, and a wealthy, high-class woman peers out with an icy, impatient glare, demanding to know if they are getting on. Intimidated by the woman's arrogant, oppressive aura, his mother quickly stammers an apology and steps back to let her go ahead. But the haughty woman merely scoffs, muttering a cruel, condescending remark about useless peasants blocking her busy path as she steps inside. As his mother gently pats his head to soothe her own anxiety, Seongguk's eyes lock onto the rich woman's pampered child, a dangerous, competitive fire igniting in his soul.
Flattery and warmth are immediately met with an icy wall of pure arrogance. The rich woman sneers at the simple compliment, making it clear that she considers them entirely beneath her notice. Her condescension quickly sharpens into aggressive hostility as she points a finger of accusation, charging the nervous mother with trying to spy on her superior child. Smirking with absolute certainty, the elite mother lets out a dark, mocking chuckle, declaring that no matter how hard they try, her pampered heir is destined to claim the crown. Deep within his infant body, a sleeping beast roars to life. Seongguk's business instincts flare up with primeval fury at her sheer, unprovoked insolence. The haughty woman flinches back in sudden, inexplicable terror, absolutely stunned by the terrifyingly sharp and calculating glare of a true predator radiating from a mere baby. Seongguk scans her gaudy attire with cold amusement, instantly identifying her as a typical, fragile socialite who uses wealth to mask her own desperate insecurities. As the elevator doors slide open, a violent aura of corporate dominance surges around him. He makes a silent vow to utterly demolish their pride in the audition room. Inside the intense, high-pressure studio, child after child is placed under the blinding spotlights, trying desperately to satisfy the demanding camera crew. His mother looks on with mounting dread, realizing how brutal the screening process truly is, while Seongguk remains completely unfazed by the synthetic drama. On the monitors, the crushing reality of infant acting unfolds as the staff carefully grades each child's screen presence and basic behavioral adaptability. But the scorching heat and unfamiliar pressure quickly break the children, sending them into wild, uncooperative tantrums that ruin their chances in seconds. The tension spikes to an absolute maximum as the loudspeaker calls out the next competitor, the rich woman's prize son, Lee Jae-hee. The staff immediately begins fawning and scraping at the mention of the massive paper conglomerate, desperate to please the powerful family. But the moment the lights hit the spoiled boy, he erupts into gut-wrenching, uncooperative wails, bringing a triumphant smirk to Seongguk's face. With the shoot grinding to a painful halt, the crew suggests calling it a day, but the haughty mother explodes in a desperate defensive panic. Shrill and demanding, she screams at the staff to wait, completely disregarding the mounting frustration of the parents waiting in line. From the shadows of the casting booth, a heavy, suffocating silence descends as the chief director stares at the crying child with supreme disappointment. His voice cold and absolute, the director orders the assistant to throw the unruly pair out of the studio, refusing to waste another second of his crew's time. Trembling with humiliating defeat and burning rage, the wealthy mother is forced to retreat, her pride utterly shattered in front of everyone. Before the drama can even settle, the speaker booms with the next name, Jeon Seongguk, and his mother steps forward with a pounding heart. Standing before the towering cameras, Seongguk stares down his judges, ready to unleash a lifetime of media training and elite charisma. Pushing through the crowd, the bitter rich woman violently shoves his mother aside, determined to watch the peasant's child fail miserably. Seongguk catches her hateful gaze and offers a chilling, predatory smirk, daring her to watch the masterclass he is about to deliver. Instantly, he flips a switch, transforming his fierce tycoon aura into a blindingly adorable, heart-melting display of pure angelic innocence. The sudden, flawless transition leaves the director completely paralyzed, his mouth hanging open in sheer, unadulterated shock. Galvanized by the baby's incredible charm, the director frantically commands the camera crew to capture every single angle of this unbelievable miracle. With unmatched precision, Seongguk executes every cute pose on command, handling props with the seasoned grace of a veteran superstar. The wealthy woman's face contorts in absolute horror as the crew gasps in unison, unable to deny the staggering genius before their eyes. Completely throwing professional decorum out the window, the director roars in excitement, demanding that they start the casting process immediately. His mother can only gasp in dazed disbelief, while Seongguk looks on with a smug, knowing smirk, his victory completely assured. Leaving his camera rig behind, the director frantically sprints across the studio floor, desperate to secure the discovery of a lifetime. Out of breath, he aggressively introduces himself as the head commercial director, Kwak Junha, his eyes gleaming with greedy excitement. He violently shakes the stunned mother's hand, pleading with her to sign a contract on the spot and name her own terms. Swallowing hard, his mother stammers out her doubts, unable to believe that her fragile little baby possesses such world-class talent. The director chuckles warmly, assuring her that her son is an absolute force of nature, overflowing with natural star quality. He marvels at how the baby reacts to every single directional cue, as if he possesses the mature mind of a fully grown adult, which, secretly, he does. But just as the director begins outlining a massive, lucrative future for the child, a deafening crash echoes through the studio. A heavy studio light lies shattered on the floor, knocked down by the rich mother who stands there panting in a state of absolute unhinged madness. Trembling with hysterical rage, she shrieks that the audition is a total sham, refusing to accept any outcome that doesn't crown her own son. Yet her desperate tantrum changes nothing. The official bulletin is finalized, placing both Jeon Song-guk and Lee Jae-hee in the final showdown. Back in the waiting room, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense as the two families are instructed to wait for the final deliberation. The rich woman sits in bitter, silent resentment, her hateful eyes drilling into the mother who occupies the opposite side of the room.
Cuddling her baby close, his mother whispers sweet praises of pride, entirely convinced that her precious boy was the brightest star in the room.
As the adrenaline begins to fade, the sheer physical and mental exhaustion of the day finally catches up with the poor mother. Noticing her pale complexion, the rich family's weary nanny kindly checks on her, prompting his mother to sheepishly ask for the restroom. Promising to return in a flash, she carefully places Seong-guk in the arms of the gentle nanny, who happily cradles him with warmth. Left alone with the baby, the kind nanny coos over his striking features, utterly charmed by the infant's silent, noble gaze. But a suffocating, demonic aura suddenly looms overhead as the wealthy mistress steps forward, her face twisted in pure, venomous rage.
She screeches like a banshee, disgusted that her own paid servant is coddling a nobody's peasant child right in front of her. Her eyes wide with murderous intent, the ruthless socialite threatens to fire the terrified nanny on the spot, leaving the poor woman trembling in sheer panic. The wealthy woman's screech cuts through the tense air of the waiting room, demanding that her nanny drop the peasant child immediately. Inside his infant body, Seong-guk's blood boils with an absolute murderous fury, his tiny fists trembling with the urge to physically strike the arrogant socialite. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the agency assistant steps into the room, scanning the area for Seong-guk's guardian.
With a cold smirk, the wealthy woman dismisses the mother's temporary absence, commanding the assistant to speak freely right there.
She scoffs with absolute entitlement, demanding to know why her precious heir is being forced to compete against some low-born nobody when this was supposed to be a fun, guaranteed experience.
Seong-guk's eyes narrow in sharp calculation as the horrible truth slips from her mouth. The entire competition was a setup from the very beginning. The assistant stammeringly confirms the arrangement, sending a wave of chilling realization straight through Seong-guk's brilliant mind. It is a sickeningly classic display of corporate corruption. The entire casting process was rigged to guarantee the elite family's victory. Every other child in that room was brought in as a mere prop, sacrificial extras meant to make the rich boy's inevitable debut look authentic. Terrified of a public scandal, the assistant begs the haughty woman to keep quiet, warning her that the chief director must never find out about the backdoor deal. But the rich woman sneers at the warning, entirely convinced that her family's immense wealth can easily crush a mere director's authority. The nervous assistant frantically insists on secrecy, changing the subject to ask if they have fully prepared for the final showdown. She boasts with sickening confidence, declaring that her son has been trained by elite private tutors specifically for this moment. With a sycophantic smile, the assistant turns to the pampered boy, eager to run through the pre-selected script before the cameras roll. Seong-guk watches in cold silence as the assistant begins feeding the boy his lines, treating the child like a mindless puppet. But instead of being discouraged, a dark, brilliant realization washes over Seong-guk as he cracks a dangerous, knowing grin. Suddenly, the studio lights flash to life with a blinding glare, signaling the commencement of the ultimate showdown. The stakes are laid bare. The infant who can naturally speak the assigned lines and react to the camera will claim the crown. Standing at the edge of the set, Seong-guk's mother prays with a pounding heart, her eyes filled with desperate hope for her son.
The director barks the command to roll, and the assistant frantically tries to guide the baby's attention toward the lens.
Unleashing his legendary business instincts, Seong-guk moves like lightning, positioning himself flawlessly right in front of the primary lens. Meanwhile, the pampered heir completely falls apart, crawling in the wrong direction as his mother shrieks in absolute panic. Sensing disaster, the director coldly orders the staff to cast the useless boy aside and focus all attention on Seong-guk. The assistant freezes in sheer terror, realizing their rigged plan is slipping away, but she is forced to obey the director's command.
Stepping up to the brilliant baby, the bitter assistant sneers internally, confident that the untrained child will fail immediately. She delivers the line with a patronizing smirk, daring the infant to replicate the difficult pronunciation. Instantly, Seong-guk flashes a blinding, angelic smile, delivering the perfect, heart-melting line with flawless articulation. The assistant's jaw drops in absolute horror as the sheer natural brilliance of the child leaves the entire crew completely spellbound. The chief director erupts into triumphant laughter, completely captivated by the raw star power radiating from the baby. Blinded by desperation, the wealthy mother lunges forward, violently shoving her crying son back onto the stage. The director sighs in deep irritation, reluctantly granting them one final, miserable chance to save face. The trembling mother demands her son speak the line, but the terrified boy can only stammer out a pathetic, incoherent mumble. Within seconds, the immense pressure shatters the pampered child completely, sending him into a deafening, hysterical fit of crying. The rich woman freezes as the cold realization of humiliating defeat washes over her, her face twisting in utter despair. As she desperately babbles about their endless practice, the director's gaze hardens with pure disgust at her manufactured artificiality. Panicking, the assistant frantically calls an end to the audition, trying desperately to salvage the ruined set. As the crew applauds, Seong-guk sits quietly in the center of the room, a cold, smug smirk gracing his lips. The trap is set. His triumph is absolute, his brilliant corporate mind already anticipating the grand prize that awaits them. But as the official results are posted on the board, a sudden, heavy dread fills the room. The winner is announced as Lee Jae-hee. Seong-guk's mother stares in paralyzed disbelief, the sheer, brazen corruption of the agency laid bare before her eyes. Shaking with anger, the mother demands an explanation, refusing to let them steal her son's rightful victory. But her desperate pleas are met with a cold, mocking voice declaring that raw cuteness is nothing compared to true pedigree. The elite socialite towers over them, her eyes gleaming with dark, venomous satisfaction as she revels in her bought and paid-for victory. She offers a cruel, condescending remark, telling the poor mother that second place is a generous handout for peasants. With a haughty flick of her wrist, she sweeps out of the room, leaving the mother trembling with burning, helpless humiliation. Tears of pure frustration spill down his mother's cheeks as she holds her baby close, devastated by the cruel, unprovoked attack on her innocent child. Clutching her shirt with his tiny hand, Seong-guk silently commands his mother to stay calm, because this game is far from over. A dark, terrifying fire ignites in his eyes as he smirks in the shadows. Every single move of this corruption was precisely what he anticipated. Suddenly, heavy, frantic footsteps echo down the corridor, a desperate voice calling out for Seong-guk's mother to wait. The chief director catches up to them, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with a desperate determination to make things right. The sickening realization of a rigged audition flashes before Seong-guk, but instead of despair, his brilliant corporate mind immediately shifts gears. A direct head-on fight with the wealthy elite's money is suicide. A far grander strategy must be forged to crush them completely. Raw financial power cannot be beaten in a rigged game, but a seasoned businessman knows exactly when to pivot. Seong-guk's golden aura of raw ambition flares. He will aim higher, targeting the ultimate asset in any industry, powerful connections. Right on cue, the chief director approaches them with a desperate, nervous expression, calling out to Seong-guk's mother as the first seed of a grand plan walks right to them. Grimacing with shame, the director expresses his absolute disgust at the corrupt executives who hijacked the audition, trying to offer what little comfort he can to the mistreated family.
With a heavy sigh, the director bows his head in sincere apology, revealing that the unfair decision was made entirely over his head by his corrupt corporate masters.
He gently pats baby Sunguk on the head, deeply regretful that such an innocent child had to witness the ugly reality of adult greed, while Sunguk internally demands he get straight to the point.
Sensing his own career is on the line, the director throws a desperate lifeline. He invites Seongguk's mother to bring her brilliant baby to the official commercial shoot in just 1 week. A brilliant golden path to infinite fortune flashes in Seongguk's mind. Consistently secure acting jobs, rise as an unstoppable child star, and claim the ultimate goal of absolute wealth. The ultimate truth of business burns bright. He doesn't need a single rigged victory when he can build a steady, unstoppable mountain of recurring income.
He scoffs at the elite family's pathetic, empty victory. Seongguk will happily play the long game, reeling this director in to build a solid empire of gold.
With this massive, recurring stream of wealth, he will fully provide for his loving new household and elevate his family to absolute prosperity. A week later, his mother stands on the bustling set, nervously questioning why they were invited when another child was officially crowned the winner, only for the director to explain that baby shoots always require backup models in case of emergency. But his voice drops to a whisper as he admits the truth. He has zero confidence in the pampered winner, anticipating a total disaster on set. Desperate to ensure his commercial success, the director suddenly bows deeply, pleading with the startled mother to help him salvage this crucial project. His mother gasps in pure shock, unable to believe that they, the cast-offs, are being begged to save a major corporate production. Inside his baby carrier, Samguk's eyes gleam with pure, unadulterated greed. He is absolutely thrilled, mentally screaming for his mother to accept the golden offer immediately.
Utterly charmed by the infant's enthusiastic response, the director laughs heartily, thoroughly convinced the child possesses a miraculous, near-supernatural understanding.
Seizing the golden opportunity, the director hands over his prestigious business card, eagerly requesting her contact details to lock them in for future high-profile projects. Deep within a secluded, sun-dappled forest, the massive commercial set hums with intense activity, surrounded by high-end cameras and busy crew members.
Sunguk's mother carefully steps onto the hectic outdoor set, clutching her precious baby close as the lively chatter of the production washes over them.
She marvels at the sheer scale of the hidden forest set, entirely unaware of a familiar figure running toward them with a waving hand. A young woman with a long ponytail greets them with a sweaty, nervous smile, but her pleasant demeanor does nothing to ease the sudden chill in the air.
Sunguk's eyes narrow into slits of icy fury as he recognizes the face. It is the very same corrupt assistant director who facilitated the rigged audition. Sweat pouring down her face, the corrupt assistant quickly tries to usher them away to a remote waiting room, emphasizing their lowly status as mere backup models. She gestures forward with a dismissive, urgent smile, eager to hide the peasant family before they can disrupt the elite client's photo shoot.
But as they walk past the production equipment, Seongguk's gaze suddenly locks onto a massive, familiar object, his baby eyes widening in sheer, paralyzing shock. It is none other than Samjen's revolutionary third-generation spin-cycle washing machine, a historic appliance he knows all too well. Memories of his past life flash vividly. This exact innovative appliance was a historic blockbuster that skyrocketed Samjeon Electronics' stock price, bringing immense joy to his late grandfather. Their nostalgic moment is violently shattered as a venomous screech echoes through the forest. The wealthy mistress has spotted them. Her face twisted in pure, aristocratic disdain, the wealthy socialite demands to know why these rejects are permitted on her son's exclusive set. Refusing to be trampled again, Seongguk's mother stands her ground, boldly declaring they were personally invited by the chief director as essential backup models. Terrified of a scene, the cowardly assistant director frantically bows and stammers, trying to appease the furious mistress by explaining they are only there in case the pampered heir fails. The haughty woman scoffs in absolute disgust, bragging that her precious son is in peak condition and needs no peasant replacement, unaware that her pale, exhausted baby looks completely drained of life. With a cold, dismissive wave of her hand, she commands them to vanish from her sight immediately, entirely unwilling to share the spotlight. Suddenly, a radiant, angelic presence steps out from a luxury van, the superstar actress and main model of the commercial, Lim Sunmi. Whispering in awe, the staff watches as the elegant actress approaches the group, warmly asking to meet the infants she will be shooting with today. Eager to please, the nervous assistant director steps forward, introducing Seongguk as the backup and the visibly exhausted Jaehee as the official winner. With a dazzling, sweet smile, the beautiful actress bends down to greet the official star, hoping to establish a warm connection before the cameras roll. But her warm greeting is met with absolute disaster as the stressed, overworked rich child violently turns away with a deafening, miserable scream. The gorgeous actress freezes, her smile faltering into a mask of polite embarrassment as the pampered baby utterly rejects her presence. Capitalizing on the disaster, Seongguk unleashes his legendary charm, flashing a blinding, angelic baby smile to reel in the superstar. He reaches out with his tiny, soft hand, gently grasping her arm with a level of warmth and calculated affection that melts her heart instantly. Totally enchanted by his sweet, loving reaction, the actress and Seongguk's mother coo in delight, completely captivated by the baby's incredible social brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, the superstar actress turns to the assistant director, declaring that she wants to shoot the entire commercial with this adorable baby instead of the crying winner. The wealthy mother's jaw drops in absolute horror, her face turning purple with rage at the sudden, unexpected threat to her bought and paid-for victory. In the midst of the escalating aristocratic meltdown, Seongguk and his mother watch the chaos unfold like a high-stakes drama, thoroughly enjoying the spectacular collapse of their rivals. Trembling with unhinged fury, the wealthy socialite violently grabs the actress's wrist, screaming in madness that she will not tolerate such an insulting change. But just as the physical confrontation threatens to ruin the entire set, a powerful, commanding voice cuts through the screaming like a razor blade. The superstar actress gasps in pure delight, instantly recognizing the powerful, sharp-suited figure who has just arrived on the scene. It is the legendary vice chairman of Samgen Electronics himself, his cold, calculating gaze locking onto the chaotic group as he steps forward to oversee his company's most important commercial. A sudden, cold shock paralyzes Seongguk as the words of greeting reach him, a familiar and terrifying presence locking him in place. The chilling realization strikes like a physical blow. This powerful corporate titan is none other than his own father from his past life, Jeon Jae-hung. The cold memory of this legendary corporate executive floods his mind, forcing Seongguk to confront the heavy ghost of his past. In his previous life, this man was a titan of industry, a brilliantly capable leader who commanded absolute respect in the business world. He was lauded across the nation as a visionary executive, celebrated on the cover of prestigious financial magazines for his genius investments and revolutionary restructuring efforts. To the public, he was the gold standard of success, the flawless, unstoppable vice chairman who could do no wrong. But behind the glittering facade lay a dark, sickening truth that made Seongguk gag with pure disgust. "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Seongguk remembers the fake, plastic smiles of those women, patronizing him while using him as a stepping stone to his father's immense wealth. He despised every single one of them, their superficial laughter ringing in his ears like a toxic melody he could never escape. And now, right before his very eyes on this chaotic set, his father's current mistress gestures eagerly, completely unaware of the storm brewing. The Titan himself turns his gaze toward them, offering a polite greeting that makes Seongguk's mother freeze with nervous tension. Inside his small body, Seongguk's soul screams in pure, unadulterated fury at the sight of the man who ruined his childhood. The overwhelming presence of his former father looms large, a shadow from the past threatening to derail everything he has built. But the heavy atmosphere is suddenly broken as a frantic secretary rushes up, urgently reminding the powerful executive of his tight schedule. Offering a charming, carefree laugh, the Playboy vice chairman waves off the disruption, preparing to leave the set with his usual arrogant ease. But before he departs, he casts a dark, demanding look at the mistress, reminding her that his company expects absolute perfection from this shoot. The high society mistress bows in subservient terror, desperately promising to deliver, because even the wealthiest families dare not anger the master of Samjan.
Sanguk watches in silence, realizing that his past life father is still the same dual-natured beast he remembers.
He was a reckless playboy in his private life, but a terrifyingly sharp, charismatic beast in the boardroom. Suddenly, a massive hand descends, gently patting baby Seonguk's head as his former father bids him a warm, deceptive farewell. With a final, smug smile, the corporate titan turns to depart, leaving a trail of absolute authority in his wake. Sunguk stares at the retreating back of his former father, his mind racing with a profound, life-altering decision. A fire of pure determination ignites in his eyes. He will not walk the same tragic path of his past life. He has a real, loving mother to protect now, and he will defend his new family with everything he has. A grand, impossible ambition flares in his heart. He will rise to the top and build a corporate empire that will completely crush Sanjun. A chilling smirk plays on his baby lips as he bids a silent farewell to his father, promising a future clash of titans. The chaotic energy of the set explodes into motion as the assistant director screams for the shoot to begin immediately. The crew scrambles wildly into position, ushering the backup models away to clear the floor for the official star. The children are called standby, setting the stage for a high-stakes showdown under the burning studio lights. Songguk and his mother share a silent, intensely focused look. It is time to execute their flawless plan. The commercial's concept is incredibly simple, relying on pure, heartwarming emotion to captivate the audience. Set in a rustic forest cabin, it features a loving mother and her child bonding over freshly washed clothes. The actress is supposed to act grossed out by dirty, stained laundry before the magical cleaning process begins. Then, the baby is meant to happily rub its cheek against the freshly cleaned fabric. The child must look absolutely blissful, coddling the pristine white shirt washed by the revolutionary spin cycle. The advertisement culminates in a picture-perfect scene of domestic joy and sparkling cleanliness. Sanguk remembers this commercial vividly in his past life. It was a legendary masterpiece that launched its child star into instant stardom. This goldmine of fame and fortune belongs to him, and he has no intention of letting the rigged winner take his crown. Right on cue, the pampered rich baby begins to fuss, and the mistress shrieks in frustration as her child rejects the actress. The exhausted baby violently thrashes and screams, utterly ruining every single take with his miserable tantrums. While his mother watches the unfolding disaster in shock, Seonguk hides a brilliant, wicked smirk. Everything is playing out exactly according to his masterful, underhanded strategy. He remembers whispering to the stressed-out rich kid earlier, exploiting the child's desperate desire to escape his overbearing mother. He had planted a genius seed of rebellion, telling the child that if he screamed and fought with all his might, they would let him go home. Despite being infants, their shared frustration with toxic parents created a perfect silent understanding between them. Pushed past his absolute limit, the main director suddenly roars in fury, demanding they swap the screaming child for the backup model. The wealthy mistress gasps in absolute horror, shrieking in denial as her bought and paid for spotlight begins to slip away. But the director snaps back with cold reality. The pampered brat is actively ruining the production and wasting precious corporate money. The set erupts into a furious, high-stakes screaming match as the desperate director refuses to back down, leaving the door wide open for Seonguk to step in and claim his throne. Trembling with unhinged fury, the high society mistress brandishes her outdated brick mobile phone, her eyes wild as she drops the name of a powerful corporate family to intimidate everyone on set. She thinks her wealth makes her invincible, but her desperation is starting to show. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she vows to call her powerful connections immediately to have the entire crew replaced on the spot, throwing a violent tantrum that grinds the production to a halt. But her attempts at intimidation are about to meet an unstoppable force. Panting with ragged, unstable breaths, the wealthy socialite glares at the crew, convinced that her money and status will force everyone to bow to her ridiculous demands. She waits for the director to cower, entirely unprepared for the reckoning that is about to strike. A sharp, resounding slap echoes across the studio as the superstar actress delivers a blistering blow straight to the mistress's face, instantly silencing her hysterical screaming. The sudden physical strike leaves the entire set paralyzed with utter disbelief. The director and Sang-uk's mother gasp in sheer terror, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads at the sheer audacity of the public assault. The sudden, violent shift in power leaves the entire production hanging by a thread. Clutching her burning red cheek in absolute shock, the disgraced mistress stares up at her attacker, only to meet the bone-chilling cold gaze of the elite actress who is completely unfazed by her high society status. The silent tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Bending down with a dangerously calm smile, the beautiful superstar coldly warns the intruder that she has zero tolerance for uninvited disruptors ruining her professional workspace. The masked fury in her eyes signals that this nightmare is far from over. The cutting sneer, the actress completely dismisses the socialite's marital status, demanding she pack up her useless child and get off the set immediately. The savage verbal teardown strips the arrogant mother of her remaining dignity, leaving her completely exposed. Whipping her head back toward the stunned director, the actress demands they restart the shoot immediately, completely writing off the ruined winner. Her sudden demand forces the crew to make a choice that will seal the fate of the commercial. Bending down with a dazzling, intense focus, she points her finger directly at baby Sang-uk, declaring to the entire crew that she will only shoot this commercial with him. The sudden dramatic selection sends shockwaves through the studio. With a radiant, blinding smile, she reaches out her hand, eagerly calling for the production to resume with her chosen star. The sheer warmth of her invitation stands in stark contrast to the absolute devastation of their rivals. She commands the cameras to roll with the backup baby, leaving the wealthy mistress standing in the shadows, completely humiliated and ignored. But the sudden change of plans puts a massive spotlight right on Sang-uk. Stuttering under the immense pressure of the superstar's demand, the director finally orders everyone to stand by for the new shoot, sending the disgraced mistress into a state of paralyzed shock. The stage is set for a historic upset. Her face contorting into a mask of pure demonic rage, the socialite seethes in the shadows, unable to accept that her precious son has been completely pushed aside for a mere backup. The boiling venom inside her threatens to explode at any moment. Spewing toxic insults, she screams that a low-class child could never perform, forcing Sang-uk's protective mother to hold him tighter as she tries to shield her baby from the hateful poison. But Sang-uk isn't intimidated, he's getting ready to perform. As the main camera hums to life, the glowing red recording light locks onto Sang-uk, triggering a sudden, overwhelming wave of dark memories from his turbulent past life. The familiar crimson glare threatens to pull him back into his old nightmares. Flashbacks of his past life as a powerful, brilliant corporate executive flood his mind, surrounded by blinding flashes of invasive reporters demanding answers from the successful CEO. The pressure of his past success and ultimate betrayal weighs heavily on his soul. Remembering the razor-sharp focus and calculated charm that once put him at the very top of the business world, a confident smirk slowly forms on his face. He knows exactly how to manipulate the media to get what he wants. Snapping back to the present, Sang-uk gazes directly into the lens with absolute clarity, realizing his deep-rooted mastery over the camera will be his greatest weapon to secure victory. The legendary business genius is about to show them how a master operates. The actress cradles him close, delivering her lines with practiced, cheerful ease as she prompts the baby to react to the freshly clean laundry. All eyes on set lock onto the child, waiting for the inevitable disaster or a miracle. With a heart-melting, angelic smile, Sang-uk nestles into the pristine fabric, letting out a perfectly timed baby coo that sounds like a sweet call to a loving father. The sheer innocence of his voice echoes through the silent studio. The director and crew gasp in pure, unadulterated awe, their faces flushing red at the unbelievable cuteness of the baby's flawless performance. They can hardly believe a child could act with such natural, heart-melting perfection. Overjoyed by the goldmine they just uncovered, the director frantically commands the crew to keep the main camera steady and focus every single lens onto Sang-uk. The energy on set turns electric as they chase the perfect shot. Songuk plays the camera like a seasoned virtuoso, rubbing his soft cheek against the white fabric and flashing big, expressive eyes that radiate absolute bliss. He is utterly dominating the spotlight, ensuring his victory is absolute. Sweating with nervous excitement, the director realizes the baby is looking directly into the camera lens with a level of professional focus that is unheard of for an infant. He realizes they are witnessing the birth of an absolute superstar.
The actress herself is completely stunned, her eyes widening as she feels the baby's incredibly calculated warm reactions guiding her own performance. She begins to wonder if she is acting with a child or a seasoned pro. Gazing down at the baby in profound admiration, the superstar actress is completely mesmerized by his uncanny ability to command the set. But there is no time to waste, as the next crucial scene of the commercial begins. The assistant director raises a cue card for the final act, signaling the actress to hold the baby high and deliver the iconic, heartwarming slogan of the advertisement. The pressure rises as they approach the climax of the shoot. Laughing with genuine delight, the actress delivers her line perfectly, completely synchronized with Seongguk's adorable, cheering expressions. The chemistry between them is flawlessly capturing the essence of domestic joy. Striking a picture-perfect pose, the duo delivers the ultimate product pitch under the glowing studio lights, creating a legendary commercial masterpiece that will soon sweep the entire nation. The sheer perfection of the moment is undeniable.
Cradled close in a warm, triumphant embrace, Seongguk and the actress share a radiant, brilliant smile that perfectly seals the final take. The incredible success of their collaboration is written all over their faces. The director roars with absolute ecstasy, declaring the take absolutely perfect as his face lights up with the realization that they have just shot a historic masterpiece. The tension on set finally begins to melt away. A loud, echoing call rings out across the studio to end the shoot, instantly prompting the exhausted crew to erupt into wild, enthusiastic cheers. The impossible shoot has been saved by a backup model. But the celebratory atmosphere is violently shattered as a piercing, hysterical scream of denial slices through the air under the sunset sky. The sore loser is preparing to launch her final, desperate attack. Trembling with unhinged fury, the wealthy socialite points a shaking finger at Seongguk, screaming in madness that they cannot use a peasant backup baby over her official, bought and paid-for winner. Her pride is completely shattered. But the director folds his arms with cold, hard disdain, blunt force shutting down her tantrum by pointing out the simple truth that her spoiled child couldn't film a single decent shot. The brutal reality check leaves her seething in humiliation.
Songuk rests against his tired mother's shoulder, letting out a heavy, exhausted baby sigh as he listens to the pathetic screaming of his defeated rivals. The mental toll of acting like an infant is starting to wear on his adult soul. Gently nudging his assistant director, the director casually brushes off the rich woman's screaming, completely focusing his attention on his newfound star. The sudden, polite dismissal only fuels the socialite's burning rage. The superstar actress proudly turns away, declaring with a sharp, smug grin that the hysterical madam can scream all she wants, but it won't change the fact that her child is completely useless on camera. She chuckles mockingly alongside Seongguk's mother, completely ignoring the comical, red-faced fury of the mistress, who is practically vibrating with useless rage in the background. Their victory is absolute, and their rivals are utterly defeated. Turning back to the baby, the actress coos in delight, praising Seongguk's incredible genius and expressing her sheer disbelief that they finished the entire shoot in just 2 flawless takes. But the defeated mistress is not finished yet. Her face cast in a terrifying, dark shadow of pure, unadulterated malice, the socialite whispers a venomous warning, reminding them of the massive fortune she spent to secure this victory. She is ready to drag everyone down with her. Whipping around to the trembling assistant director, she screams at him to speak up, publicly exposing the secret deal and demanding he defend her after receiving a massive cut of her bribe money. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the set as the main director processes the shocking revelation, his eyes narrowing in cold fury as he realizes his assistant took a dirty bribe behind his back. Casting a terrifying, pitch-black shadow over his treacherous assistant, the director grips his head with a bone-crushing force, whispering a chilling promise of a brutal reckoning once the set is cleared.
Gritting her teeth in a mask of pure venom, the defeated socialite sneers that none of this garbage commercial matters anyway, trying to save face as her corrupt scheme completely falls apart around her. Storming off the set in a dramatic flurry of anger, she screams a hysterical threat to sue every single person present, while baby Sangwook watches her pathetic retreat with a look of pure, mocking pity. The director immediately turns to Seongguk's mother, bowing his head in sincere apology for the chaotic, drama-filled mess that unfolded on his set, deeply regretful of the stress it caused. Smiling warmly, Seongguk's mother gracefully waves off the apology, expressing her deep appreciation for the hard work of the crew and proving her superior class over the hysterical socialite. Grateful beyond words, the director offers a heartfelt thank you, realizing that if it weren't for Seongguk's brilliant intervention, their entire production would have been ruined, while the clever baby silently smirks, knowing this is just the first step of his grand corporate conquest. With the grueling shoot officially wrapped, the director happily dismisses the family, promising a swift and substantial payout. The mere mention of a massive impending paycheck sends an instant rush of pure, unadulterated joy straight to baby Seongguk's business-minded heart. Cradled warmly in his mother's arms, Seongguk lets out an energetic baby cheer that perfectly masks his internal celebration. They have survived the chaos, and now it is time to head home and bask in the glory of their hard-earned victory. But behind them, the superstar actress watches their departure with an intense, calculated gaze, completely fascinated by the child. Meanwhile, Sanguk's inner adult soul is utterly spent, desperately craving nothing more than to crawl into bed and collapse. Breaking her usual cold, untouchable exterior, a warm and inviting smile spreads across the famous actress's face as she calls out to them. She is not about to let this brilliant, once-in-a-lifetime duo simply slip away into the shadows. Before they know it, they are soaring down the open highway inside her ultra-luxurious private vehicle, bathed in the tranquil golden glow of the setting sun. The sheer contrast between their modest lives and this elite world of wealth is dizzying. Fast asleep in his carrier, baby Seongguk drifts off into a deep, drooling slumber, completely spent from the immense mental strain. Acting like a totally helpless infant while manipulating a professional film crew takes a heavy toll. Gazing down at the soundly sleeping infant, the actress chuckles softly, commenting on just how exhausted the little champion must be. The warmth in her voice is a rare, genuine sight for a star of her monumental status. Though Seongguk's mother is incredibly embarrassed to be riding in such a high-end luxury vehicle, the actress quickly waves off her polite protests. She insists with absolute sincerity that she is the one who should be eternally grateful to Seongguk. Her expression turns deeply analytical as she reflects on the shoot, recalling how the tiny infant didn't just get lucky. She realized with absolute certainty that Seongguk was deliberately tracking the camera's red recording light with professional precision. Even more shocking was the way the child perfectly synchronized his reactions with her own seasoned dramatic timing. It was a level of fluid, professional chemistry that even elite adult actors struggled to achieve on set. Her mind races as she remembers the bizarre moment the baby subtly touched her cheek, physically nudging her face. He had deliberately adjusted her posture to showcase her absolute best camera angle, a detail too flawless to be a mere accident. An intense, almost predatory light ignites in the actress's eyes as she processes the sheer, undeniable reality of his genius. She knows without a shadow of a doubt that they are dealing with an unprecedented, world-class prodigy. Her sudden, heavy declaration that baby Seongguk is already a fully-fledged professional actor leaves his mother completely frozen in shock. The terrifying weight of the actress's words begins to ripple through the quiet luxury cabin. Staring down at her seemingly normal sleeping infant, the mother's heart beats wildly with a complex mix of wonder and maternal anxiety. Could her precious, sweet boy really possess such an uncanny, almost unnatural talent? Seizing the perfect moment of vulnerability, the superstar actress leans in with an eager, sharp smile to deliver a life-altering proposal. The heavy shift in the air instantly snaps baby Seongguk awake, his sharp eyes widening in alert attention. With a dramatic, theatrical gesture under the dim cabin lights, she extends her hand as if offering a direct path to the heavens. She is laying out an elite opportunity that millions of aspiring stars would kill to receive. The staggering magnitude of her offer sends a violent shockwave of pure panic through his mother, who can only gasp in utter disbelief. Even the usually unflappable Seongguk finds a cold sweat breaking across his brow. But as the initial shock subsides, a thrilling, ambitious fire ignites deep within Seongguk's brilliant corporate mind. He realizes that this shocking offer is the perfect golden ticket to fast-track his grand conquest of the business world. The scene shifts back to their humble, sunlit brick home the very next day, where an eagerly anticipated visitor arrives. The peaceful morning air is thick with anticipation as the next phase of their destiny officially begins. With a heavy, satisfying thud, a massive stack of crisp, high-denomination bills is proudly slammed onto the wooden table. The official payment for Seongguk's historic commercial debut has finally been delivered.
The young parents stare in absolute jaw-dropping shock as they realize the final payout is far larger than the original agreed amount. Their eyes bulge at the unbelievable sight of a massive performance bonus.
Inside his tiny body, Seongguk lets out a triumphant, silent victory roar of absolute ecstasy. His calculated risks on set have paid off in the most beautiful way possible: cold, hard cash.
He giggles with boundless greed, envisioning himself as a wealthy corporate boss showering in endless stacks of gold and cash. He is utterly convinced that exploiting his baby status is the greatest financial shortcut in human history.
While his parents sit in stunned silence, Seongguk's mind is already executing complex financial simulations. He is ready to immediately deploy this capital into high-yield stocks and gold to build his empire from the ground up.
Trembling with pure excitement, the young father clutches the thick stack of bills, his face flushing red as he admits he has never held this much money in his entire life. The financial relief is overwhelming.
But his joyful celebrating instantly grinds to a halt as he looks over at his wife, whose pale, deeply troubled face is cast in a heavy, somber shadow. A sudden, tense chill sweeps through the small room. Steeling her nerves, the mother turns to their trusted landlady, who sits across from them with a look of quiet curiosity. The time has come to reveal a secret that has been keeping her awake all night. With a steady hand, she slowly presents a sleek, high-end black business card that the superstar actress left in her possession. Seongguk watches intently, recognizing the highly exclusive token of power. The moment the landlady's eyes lock onto the sleek black card, her breathing hitches and her face tenses with absolute shock. She instantly recognizes the staggering weight of the elite organization printed on it.
There, engraved in bold, prestigious lettering, is the name of Sinsung Entertainment, the absolute premier Titan agency that ruthlessly dominates the entire nation's entertainment industry.
A heavy, suffocating silence grips the room as the landlady realizes the superstar actress wasn't just being polite. She has taken a profound, highly serious interest in scout recruiting baby Seongguk. With her heart pounding against her ribs, the mother reveals the unbelievable terms of the actress's proposal, her voice trembling at the sheer scale of the path laid out before them. The offer is nothing short of legendary. Sinsong Entertainment wants to sign baby Seongguk immediately as their exclusive, highly prized child actor, thrusting him directly into the global spotlight. Crossing his tiny arms, Seongguk narrows his eyes as his adult corporate instincts kick into overdrive. An exclusive contract with an industry titan is an incredibly powerful weapon, but it is also a dangerous, binding trap. His father tenses up with deep concern, questioning whether they should really turn their innocent, helpless baby into a celebrity. The thought of throwing his son into the predatory world of show business terrifies him. The landlady's face hardens into a serious scowl as she bites her lip, fully aware that behind the glamorous facade of elite agencies lie exploitative contracts and corrupt industry players. But, breaking the tense anxiety gripping the young family, the landlady suddenly looks up with fierce determination. She firmly promises to step up and personally investigate the agency to ensure they aren't walking into a trap. With a sharp, calculated focus, she vows to dig deep into her own elite networks to unmask Sinsong's mysterious CEO and expose exactly how they treat their young talent. She will not let this family get exploited. As his mother beams with profound, tearful gratitude, Seongguk gazes at the landlady with newfound suspicion and intrigue. He wonders why a simple landlord is willing to go to such extreme lengths to protect them. Gathering her purse with a warm, reassuring smile, the landlady tells them to cast away their anxieties and celebrate their historic commercial debut. But as she prepares to walk out, the mysteries only deepen. The door clicks open, letting in a draft of cool morning air as the landlady steps out onto the threshold. The heavy weight of her mysterious, protective nature hangs thick in the air behind her. Unable to suppress her swirling doubts any longer, Seongguk's mother suddenly rushes to the doorway, calling out to the landlady to wait just a moment before she departs. Stopping in her tracks, the landlady turns her head back with a calm, patient look, asking if the young mother is still feeling uneasy about the monumental offer. Her voice trembling with deep emotion, the mother finally asks the burning question that has been weighing on her soul. Why is their landlady constantly putting her own neck on the line to help them so much? She pours her heart out, pointing out that the landlady didn't just recognize Seongguk's talent, but has consistently stepped up to shield and support them through every single crisis they faced. The landlady stands frozen for a moment, the mother's emotional confrontation catching her completely off guard, before her cool, composed expression softens into a look of deep nostalgia. With a gentle, prideful smile, she turns back and reveals a deeply personal truth, explaining how she had to survive on the bare minimum, saving every single penny on food and clothes just to buy this modest building. A vivid memory flashes in her mind of when the young, struggling couple first moved in. Watching them work tirelessly day and night to build a life together had deeply touched her lonely heart. Seeing their pure, relentless dedication to each other and their new baby had ignited a powerful, protective fire within her. She simply wanted to be the guardian angel they desperately needed. Laughing softly to ease the heavy tension, she warm-heartedly dismisses her own heroism as mere nosiness, urging the mother not to feel any burden at all. With a parting smile, she leaves them standing on the precipice of a decision that will change the entertainment industry forever. Rushing to catch her before she departs, the young mother delivers a shocking, heartfelt plea, begging to build a lifelong bond by calling the landlady her older sister. The sweet request takes the landlady by surprise, warming her heart as she realizes just how deeply connected this pure, loving family has become to her. Softening her gaze, the landlady agrees with a gentle nod, cementing a powerful alliance that will protect baby Seongguk from the shadows. Overjoyed by the formal acceptance, the mother beams with pure excitement, completely oblivious to Seongguk's sharp eyes calculating the immense value of this new guardian. Peeking from the corner, Seongguk smirks as he connects the pieces of their landlady's secret history, only to be snapped back to reality by his father's sudden, confused questioning. Under a beautifully clear sky, the two women share a warm, tearful handclasp, oblivious to the storm of fame brewing just over the horizon. 2 weeks fly by in a flash, and as night falls over the busy streets, a local restaurant prepares to shut its doors early for a monumentally historic event. The young father rushes into the shop with boundless excitement, announcing that they have closed early just to witness his baby's grand television debut. The warm, bald shop owner sweeps baby Seongguk into a crushing, overly affectionate embrace, sending a wave of sheer irritation through our corporate-minded infant. Grateful tears well up in the young father's eyes as the glow of the giant television screen warms the room, preparing to broadcast their lives to the entire country. Within his tiny body, Seongguk holds back his absolute rage at the old shop owner's chubby cheeks pinching his face, reminding himself that this old man is his dad's key employer. But today, Seongguk decides to endure the annoying affection, only to suddenly faint from sheer exhaustion as the chaotic excitement in the room reaches a fever pitch. Just as panic begins to spread, the door swings open to reveal their beloved landlady, arriving in the absolute nick of time for the big reveal. The mother welcomes her inside with absolute glee, her heart racing as she announces that the fateful commercial is finally about to air. Clutching the remote, the father calls out in a frantic, joyful shout, urging everyone to take their seats as the television screen flashes to life. On screen, the high-budget commercial begins with a gorgeous mother looking down at her child, setting the stage for an unforgettable performance. The tiny crowd screams in absolute adoration as baby Seongguk's radiant face finally graces the screen, instantly capturing the hearts of everyone watching. The revolutionary laundry advertisement kicks into high gear, showcasing the high-end product with flawless corporate execution. The beautiful actress delivers her lines with absolute perfection, her maternal warmth perfectly synchronized with the baby's adorable, clean aesthetic.
On screen, baby Seongguk flashes a smile of pure, angelic innocence, a calculated expression designed to melt the hearts of millions across the nation. Inside the restaurant, the family erupts into chaotic, emotional crying, completely overwhelmed by the flawless perfection of their son's television debut. The shop owner claps furiously in absolute awe, shouting that the performance is nothing short of an absolute masterpiece. The landlady joins in the roaring applause, praising the incredible display, while Seongguk looks on with a cool, collected expression of ultimate victory. Smiling inwardly, Seongguk proudly praises the landlady's keen eye, realizing that his calculated acting has officially conquered his very first audience. The overjoyous father grabs Seongguk in a bone-crushing, tearful hug, suffocating his brilliant corporate son with endless paternal pride. As the father weeps in sheer gratitude, a sharp, sudden ringing of the landline telephone cuts through the celebration like a knife. Stepping over to the counter, the shop owner picks up the receiver, politely explaining to the caller that the restaurant has closed early for the night. The voice on the other end delivers a shocking revelation that causes the owner's eyes to bulge and his entire face to freeze in absolute terror. It is the brilliant director of Seongguk's commercial calling, and he has tracked them down to deliver a massive, game-changing offer. Surrounded by a mysterious group of elite figures, the director asks if they can speak immediately, raising the stakes to an entirely new level. Beside him, a young man with captivating golden eyes flashes a mysterious smirk, his gaze hinting at a destiny closely intertwined with baby Seongguk. Days later, the family arrives at the towering, sunlit glass headquarters of a massive broadcasting station, stepping directly into the heart of the media world. The director greets the stunned parents with an enthusiastic handshake, warmly welcoming the incredible baby prodigy back to the studio. Looking down at his star actor, the director smiles warmly and asks if Seongguk has been doing well since their historic commercial shoot. To the absolute shock of everyone in the room, baby Seongguk points a tiny finger and clearly babbles out a direct, coherent greeting to the director. The director gasps in sheer amazement, realizing that the child's linguistic development is progressing at an unnaturally rapid pace. The mother chuckles nervously, explaining how he babbles constantly, though Seongguk silently fumes, hiding his obsession with chanting the word for money. Eager to capitalize on this genius, the director laughs heartily and declares that they can start giving baby Seongguk longer, more complex lines. Seongguk lets out a triumphant, silent laugh within, boasting that he will recite complex scripts like a seasoned pro in no time. Sweeping his hand toward the table, the director invites the nervous family to take a seat as they prepare to unveil a massive proposal. He leans forward with a serious expression, revealing their plan to produce a brand new television program starring baby Seongguk. With a dramatic slap, the director places the official proposal on the table, revealing the show's title, Just Baby. He explains the revolutionary concept, a high-stakes childcare variety show where a famous 5-member idol group must live with baby Seongguk. Before the parents can even process the shock, a sudden greeting echoes through the room, causing their jaws to drop in utter disbelief. Stepping into the room is a tall, masked superstar, his presence radiating an elite aura that instantly commands the entire space. As he lowers his mask, his breathtaking, handsome features are revealed, sending a jolt of pure star power through the quiet meeting room. The mother instantly loses all composure, letting out a wild, high-pitched scream of pure fangirl ecstasy as she recognizes the mega-popular idol. Smiling at her passionate reaction, the idol politely acknowledges her support, completely charming the overwhelmed parents. With a humble, polite smile, the idol confesses that their group still has a long way to go before reaching the very top of the industry. But as the mother fervently cheers them on, the stage is officially set for a chaotic, star-studded variety show that will either propel Seongguk to global stardom or pull him into a wild, unpredictable media circus. The young father's face contorts with a wave of raw, unbridled jealousy as he realizes his beloved wife's eyes are wandering toward the dazzling idol, forcing baby Seongguk to silently groan at his dad's childish possessiveness. The director reassures them with a bright, confident laugh, promising that as soon as the cameras start rolling, they will get to meet the rest of the incredible idol group members. The mother's heart flutters instantly, her cheeks flushing red as she eagerly expresses her absolute delight at the prospect of working together right away.
Watching his mother completely lose her composure over a handsome superstar, baby Seongguk sighs internally, calculating his moves and vowing to make sure she never forgets who the true money-making star of this family is. The sudden shift in the air catches the director completely off guard, his enthusiastic smile freezing as a heavy tension settles over the meeting room. The director looks down at the infant in absolute awe, marveling at how baby Seongguk possesses an uncanny, genius-level ability to comprehend and empathize with adult conversations. With a triumphant squeal, baby Seongguk enthusiastically demands that they accept the project immediately, completely shocking his parents with his aggressive drive to secure the deal. A sudden, sharp flash of recognition hits Seongguk's corporate mind as he recalls a pivotal piece of industry history from his past life. He remembers this exact show, a revolutionary variety program that combined the chaotic charm of an idol group with the adorable appeal of a baby, instantly captivating the entire nation. It was a formula for absolute success, exploiting the public's unstoppable love for cute babies and rocket launching everyone involved to instant stardom. Audiences had wept and cheered as they watched elite, clumsy idols struggle with the overwhelming chaos of childcare, creating an unstoppable rating powerhouse. It was the legendary program that birthed an entire genre of childcare entertainment, rewriting the history of television forever. Seongguk screams with absolute joy, realizing this show is the golden ticket to building his empire and amassing the unimaginable wealth he has always dreamed of. The director laughs heartily at the baby's ecstatic babbling, assuming the child is just happy, completely oblivious to the cold, calculating business mind plotting inside that tiny body. But just as the deal is about to close, the young father speaks up with a look of deep hesitation, throwing a sudden wrench into the entire operation. He scratches his head nervously, admitting his deepest fear that exposing his baby to the harsh glare of constant television cameras will rob him of a normal childhood. With raw, trembling emotion, the father confesses that he only wants his son to grow up happy and loved as a regular child, not as a product for the public's entertainment. The sudden heavy silence in the room is broken as the golden-eyed idol steps forward, capturing everyone's attention with a solemn look. Looking directly at the worried father, the handsome young superstar confesses that he too grew up under the relentless, watchful eyes of the public as a child actor. He speaks with deep sincerity, explaining that he has absolutely no regrets because the supportive environment allowed his true passion and talent to shine on the grandest stages. He gently suggests that the father put his faith in baby Seongguk, trusting the child's natural instincts and unparalleled brilliance. The father gazes down at his brilliant son, his heart swelling with a mixture of protectiveness and profound realization as he weighs the monumental choice before them. Seeing the earnest look of trust in his father's eyes, baby Seongguk flashes a reassuring, glittering gaze to show he is ready to conquer this challenge. With all doubts finally cleared, the father firmly shakes the director's hand, solidifying a historic contract that will change the entertainment world forever. Just 5 days before the broadcast, the pre-production photo shoot kicks off, and baby Seongguk effortlessly dominates the camera like a seasoned professional model. And then the monumental day finally arrives, the official start of the first filming. The bustling streets outside the apartment building are crowded with crew members and massive cameras, setting a highly anticipated, high-pressure stage. The 5-member idol group Just steps onto the scene, striking an energetic, charismatic pose that commands instant attention. The shining leader Taehong and the warm, charming Lucas prepare to face the ultimate test of childcare variety. Behind them stand the sweet-natured Jaehyun and the reliable Bamsan, eager to win over the hearts of the viewers. But it is the last member, Michael, whose sharp, calculating eyes and smug grin hint at a wild, unpredictable element in this group. With bright smiles, the members warmly welcome the family, expressing their excitement to work with the baby prodigy. When the pink-haired Jaehyun sweetly holds the blushing mother's hands, the father's face turns bright red with absolute comical rage, sending a wave of second-hand embarrassment through baby Seongguk. Clapping his hands, the director loudly announces that the official filming will take place directly inside the idol group's very own dorm. The entire production crew erupts into a roaring cheer, rallying their energy to deliver a flawless, high-stakes variety debut. But baby Songguk's sharp eyes narrow as he overhears the director brushing off the script, realizing they are going for a raw, unscripted, and highly chaotic reality format. As he pieces the details together, Seongguk recognizes these idols as the exclusive models for Samjin, a corporate giant from his previous life. He vividly recalls his past life memories of these young idols humbly bowing and performing at boring corporate events for the powerful CEO. Realizing these superstars were once just minor acts under his former company's thumb, Seongguk thinks to himself, ready to assert his absolute dominance over them. Suddenly, the arrogant Michael reaches down with a casual, careless hand to touch the infant's face, completely crossing the line. Without a moment's hesitation, baby Seongguk delivers a savage, stinging slap to Michael's hand, refusing to let such a disrespectful punk touch him. Michael gasps in utter shock as the leader Taehyung immediately calls him out, scolding him for trying to touch. "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." The father's protective instincts flare up as he shields his son, while baby Songguk fumes in rage, remembering Michael's reputation as a notorious troublemaker from his past life. A brilliant, wicked idea flashes in Seongguk's mind as he vows to exploit Michael's bad attitude to craft a dramatic, captivating narrative for the show. As the other members continue to fawn over the adorable baby, Michael stands in the background, his face shadowed with growing resentment. Michael lets out a bitter, silent snort, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, petty spark of anger. He mutters a silent vow of revenge, determined to teach the arrogant infant a lesson he will never forget. Fuming in secret, Michael complains bitterly about being forced to play babysitter, plotting to create a chaotic, explosive scene of his own. He recalls a humiliating past incident where a baby dared to pee on his face, fueling his absolute hatred for infants and his dark desire to strike back. With a sinister, shadowy smile, Michael prepares to make baby Seongguk suffer, setting the stage for a ruthless, high-stakes battle of wits that could destroy the entire show before it even begins. With a wicked, twisted grin, Michael gleefully drizzles a packet of fiery hot sauce directly into the infant's meal, completely oblivious to the massive storm he is about to unleash. Meanwhile, the oblivious production crew finishes setting up the heavy-duty observation cameras, completely sealing the apartment and leaving the idols entirely on their own. As twilight paints the sky in deep shades of crimson and purple, the crew bids the idols a cheerful farewell, officially launching a high-pressure evening shoot that will test everyone's limits. The moment the cameras start rolling, the crushing weight of reality variety hits the exhausted idols like a physical blow, leaving them slumped on the floor in absolute despair. Under the cold, unblinking glare of the hidden cameras, they quickly realize that maintaining a natural, effortless idol persona is a completely grueling task. Starving and depleted, the members realize none of them possess even basic culinary skills, sending their hunger and anxiety levels through the roof. Jaehoon dramatically collapses to the floor in a theatrical fit of hunger, begging his teammates to feed him as if he were a helpless newborn himself. Knowing they cannot ignore their duties, Taehyung steps up, suggesting a simple meal of instant ramen while reminding everyone that baby Seongguk must be fed his dinner as well. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Michael suddenly steps forward with a smug, sparkling smile, proudly holding up the doctored bowl of baby food. Taehyung immediately grows suspicious, questioning why their most difficult, lazy member is suddenly so eager to help out with the baby. Brushing off the suspicion with a careless laugh, Michael insists on feeding the little prodigy himself, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. But the moment Michael approaches, a sudden, sharp instinct flares inside baby Seongguk's corporate mind, warning him of immediate danger. Songguk's analytical eyes narrow in deep disgust as he instantly senses that something is incredibly wrong with the food in front of him. Flaunting a mockingly sweet voice, Michael urges the infant to take a big bite, completely unaware that his target is far smarter than any regular child. In a sudden, blinding flash of movement, baby Seongguk snatches the spoon right out of Michael's hand, completely turning the tables. Instead of crying or eating, Seongguk puts on a dazzling, innocent smile, chewing happily to disarm the scheming idol before launching his counterattack. With a brilliant, calculating look, the infant suddenly offers the filled spoon right back to Michael, sending a cold shiver of pure panic down the idol's spine. As Michael stammers in horror, baby Seongguk's cute face instantly darkens into a chilling, commanding glare, silently ordering the troublemaker to eat his own poison first. Panicking under the pressure, Michael snaps, screaming in outrage at the mere thought of consuming baby food, completely giving away his guilt. Assuming the idol is just being a heartless jerk to the sweet infant, Tae-hung steps in, determined to accept the baby's loving gesture himself. Before anyone can stop him, Tae-hung happily opens his mouth and swallows the fiery, spice-laden baby food, sealing his own grim fate. Within seconds, the leader's face drains of all color as a wave of sheer, unadulterated agony and burning heat surges through his entire body. The entire room erupts into pure chaos as Jaehyun screams in horror, watching their leader choke and gag in violent, sudden distress. Sitting back with a cold, triumphant smirk, baby Seongguk realizes his dark suspicions were absolutely correct. This was a malicious trap from the start. Transforming into a tiny, wrathful demon, the brilliant baby prepares to unleash his full corporate fury, ready to completely destroy the rookie idol's career. Wiping his mouth in pure agony, Tae-hung hoarsely gasps out the shocking truth. The baby food has been viciously spiked with blistering hot sauce. The realization hits the room like a lightning bolt, and Jaehyun whirls around, his face dark with lethal rage as he screams Michael's name. Cornered and sweating profusely, Michael frantically defends his actions, claiming it was just a harmless, funny prank to make the television broadcast more exciting. But his excuses only fuel the fire, as Tae-young and Jae-hoon ruthlessly condemn his reckless disregard for a helpless child's safety. Completely losing his cool, Jae-hoon violently grabs Michael by the collar, shaking him in a furious, protective rage that threatens to shatter the group's unity forever. After the storm of anger subsides, Tae-hung turns his attention back to the baby, his voice trembling with profound guilt and worry. Kneeling down with deep sincerity, the leader offers a tearful apology on behalf of his immature member, desperately hoping the child isn't traumatized. As the older members continue to brutally discipline Michael in the background, the chaotic reality of their dynamic is fully exposed to the hidden cameras. Watching the dramatic fallout play out exactly as planned, baby Seongguk smirks in satisfaction, realizing these passionate idols have incredible potential to make this show a massive hit. With a triumphant, evil laugh, the baby prodigy resolves to train and guide these clumsy superstars, turning them into the ultimate money-making assets for his future empire. 2 weeks fly by in a blur of intense, non-stop filming, and the day of reckoning finally arrives as the highly anticipated premiere episode airs to the nation. Inside a quiet living room, baby Seongguk's parents stare at the screen, their eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated shock at the staggering numbers before them. Sitting across from them, the sharp-eyed industry veteran Mi-young casually drops a bombshell. The first episode's ratings have hit an unprecedented 20%. The young father gasps in disbelief, desperately seeking confirmation that a rookie variety show could truly achieve such an impossible god-tier rating. Mi-young confirms the miraculous news with a triumphant grin, explaining that even the network's most established flagship programs barely reach 15%. She proudly reveals that the director is already crying tears of joy on the phone, as the network has officially picked up the show for a permanent primetime slot. Turning to the adorable infant, Mi-young warmly congratulates baby Seongguk, acknowledging that he is the undeniable star and savior of the entire project. Seongguk puffs out his chest with absolute arrogant pride, thinking to himself that such immense success is merely a natural outcome of his business genius. But as he clenches his tiny, chubby fist, a burning ambition flares within him. This 20% rating is just the very beginning of his master plan. He envisions his grand future as a mega-wealthy chaebol, standing at the absolute pinnacle of global power and unimaginable wealth. Lost in his epic corporate fantasy, baby Seongguk bursts into a loud, maniacal baby laugh, leaving his mother looking on with deep, hilarious concern. Snapping back to reality, the mother's face suddenly grows tense as she leans forward to ask Mi-young a highly confidential and serious question. Mi-young's smile intensely vanishes, replaced by a look of sharp alarm as the mother reveals a mysterious visitor recently approached their home.
With a lowered voice, she confesses that a high-ranking executive from Sinsung Entertainment, a massive predatory rival company, covertly paid them a visit under the guise of praises. Deep in the shadowy streets, a black luxury sedan lingers as a powerful agent delivers a chilling warning, revealing that their legendary, ruthless CEO Shin Seongjung has set his sights on baby Seongguk. The invitation sits heavily in the air, a cold summons from the powerful Sinsung Entertainment, demanding an immediate meeting. Panic instantly grips Seongguk's mother, her voice trembling as she frantically debates whether they have any choice but to comply with this sudden demand.
Industry veteran Mi Young's expression darkens as she begins to unravel Sinsung's glittering facade, revealing the ugly, cracked foundations of their massive influence. A cold chill fills the room as Mi-young reveals the darkest undercurrents of the agency, hinting at sinister connections that stretch far into the criminal underworld. The horrific revelation strikes the parents like a physical blow, leaving them completely paralyzed by the terrifying thought of organized crime. Despite the terrifying risks, Mi-young grimly ponders if stepping into the lion's den is their only viable option to protect their future. Realizing they are cornered, Mi-young firmly decides to accompany them, refusing to let the family face the predatory CEO alone. In his cradle, baby Seongguk taps his cheek, his hyper-intelligent mind instantly processing the familiar name of Sinsung Entertainment with deep suspicion. A sudden, shocking memory flashes in Seongguk's corporate mind as he realizes the monstrous figure behind this invitation is someone he knows all too well. Overwhelmed by a wave of pure panic, the infant flares his arms and screams, desperately trying to warn his mother to stop this madness before it is too late. But his warnings are cut short as they are thrust into the sleek, intimidating headquarters of Sinsung, the heavy doors slamming shut behind them with a chilling finality. Behind a desk shrouded in shadow, a cold voice asks if they are ready to submit to their destiny, surrounded by silent, imposing guards. In his mind, Seongguk screams a silent, desperate warning that signing any contract with this man is a one-way ticket to absolute ruin. Stripping away his cold aura, CEO Shin Sang-jung suddenly bursts into a jovial, false laugh, warmly inviting them to take a seat as if he were an old friend. While the parents sit in tense silence, Mi-young maintains a professional mask, thanking the powerful executive while keeping her guard completely raised. Cutting straight to the point, Mi-young demands to know why such a massive industry giant has taken a sudden interest in a mere infant. The CEO's familiar, patronizing tone sends a wave of disgust straight through baby Seongguk, who glares at the man with pure, unspoken hatred. Mi-young's eyes narrow as she presses the executive, demanding he explain exactly what kind of good opportunity he has planned for the child. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, Shin Seongjung leans forward, finally revealing his true objective, an exclusive, binding contract. A heavy leather folder is slapped onto the table as the assistant presents the shocking terms of a massive 10-year exclusive deal. The sheer scale of the proposal leaves Seongguk's mother gasping for air, horrified by the thought of binding her baby's entire childhood to a school or agency. The CEO boastfully drop names the nation's biggest superstar actors, smugly implying that Seongguk is being offered the exact same elite pathway to glory. As Mi-young steps forward to inspect the contract herself, baby Seongguk wriggles frantically in his mother's arms, desperate to read the trap hidden in the pages. Mi-young's voice turns to ice as she reads the monstrous terms, her eyes locking onto a devastating 70-30 profit split. Shin Seongjung flashes a greedy, mocking grin, casually confirming that his company will be taking the massive 70% share of the child's hard-earned revenue. Seongguk's internal fury boils over as he realizes this isn't a standard contract. It is a vicious, life-robbing slave agreement designed to exploit him completely. He fumes in silence, knowing this predatory agency has built its entire empire by bleeding young talents dry and discarding them once they are spent. Staring at the smiling tyrant, Seongguk's mind flashes with absolute clarity. This is the exact same ruthless, blood-sucking monster he remembered from his previous life. He vividly recalls how, in his past life as a corporate elite, Shin Seongjung was nothing more than a groveling dog to his own powerful father, Vice Chairman John. He remembers the corrupt deals where his father funneled massive advertising budgets to Sinsung in exchange for cheap loyalty and celebrity favors. The memories turn darker as he recalls the inevitable media fallout when Sinsung was publicly exposed for unfair contracts, brutal threats, and violent assault scandals. Unaware of the baby's dark thoughts, the CEO continues his "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." The older man's eyes curve into a sickening smile as he fake promises to nurture the child, completely masking his true parasitic intentions. But Seong-guk knows the cruel reality of the industry. Once the child's initial hype fades, they will milk him for every cent of ad revenue and throw him to the wolves. Suddenly, Myung snaps the leather folder shut with a sharp, echoing thud, her face set in stone. With unwavering courage, she flatly rejects the contract, sending a thrill of triumph through baby Seong-guk, who mentally cheers her brilliant defiance. The smug smile instantly vanishes from the CEO's face, replaced by a cold, dangerous glare as he demands an explanation for her insolence. Myung stands her ground, confidently declaring that Seong-guk's immense potential and value will only skyrocket far beyond their insulting offer. Shin Song-jung decides to chuckle condescendingly, patronizingly suggesting that her naive affection for the child is blinding her to the harsh realities of the entertainment business. He ruthlessly devalues child actors, claiming they are a small, low-earning market, which sends baby Seong-guk into a state of absolute trembling rage. Outraged by the blatant disrespect, the mother fiercely shields her baby, screaming at the executive for speaking so cruelly in front of her innocent child. The CEO merely snorts in contempt, completely dismissing her maternal fury with an arrogant, chilling shrug. Thrashing in his mother's arms, baby Seong-guk unleashes a furious, demonic screech, silently vowing to destroy this arrogant fool's entire career as he grows. Myung refuses to waste another second, turning her back on the tyrant and declaring that they are officially leaving. Sensing his prey slipping away, the CEO sneers at Myung, venomously questioning what right an unrelated outsider has to interfere in a family matter. Just as the mother struggles to find her voice, Myung delivers a stunning, game-changing blow, coldly declaring her official status. With a calm, unwavering authority, she announces that she is officially stepping up as baby Seong-guk's personal manager. Myung confidently details her extensive elite advertising background, using her expertise to expose the contract as a fraudulent, unfair trap. Grabbing the family, she leads them toward the exit, leaving the absolute giant of the entertainment industry sitting in stunned, silent defeat. As the doors loom ahead, a low, menacing voice echoes from the shadows behind them, delivering a bone-chilling promise of ultimate vengeance. In the heavy, suffocating silence of the corridor, Myung and the mother stand frozen, the weight of the tyrant's looming threat pressing down on them. Behind them, the CEO's voice explodes with venomous rage, roaring that defying his absolute authority will guarantee their permanent exile from the industry. Myung refuses to show a single sliver of fear, throwing a cold, defiant glare over her shoulder as baby Seong-guk internally sneers at the desperate threats of his past life subordinate. Breaking away from the toxic agency, they finally push through the heavy glass doors into the cold daylight, though the shadow of the predatory giant still hangs heavily over them. Consumed by a rare, burning fury, Myung turns back to comfort the trembling mother, her voice trembling with sheer disgust for the monster they just left behind. High in his carrier, baby Seong-guk is absolutely livid, waving his chubby fists in total agreement that targeting a pregnant mother is the act of a spineless coward who deserves total ruin. Myung desperately tries to calm her racing heart, checking on the visibly shaken mother who is more concerned with how much stress her protector just endured. Taking a deep breath, Myung firmly reassures her that predatory vultures like Shin Seong-jung are rampant in the industry, and staying far away from their trap is the only path to survival. With their immediate escape secured, Myung suggests they catch a simple bus back to safety, but the mother suddenly stops in her tracks with a deep, fateful look in her eyes. With a sudden wave of courage, the mother looks directly at Myung and asks the ultimate game-changing question, demanding to know if she would officially become Seong-guk's real, permanent manager. In his carrier, baby Songguk's business mind instantly starts calculating, realizing that choosing his loyal, savvy landlady as a shield is a brilliant strategic move. In the brutal arena of corporate finance, he knows that while talented minds are easy to purchase by the dozens, finding an ally who is genuinely trustworthy and fiercely loyal is the rarest, most valuable asset of all. Reflecting on Myung's actions, the genius baby smiles, knowing she possesses both the industry knowledge and the unbreakable moral spine to defend his skyrocketing career. For a legendary chaebol in the making, a highly competent partner who will never betray him is the absolute blueprint for a global empire. Blushing with humility, Myung stammers in disbelief, frantically pointing out that she is just an advertising worker, not an elite entertainment power player. But before she can decline, a tiny, soft hand grabs her sleeve with an intense, desperate grip, pulling her back into the light of destiny. Looking down, she is met with baby Seongguk's bright, beaming face, as the infant mentally commands her to join his crusade and become his ultimate comrade. The mother's face lights up with joy, laughing that the infant has already cast his vote of absolute trust in his protective landlady. With tears in her eyes, the mother begs her to accept, pleading for Myung's strength to guard her brilliant child from the ruthless predators waiting in the dark. Overwhelmed by their raw sincerity, Myung's doubts wash away, a bright, hopeful smile gracing her face as she realizes this is the start of a wild new dream. The two women embrace in an emotional, celebratory hug, officially solidifying a legendary partnership that will shake the foundations of the entire entertainment world. With the contract finalized, a single, unifying, burning ambition echoes through the air. It is time to conquer the industry and amass unimaginable wealth. As the towering city skyline gleams around them, they jokingly negotiate their future success, while baby Sangguk silently fumes at the thought of anyone taking a single cent of his hard-earned profits. High above the city in Sinsung's dark headquarters, an elite investigator delivers a detailed report to the CEO, revealing that the mysterious woman who defied him is named Kim Myung. Learning that their self-proclaimed manager is nothing more than an ordinary advertising landlady, Shin Seongjung lets out a mocking, arrogant sneer at such a pathetic ragtag group. His eyes gleam with a murderous, shadowy light as he issues a silent, terrifying vow that anyone who refuses to submit to his absolute rule will be crushed without mercy. Months pass as the seasons shift, and back on the bustling set of their hit program, a chaotic food war suddenly erupts as a cast member frantically tries to stop a childish tantrum. The childish adult star, Michael, rages with petty jealousy, loudly whining to the staff that they are unfair for giving all the delicious bananas to a mere infant.
Glaring at his massive, whiny rival, baby Seongguk stuffs his face with absolute defiance, determined to devour every single banana on set just to spite him.
The petty bickering explodes into hilarious chaos as the staff looks on in disbelief, culminating in baby Seongguk launching his tiny hand forward to slap his rival's face in supreme victory. Michael stands in stunned, trembling outrage, completely mortified that a literal infant just physically overpowered him in front of the entire crew. Outside the building, a heavy winter snow blankets the streets, mirroring the cold, simmering tensions brewing just behind the studio doors. Inside, the director laughs heartily on his phone, thoroughly amused by the hilarious bickering that continues to drive their ratings to unprecedented heights. He remembers how it all started, looking back fondly at the humble beginnings when the expectant young parents first stepped onto his set. The director warmly greets the glowing, pregnant mother, eager to check on her well-being amid the hectic production. Walking over to her side, his friendly demeanor shines through as he makes sure the taxing environment isn't taking too much of a toll on her health. He expresses genuine concern, asking if the long hours of waiting on the busy set are becoming too exhausting for an expectant mother. Smiling warmly as she cradles her baby bump, she reassures him that the fascinating process of filming keeps her energized and happy. The director chuckles, asking about her upcoming winter due date as she happily confirms the new addition to their family is arriving very soon. The conversation shifts back to the present reality as they discuss the erratic behavior of their primary adult cast member, Michael. While the audience absolutely adores the legendary, childish bickering between the grown man and the hyper-intelligent infant, the director admits with an apologetic sigh that Michael often crosses the line with his petty, immature antics. The mother gracefully brushes it off, trusting the crew to keep things safe while admitting she actually finds their little battles highly entertaining. But from the dark corners of the studio, Myung watches their warm interaction with a sharp, intensely suspicious gaze, her analytical mind sensing a hidden trap. Meanwhile, Michael stretches lazily on set, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm as he prepares for their next filming segment. On the floor, baby Seonguk lies completely bloated and exhausted, his tiny stomach stretched to its absolute limit from his victorious banana feast. Fighting a sudden, heavy wave of lethargy, his eyelids grow incredibly heavy as the food coma threatens to completely shut down his brilliant brain. But as his vision blurs into darkness, a towering, menacing shadow suddenly falls over his helpless body, radiating a terrifying, hostile presence. In the pitch-black void, the sound of grinding teeth echoes like a death knell, signaling that an enemy has cornered him at his weakest, most vulnerable moment.
The tense standoff on the studio floor erupts as baby Seonguk refuses to back down, matching the arrogant star's hostility with his own explosive rage.
Michael sneers, fully aware that their famous love-hate dynamic on screen is the only reason the public tolerates his childish antics. But behind the scenes, his patience has completely evaporated. Shaking his tiny fists, the hyper-intelligent infant unleashes a torrent of sheer contempt, ready to teach this whiny adult a lesson he will never forget. Michael's jaw tightens in pure, unadulterated fury, his ego utterly shattered by the blatant defiance of a literal newborn. Snapping under the pressure of his own bruised pride, Michael's hand darts forward, roughly pinching the baby's soft cheek in a pathetic display of dominance. Seizing the perfect opportunity to destroy his rival, baby Seonguk unleashes a deafening, theatrical wail, turning the quiet studio into a chaotic scene. Michael panics, frantically waving his hands to quiet the screaming infant, completely unaware that a cold, looming presence has just stepped up behind him. Myung stands tall and imposing, her icy voice cutting through the noise like a razor blade as she demands to know if Michael actually dared to lay a hand on her client. While Michael stammers out desperate, sweating excuses, baby Seonguk shoots a smug, victorious grin from the shadows, thrilled to have such a fierce manager fighting in his corner. Myung delivers a chilling, no-nonsense ultimatum, warning the trembling star that any further physical contact with the infant will have severe consequences for his career. Enraged by the humiliation, Michael demands to know why everyone treats this basic brat like he is royalty, only to be met with Myung's piercing, soul-crushing gaze. With effortless, brutal logic, Myung points out the hard truth. If Seonguk is just a nobody, then why has Michael's entire career been saved by the massive commercial deals the baby brought him? Scooping up her brilliant young charge, she commands Michael to act like a professional and keep his hands off the real star of the show. Turning her back on the disgraced celebrity, Myung strides away, leaving Michael standing in the dim light of his own mounting irrelevance. Left completely alone in the shadows, Michael's face contorts with a dark, boiling resentment, his hatred for the baby reaching a dangerous tipping point. As Seonguk mockingly sticks his tongue out over his manager's shoulder, Michael rages inside, refusing to let his grand artistic destiny be overshadowed by an infant. A sinister, desperate thought takes root in the dark corners of his mind, a burning desire to completely destroy the program and everyone associated with it. Right on cue, a sudden, sharp ring cuts through the tense silence of the room, drawing his attention to the telephone on the desk. Snapping the receiver to his ear with an irritated growl, Michael prepares to dismiss the caller, completely unprepared for the voice on the other end. As the mysterious caller speaks, the color drains from Michael's face, his eyes widening in absolute shock as a massive, dangerous opportunity lands right in his lap. Outside, a heavy winter frost blankets the massive broadcasting headquarters, where a high-stakes meeting is about to change the trajectory of their skyrocketing success. Inside the executive offices, the production team gathers around the main table, the air thick with anticipation as they prepare to discuss the show's golden future. The director warmly welcomes Taehyung, the beloved and busy representative who didn't hesitate to rush over to support their superstar baby. Turning to Seonguk's family, the director beams with pride, officially declaring them the heart and soul of their entire broadcasting family. With a dramatic flourish, the director pulls out a thick, glowing white envelope, leaving the family absolutely stunned by the sudden gesture. He enthusiastically announces that their weekly viewership has officially shattered the historic 30% mark, sending the network's higher-ups into a state of pure ecstasy. While the adults laugh and celebrate, baby Seongguk sits on the table, greedily counting his massive stack of cash with the seasoned focus of a corporate titan. Slapping a fresh stack of documents onto the table, the director transitions to the main event, the highly anticipated, high-budget Christmas special episode. Capitalizing on the festive season, the network wants to unleash a holiday spectacular designed to cement their dominance over the weekend ratings. The director notes that Songguk's rigorous daily training and unmatched work ethic make him the perfect star to carry such a massive production. He paints a picture of a magnificent holiday dance party, but the sheer absurdity of the festive concepts leaves the mother gasping in hilarious disbelief. Just as the director laughs and prepares to dive into the finer production details, the door is violently thrown open with a panicked shout. The entire room freezes, heads turning in unison toward the entrance, as a breathless staff member rushes in, carrying an aura of absolute disaster. Thrusting a digital screen forward, the staff member reveals a devastating front-page tabloid article accusing Seongguk's loving parents of horrific child exploitation. Within minutes, the malicious rumor spreads like wildfire, dominating the national news as broadcast hosts prepare to break down the shocking controversy. The sensationalist media outlets waste no time, splashing Seongguk's face across the screens while painting a dark, twisted narrative of greed and abuse. With dramatic concern, the television anchors read out the fabricated details, claiming the innocent infant is suffering under the immense pressure of his ruthless parents. Back in the meeting room, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the group, the weight of the media's vicious attack crushing their high spirits. Terrified for her family's safety and reputation, the emotional mother breaks down in tears, frantically asking what they can possibly do to survive this nightmare. The director quickly tries to soothe her panic, assuring her that these baseless tabloids are just a common, dirty tactic used to sabotage successful shows. Myung's expression hardens into stone as she promises to hunt down the cowards behind the article, determined to protect her client's family at all costs. Suddenly, baby Seongguk stands up on his own 2 feet, his tiny voice ringing out with supreme confidence as he commands everyone to calm down. The room stares in absolute astonishment at the fearless infant, who refuses to let a single tear be shed over cheap media manipulation. Striding forward like a seasoned general, the baby points a demanding finger directly at the man responsible for the production's safety. With a stern, unwavering glare, the baby boldly declares that the director himself is fired for letting this crisis slip through his fingers. While his panicked father frantically pulls him back, baby Seongguk sneers internally, knowing that this negative press is nothing more than a calculated corporate power struggle. Reflecting on his past life as a powerful chaebol, the genius baby analyzes the situation with cold precision, knowing they must identify their hidden enemy and strike back twice as hard. Glaring back at the producer, the infant demands that they stop crying and start doing their jobs properly to dismantle this pathetic threat. Moved by the baby's fierce, commanding spirit, the director humbles himself with a respectful nod, admitting that the tiny superstar is absolutely correct. Crossing his arms with supreme satisfaction, baby Seongguk nods in approval, ready to lead his loyal crew into a brutal public relations war. The media storm is gathering, and the director's warning cuts through the anxiety like a knife. With vultures from the press circling, their only safe haven is behind locked doors. But the terrified mother can only think of her sweet child, her voice trembling with the chilling realization that their baby is the primary target of this vicious hunt. Sensing the family's mounting panic, Myung steps forward with cool, unwavering authority, offering to shield the young star from the incoming firestorm herself. Though relief washes over the frightened mother, Myung's expression remains grim as she hints that their defensive strategy is only just beginning. Bowing in deep remorse, the director promises to mobilize every resource at his disposal to dismantle the lies before they destroy everything they've built. Outside, the icy night air settles over the city, a quiet front masking the chaotic battle of public relations raging just beneath the surface. In a secluded, dim alleyway, a breathless staff member corners the director, his hurried footsteps signaling a critical update in their search for the leak. Confronted in the shadows, the director demands immediate answers, his patience worn thin as the betrayal within their own ranks becomes undeniable. The staff member delivers a crushing blow, revealing that the malicious tabloids are now accusing the parents of sabotaging the entire production with their constant interference. Enraged by the treason, the director points a suspicious finger directly at his subordinate, accusing him of selling out the family to claw his way to the top. The panicked assistant desperately pleads his innocence, leaving the director to ponder a dark, unsettling question. If his closest staff isn't the spy, then who is? Meanwhile, festive winter bells chime through the heavy snowfall, a stark contrast to the quiet torment of a family trapped in a media nightmare. Passers-by laugh and embrace the magic of Christmas Eve, completely unaware of the high-stakes corporate drama unfolding in the very same streets. A cheerful youth celebrates the pristine white snow, his bright smile hiding the fact that the public is about to become the ultimate jury in a ruthless trial of public opinion. Emerging from the darkness, a heavily disguised figure pushes a stroller through the freezing wind, desperate to escape the suffocating walls of her own home. But her excessive cover immediately draws the suspicious glares of onlookers, her attempt at anonymity only making her stand out more in the crowded streets. Suddenly, a sharp, loud cry erupts from the stroller, shattering the icy silence and threatening to blow her cover completely. Panicking, the mother desperately tries to quiet her brilliant son as the curious whispers of onlookers begin to close in around them. Tears of regret well up behind her dark glasses as she realizes her desperate craving for fresh air has walked them straight into a potential disaster. She remembers her child's restless whimpering, realizing her maternal instincts to comfort him have only exposed them to greater danger. Just when the pressure threatens to break her, her husband arrives to provide a brief moment of safety, though the threat of exposure still looms heavily over them. Begging her son to stay hidden, the mother pleads for his patience, knowing a single glimpse of his face could trigger a media frenzy. Inside the cramped stroller, baby Seongguk fumes at the ultimate "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." But his internal tantrum is instantly cut short when the voices of nearby citizens mention the name of his own hit show. The passers-by gush over the recent holiday special, unaware that the legendary star they are praising is sitting mere inches away from them. They recall the brilliant comedic genius of his festive performances, cementing his status as a national treasure in the hearts of the public. Hearing their genuine love and adoration, the hidden mother feels a swell of pride, her fears briefly melting away under the warmth of their praise. She silently thanks the strangers for their loyalty, realizing that the bond they share with their audience is incredibly real and powerful. But the fleeting warmth is brutally crushed as the conversation takes a dark, toxic turn, with the citizens discussing the newly leaked greed allegations. Hearing her loving family drag through the mud, baby Seongguk's blood boils with an explosive, protective fury against the cowards spreading these lies. As the gossiping crowd wanders off into the snow, a suffocating weight of helplessness settles over the small family standing in the freezing cold. Clutching the stroller with trembling hands, the mother's silent tears flow freely, her spirit completely broken by the cruel judgments of a nameless public. Sensing the sudden, heavy shift in the air, the father rushes back to his wife's side, his heart sinking as he notices her quiet devastation. Despite his warm, comforting words, the agonizing truth of their situation hangs heavily in the air, impossible to ignore any longer. Looking at his wife's tear-streaked face, the father's gentle demeanor instantly evaporates, replaced by a fierce, burning resolve to end this suffering once and for all. Observing his mother's deep pain, baby Seongguk's analytical mind kicks into overdrive. The lies are spreading too fast, and they need a devastating countermeasure immediately. A fiery determination consumes him. They can no longer play defense. It is time to launch a massive, calculated counteroffensive against their unseen enemies. Back in the network offices, the furious father slams his hands onto the table, relaying the heartbreaking reality of the harassment his family is enduring. With a voice trembling with protective rage, he demands immediate, decisive action, refusing to let his wife and child be sacrificed for television ratings.
The director bows his head in deep shame, acknowledging that the network's failure to protect their stars has crossed a dangerous line. But as the director explains the viral nature of the rumors, the father stands tall, insisting they must confront the lies head-on before the damage becomes permanent. Seeing the unyielding fire in the father's eyes, the director proposes a risky, high-stakes gamble that could either save their reputation or destroy it entirely. A live, unedited press conference, a direct, dangerous confrontation with the hungry media wolves where there will be absolutely no room for error. With the decision finalized, the father prepares to stand as the shield for his family, fully aware of the storm waiting for them. Monumental broadcasting headquarters looms under the falling snow as the countdown to the live broadcast begins, the pressure reaching an absolute boiling point. On screen, the high-energy promotion of the idol group just flashes, their bubbly chemistry serving as the perfect cover for the impending drama. While the stars playfully squeeze the grumpy infant for the cameras, the countdown to the year-end special ticks away like a ticking time bomb. The promotional cards highlight the final episodes, ramping up public anticipation to a fever pitch as the nation prepares to watch. In the dark wings of the studio, Mi-young watches the monitor with a cold, calculated gaze, her hand clutching her phone as the ultimate trap is set. As the red recording light flares to life, the manager solemnly announces the start of the broadcast, initiating a high-stakes media war that will change their lives forever. Standing before a battery of microphones, the nervous couple swallows their fear, fully aware that the eyes of the entire nation are about to judge their every word. The optimistic cameraman beams with encouragement, praising their brave decision to face the cameras, convinced that a direct interview is the only way to clear their tarnished names. Offering a warm smile, the crew reassures the trembling parents that they are in safe hands, promising a quiet, controlled environment away from the rabid media circus. With a polite gesture, the crew member urges them to rest and mentally prepare while they run the final equipment checks, oblivious to the storm brewing outside. Left alone in the quiet room, the mother takes a deep, ragged breath, her heart hammering against her ribs as the sheer weight of the impending broadcast settles over her. Turning to his wife, the father's eyes well with tears of profound regret, his voice cracking as he offers a desperate, heartfelt apology for dragging her into this living nightmare. He looks at her swollen belly, overcome with guilt for putting his heavily pregnant wife through such intense stress when she should be resting in safety. But she smiles back with radiant warmth, reminding him that they are doing this to protect their beloved son, determined to show the world the strength of their family. Pulled into a comforting embrace, they draw strength from one another, unaware that Mi-young is watching their tender moment with an urgent warning on her lips. Holding baby Sail-guk in her arms, Mi-young breaks the silence with a sharp question, reminding them that the countdown has reached 0 and there is no turning back. The father nervously rubs the back of his neck, admitting they were completely blindsided by the sudden live interview, while the brilliant infant watches them with a calculated gaze. The manager observes the couple with deep respect, marveled by how these once timid parents have summoned the courage to take such an incredibly risky gamble. Inside his infant body, baby Seong-guk analyzes his parents' sudden boldness, highly skeptical of why they would choose to jump straight into the lion's den. The mother cradles her baby's face with unmatched tenderness, her eyes shining with absolute love as she gazes upon the son who has brought so much light to their lives. Pulling him close in a fierce, protective hug, she pours all her maternal devotion into her child, resolved to shield him from the world's cruelty. Whispering softly into his ear, she begs her son to trust them, promising that they will tear down every single lie and restore his bright future. A sudden, overwhelming realization strikes baby Seong-guk like a lightning bolt. Their parents aren't doing this to defend themselves, they're risking everything solely to protect him. As the crew prepares to roll, the mother's anxiety flares once more, her maternal instinct screaming that something is terribly wrong as she clutches her son even tighter. Suddenly, the door flies open and a frantic crew member bursts into the room, his breathless voice instantly shattering the quiet sanctuary. Rushing in with a look of absolute panic, Tae-hung yells in disbelief, demanding to know who authorized a live interview under these volatile conditions. The assistant director stammers in terror, explaining that they only wanted to quietly clarify the rumors, but their plans have been violently derailed.
Because outside, a massive, uninvited horde of predatory reporters has already breached the building, tipped off by a malicious, deliberate leak from within their own ranks. Tae-young tries to push through the aggressive crowd of journalists, but he is instantly swallowed by a sea of flashing cameras and shouting voices demanding immediate answers. The chaotic whispers spread like wildfire as the media vultures instantly recognize the idol leader, realizing that the stakes of this scandal are far higher than they ever imagined. Cornered by the flashing lights, Tae-hung screams that they must abort the broadcast immediately, knowing that this feeding frenzy will completely destroy the young family. But his warnings are met with crushing despair as the director solemnly admits the brutal truth. The live broadcast has already begun, and the cameras are rolling. Under the blinding, relentless glare of 100 flashbulbs, the parents sit exposed on stage, bombarded by a hostile barrage of questions accusing them of fraud and greed. The room descends into absolute chaos as aggressive reporters shout over one another, demanding that the terrified parents answer for their alleged exploitation. Instantly stepping in as a shield, the furious father wraps a protective arm around his wife, begging the shouting crowd to stop flashing their cameras for the sake of his pregnant wife. But the heartless press only doubled down on their aggression, with a cynical reporter accusing the father of using his wife's pregnancy to play the victim and create a scene. Gritting his teeth, the father forces himself to speak calmly, directly addressing the camera to address the malicious, toxic lies that have targeted his family. He recalls their humblest beginnings, explaining how they grew up in an orphanage with absolutely nothing, possessing only their love for each other to survive. Through tears, he describes the brutal, exhausting labor they endured day and night, from boiling vats of soup to sewing doll eyes for pennies just to put food on their table. He credits their sudden rise to the kind-hearted neighbor who recognized their baby's genius, insisting that they never sought the spotlight out of greed. His voice rises with emotional conviction as he makes his final, definitive stand, declaring to the entire nation that they would never, ever exploit their precious child for money. His heartfelt plea is met with a wall of cold, sneering skepticism as a ruthless reporter barks back, demanding to know how they expect anyone to believe such an emotional sob story. The hostile journalist laughs in their faces, aggressively demanding that they show their bank accounts and physical proof of their earnings to the public right now. Deep inside his infant body, baby Seongguk's adult soul erupts with an explosive, demonic fury, utterly disgusted by the vile parasites tormenting his innocent parents. Breaking free from Myeong's grasp, the fearless infant drops to the floor and strides forward, determined to put an end to this pathetic trial by media himself. Stepping directly in front of the microphones, baby Seongguk unleashes a roaring, commanding cry that echoes through the crowded room, ordering the entire press corps to shut their mouths. With his tiny fist clenched and eyes blazing with terrifying authority, the infant screams for them to stop bullying his beloved mother and father. Internally, his powerful adult soul rages like a demon, wanting to unleash a wave of corporate destruction upon these reporters, even if his underdeveloped vocal cords limit his words. The stunned silence in the room is deafening as Tae-hung and the director stare in absolute awe at the tiny superstar who has completely seized control of the room. Seizing the moment, Tae-hung frantically commands the assistant director to shut down the cameras and cut the live feed before the situation spirals out of control. As the cameras go dark, baby Seongguk turns his gaze to his trembling father, his tiny voice soft and comforting as he asks if his dad is all right. Overcome with profound gratitude and relief, the weeping father scoops his brilliant son into his arms, thanking him for standing tall when they were at their weakest. Gently patting his father's broad back, the genius baby comforts him, proud of the incredible courage his parents showed on that stage. But their brief moment of victory is brutally shattered as the mother suddenly gasps in agonizing pain, her hands clutching her stomach as she realizes her labor has begun. Sirens wail through the freezing winter air as an ambulance tears through the snowy city streets, carrying the fragile life of a mother in labor. Inside the speeding vehicle, the panicked father and baby Seongguk watch over her with bated breath, praying they can reach the hospital before it is too late. The air inside the ambulance is thick with panic as the father clutches his wife's hand, begging her to hold on just a little longer. Beside them, baby Seongguk screams out in terror, his tiny heart gripping with fear for his mother's life. Fighting through the white-hot waves of agony, the brave mother forces a weak smile, gasping that she will be fine. But her pale, sweat-slicked face betrays the brutal reality of her labor, leaving her family desperately praying for a miracle. Inside his infant body, a wave of sheer helplessness crashes over Seongguk as he realizes his genius intellect is utterly useless here. Having lived 2 lives without ever experiencing marriage, pregnancy, or childbirth, he can only scream internally in absolute panic. As his mother's painful cries echo through the tight space, the desperate baby clutches his head, frantically racking his brain for any piece of medical knowledge that could ease her suffering. With its tires screeching against the asphalt, the emergency vehicle tears through the snowy city streets and halts outside the hospital doors, beginning a race against time. Outside the delivery room, their loyal friends and allies wait with bated breath, their hearts in their throats as they brace for the news that will define this family's future. Then, the storm finally clears as the miracle of new life arrives, and a proud baby Seongguk holds his newborn baby brother Mingguk wrapped tightly in a soft blanket. Tears of profound relief and overwhelming joy fill the hospital room as the entire family gathers around, celebrating the safe arrival of their newest, most precious member. Overwhelmed with gratitude, their close friend praises the mother's incredible strength, acknowledging the immense physical and mental trial she has just conquered. Beaming with radiant warmth, the exhausted mother thanks everyone for their unwavering support, her heart finally finding peace after a night of pure terror. Admiring the newborn, the crew marvels at his stunning features, laughing that with such breathtaking parents, it is no surprise the new baby is an absolute masterpiece. Swept up in the adorable moment, a friendly hand reaches out to gently pinch the newborn's chubby, rosy cheeks. But a sudden, sharp slap echoes through the room as baby Seongguk aggressively swats the hand away with fierce, unexpected speed. Glaring with absolute authority, the protective older brother sternly warns them that a fragile newborn should never, ever be touched carelessly by unsterilized hands. His tiny face contorts with hilarious fury as he demands that they wash their hands first, instantly establishing himself as the ultimate guardian of his little brother's health. The room erupts in warm laughter as everyone marvels at how quickly Seongguk has stepped into his role as a fiercely devoted big brother. Internally, however, Seongguk remembers his past life where younger siblings were nothing but a chaotic nightmare of endless mischief and trouble. Staring down at his sleeping brother with a dark, intensely determined gaze, he vows to personally raise this child under strict corporate-level discipline. Amidst the domestic bliss, the director politely approaches the father, asking if they can capture a few precious photographs of the 2 adorable brothers to share with the world. Because online, public sentiment has completely shifted, with millions of outraged viewers flooding the boards to demand justice for the mistreated family. Recognizing that the tide of public opinion has violently turned in their favor, the director and manager prepare to strike back against their enemies. As the camera flashes capture the heartwarming bond between the siblings, the crew promises to show the public the beautiful truth that will shatter the media's lies. But the warm atmosphere is suddenly cut short as the manager speaks up, his face hardening with a grim, urgent revelation. The director nods solemnly, revealing that the behind-the-scenes investigation is finally complete and the culprits are about to face ruin. In a quiet room elsewhere, a small pager is violently slammed onto a desk, shattering the silence like a gunshot as the confrontation begins. Towering over the trembling traitor, the idol leader demands an immediate explanation, cornering the pale staff member with nowhere to run. He coldly lists the series of bizarre, highly classified leaks that have plagued their production, pointing the finger directly at the insider who sold them out. Details that only those present on the closed set could possibly know were systematically fed to predatory reporters, sabotaging the entire family from within. Cornered and sweating profusely, the traitor Michael barks back defensively, desperate to hide his treachery under a mask of false outrage. But his pathetic lies are instantly crushed as they reveal they had the quiet staff member Lucas tailing his every move. With cold, unwavering eyes, the group reveals the damning evidence they uncovered during their silent sting operation. They caught him red-handed in a dark alleyway, passing confidential family secrets directly to a shady corporate actor. The puzzle pieces have finally locked into place, exposing the insidious plot engineered by Sinsung Entertainment to tear the young family apart. Michael's stomach drops as he realizes they have unmasked his secret alliance with a notorious corporate thug to torment an innocent family. Staring into the eyes of his furious colleagues, the traitor can only swallow hard, his face pale with the terrifying realization that his career is officially over. Within hours, the damning truth explodes across every major news outlet, exposing the corrupt media manipulation and corporate extortion of Sinsung Entertainment. Stripped of his power and arrogance, the corrupt CEO is dragged out in handcuffs under the blinding glare of the very media he tried to weaponize. Screaming in denial, the disgraced executive tries to shield his face from the cameras, desperate to maintain a lie that has already shattered. But his frantic screams are drowned out by the roar of the public, who are demanding absolute accountability for his malicious actions. Back in the quiet hospital room, the father gasps in utter shock as he reads the shocking headlines detailing the downfall of Sinsung Entertainment and Michael. The manager sighs deeply, assuring him that while Michael's betrayal was a bitter pill to swallow, justice is being swiftly served. Cracking his knuckles with a fiery determination, the manager vows to personally ensure that every single bad actor gets exactly what they deserve. Overcome with emotion, the father smiles through his relief, endlessly grateful for the safe private haven that has allowed his family to heal together. On the internet, a massive wave of public apologies floods the forums as remorseful citizens realize they were completely deceived by corrupt corporate media. The once hostile nation now rallies around the miracle baby and his family, sending an endless tide of love and encouragement. Bolstered by the public's support, the media team gets to work on a powerful legal counteroffensive, determined to crush the remaining corrupt reporters. When the father asks if the long hiatus will hurt the show, the director reassures him that their massive vault of pre-recorded footage will keep the ratings soaring. With a warm, comforting smile, the director urges him to ignore the industry noise and focus entirely on resting with his beautiful family. Surrounded by the warmth of those who truly love them, the family stands united, their hearts overflowing as they watch their brilliant boys grow side by side. As the harsh winter snow begins to melt away, a bright new spring of endless possibilities and triumphs finally dawns for baby Seongguk and his family. The freezing winter finally recedes, paving the way for a glorious spring as cherry blossoms burst into brilliant pink life across the bustling city. Inside a quiet apartment, a morning news broadcast fills the air, announcing a major seasonal update that instantly captures the household's attention. Freshly showered, a prominent actress pauses with a towel in her hair, her eyes widening as the news anchor proudly introduces the nation's sensational superstar baby, Seongguk. Slipping up behind her, her husband wraps his arms around her shoulders in a tender, loving embrace, sharing in her quiet excitement. They share a warm, intimate moment, finally free from the toxic shadows of their former agency, and enjoying the peaceful life they fought so hard to secure. Smiling softly, she gently cradles his chin and asks what has him looking so thoughtful, her heart full of love and hope for their new beginning. On the television screen, baby Seongguk's adorable face beams, prompting her to warmly ask her husband if he recognizes the brilliant child star. The husband studies the screen with deep respect, acknowledging that while Seongguk is currently the nation's absolute favorite, his limitless talent could make him a legendary actor. But their conversation takes a dark turn as they discuss Sinsung Entertainment's failed plot to exploit the child, ending with the corrupt CEO being dragged away in handcuffs. Grateful to have escaped that corporate nightmare, she happily kisses her husband's cheek, announcing her plans to terminate her stingy contract and seek a far better agency. Meanwhile, back in the Jian household, domestic bliss is shattered as baby Seongguk fiercely swats at his chubby little brother, declaring an absolute ban on hugs. Internally, however, the genius baby is screaming in sheer agony, completely overwhelmed by the relentless, chaotic nightmare of modern parenting. In his past life, he had envisioned a perfectly loyal, subordinate younger brother, but the harsh reality of baby Mingguk has completely ruined his grand plans. Right on cue, baby Mingguk looks up with sparkly, innocent eyes, announcing a fresh diaper emergency that demands immediate attention. Completely defeated by his brother's adorable tyranny, Seongguk relents, grumbling that he will feed him just this once as he gently holds the bottle. The domestic chaos is interrupted when the manager rushes in with shocking news. The massive conglomerate Samjeon Electronics wants to sign Seongguk as their exclusive model. The mother is instantly dazed, her eyes turning into dollar signs as she imagines the mountain of gold and corporate success this deal will bring. But the celebratory mood is instantly killed when a familiar, shadowed figure creeps into the room, causing the mother's jaw to drop in sheer shock. Sensing immediate danger, baby Seongguk fiercely leaps in front of his mother, baring his teeth and demanding to know why the traitorous Michael dares to show his face. His tiny face contorts in raw fury as he remembers how Michael sold his family out to their enemies, wondering what kind of underhanded scheme the traitor is playing now. Stealing his tiny heart, Seongguk vows to become even sharper and more ruthless to protect his family from ever being blindsided again. Blazing with a legendary past-life corporate work ethic, the baby superstar fires himself up, declaring that he was born to work and will conquer the entertainment industry. Completely exhausted by the brutal demands of childcare, he begs the director to take him to the filming set, desperate to lose himself in his career. The cameras roll for the highly anticipated spring special, and Seongguk is dressed as an adorable cherry blossom fairy, instantly melting the hearts of the entire crew. High up in the pristine offices of Samjeon Electronics, Secretary Yang delivers a routine business report to his powerful, mysterious superior. The elite executive adjusts his glasses, muttering that he feels an inexplicable, deep instinctual connection to the toddler, a literal blood bond. On location, baby Seongguk freezes in absolute paralyzing horror as he locks eyes with the powerful vice president of Samjeon Electronics. His mind races as he remembers the man's terrifying past-life identity, a ruthless, results-driven conqueror raised to inherit a massive global empire. In his past life, Seongguk had clawed his way to the top to meet this man's impossible expectations, marking a highly toxic father-son relationship. Staring at his former father across lifetimes, Seongguk's tiny fists clench in deep resentment, remembering him as an absolute jerk who only valued results. Under the gently falling cherry blossoms, the powerful corporate titan steps forward, looking down at his past life son dressed in a pink bear outfit. Kneeling gracefully in the grass, the president asks the boy if he remembers their previous encounter during the commercial shoot. He flashes a charming, polished smile at Seongguk's stunned mother, suggesting they meet for formal contract negotiations once she is ready. Watching his past-life father walk away, Seongguk is gripped by a sudden wave of melancholy, realizing how far apart their paths have diverged in this new life. Haunting memories of their past life dynamic flash before his eyes, a reminder of the complex corporate bond they once shared. The cameras begin to roll once more as the spring picnic special gets underway, bringing laughter, cotton candy, and endless warmth to the beloved cast. As the calendar pages rapidly flip from spring to summer, the crew captures a sensational summer vacation special, with Seongguk splashing happily in the pool. But the show's massive success brings a dangerous new threat as a chaotic crowd of obsessive fans completely swarms the filming set. The staff frantically tries to hold the crowd back, warning Seongguk to be extremely cautious as obsessed fans have begun sneaking past security. Despite the chaos, the national idol group Just remains completely focused, ready to make their next big move alongside their favorite baby superstar. Seongguk's face, plastering top-tier commercials for clothing and luxury baby products, has solidified his status as the absolute king of the advertising world. As he walks down a secluded alleyway behind the set, a sudden cold hand reaches out from the shadows and violently grabs his tiny arm. The grip is tight and unyielding, locking onto his wrist with a terrifying strength that sends a shiver of fear straight down his spine. Seongguk's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes he has been cornered by a stranger in a dark, quiet corner where no one can hear him. But the tension breaks as the golden-haired idol from the group quickly presses a finger to his lips, desperately begging the toddler to keep quiet. Seongguk's panic quickly turns to annoyance, silently scolding the popular idol for hiding from his own fans like a scared child. Before they can move, a heavy, authoritative pair of footsteps echoes down the narrow staircase, signaling that they are no longer alone. The stern manager peers down at them with a raised eyebrow, demanding to know what they are doing hiding in the shadows instead of preparing for the shoot. The golden-haired idol gasps in surprise, his secret hiding spot completely exposed as he stands frozen in front of his manager. Shaking his head, the manager thrusts a microphone into the idol's hand, forcing him back into the spotlight as the cameras begin to roll for their live broadcast. As the cameras begin to roll for the exclusive interview, the eager host wastes no time, immediately pressing the popular idol group for the truth behind their rumored chaotic comeback. Under the intense glare of the recording lights, Taehyung forces a nervous smile, revealing to the shocked crew that their brand new album is finally complete and ready for release. But behind closed doors, a brutal war of artistic differences had broken out among the bandmates, threatening to tear the group apart before they could even step onto the stage. With their careers hanging in the balance, Taehyung admits they made a reckless, unfathomable gamble, leaving the ultimate choice of their title track completely to their beloved baby superstar. The broadcasting crew watches in silent disbelief as the tiny toddler sits in deep, professional contemplation, listening to the heavy demo tracks with the focused intensity of a veteran producer. Flushing with a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, Taehyung admits that even they had questioned their own sanity, wondering if they were throwing their entire future away on a child's whim. The chaotic trials of unexpected childcare had taught them the hard way that one wrong, reckless move in this cutthroat industry could instantly lead to a devastating public disaster. The pressure in the room mounts to an agonizing peak as the desperate idol members surround the toddler, frantically pitching their favorite songs in a high-stakes battle for his approval. Tuning out the desperate pleas of the grown-ups around him, the genius baby slowly lowers his headphones, his mind locked onto a single brilliant realization. The idols hold their breath in a suffocating silence, their eyes wide with anticipation as they wait for the child's final verdict to decide their fate. A smug, all-knowing smile spreads across Sang-guk's face as his memories of a future music market give him absolute, unrivaled confidence in his selection. With theatrical authority, his chubby little finger slams onto a single disc, sealing the destiny of the idol group with one decisive tap. The sudden choice sends an immediate shockwave through the room, splitting the members between ecstatic validation and absolute jaw-dropping panic. The interviewer is left utterly speechless as Taehyung proudly reveals that the chosen track was a highly experimental song produced by their own talented Jaehyun. It was a massive, terrifying risk, as almost the entire agency had written the unique track off as a mere side song, completely blind to its revolutionary commercial power. But Seongguk's inner corporate genius is laughing at their narrow-mindedness, knowing with absolute certainty that this song is a goldmine waiting to explode. In his previous life, that exact experimental track had defied all odds, completely dominating the national charts for 5 consecutive weeks to become a cultural phenomenon. It was a song so legendary that even as a high-powered, music-hating executive in his past life, he had memorized the lyrics simply because it was blasted on every street corner. Yet the stubborn, weeping producer refuses to see the light, clinging tightly to the toddler and desperately begging him to choose the safer, more traditional ballad. Refusing to let their ticket to global success be ruined by cowardice, Seongguk violently slaps his hand down on the disc a second time, brooking absolutely no arguments. Taehyung freezes, completely overwhelmed by the intense magnetic authority radiating from the tiny toddler as he demands they trust his vision. With a brilliant, calculating glint in his eyes, the superstar baby prepares to unleash a musical masterpiece that will reshape the entire industry. Holding the heavy disc high like a grand conqueror, Seongguk silently declares that their path to ultimate glory has officially been set in stone. Yielding to the inexplicable, powerful aura of the child, Taehyung closes his eyes with a soft, trusting smile, ready to risk everything on Seongguk's instincts. A roaring wave of fresh energy and determination ignites the room as the idols unite, vowing to pour their absolute souls into making this comeback a historic triumph. But as one massive milestone is conquered, the grand banner for the final wrap-up party of their hit show unfurls, signaling the emotional end of their beloved journey together. Unsuspecting and relaxed, baby Seongguk is gently guided toward a pitch-black doorway, but his hyper-tuned senses instantly flare with a sudden heavy dread. The cold, silent darkness ahead feels like an impending trap, making him highly suspicious that the mischievous idols have planned one last, terrible prank for him.
Stealing his tiny heart, the former corporate lord decides to swallow his pride and play along like an innocent child, stepping boldly into the shadows. Instantly, the oppressive silence is shattered by a deafening blast of colorful confetti and roaring cheers that completely catches him off guard. Songguk's jaw drops in utter shock as his eyes adjust to reveal his entire beloved crew waiting in the light, holding a massive, sparkling birthday cake just for him. The room fills with a warm, beautiful harmony as the idols and staff sing a heartfelt birthday song, their eyes shining with genuine love for the miracle baby. The director beams from behind his camera, explaining that the entire team had secretly planned this magnificent surprise party to celebrate his special day alongside their farewell. Surrounded by such pure, unadulterated affection, a sudden warmth swells in Seongguk's chest, causing his tiny frame to tremble as tears threaten to spill. Letting go of all his cynical, past-life defenses, the genius baby erupts into a joyous, sparkling shout of pure, unfiltered happiness. Playfully tossed high into the air amidst roaring laughter and cheers, Seongguk realizes that being truly loved by a family is a triumph far sweeter than any corporate victory. The legendary feast officially begins as the grateful production crew wheels in premium, sizzling plates of luxury Korean beef to reward their star. Lock-eyed with the glorious, mouth-watering delicacy, Seongguk's tiny face lights up with a primal hunger, completely losing himself to the delicious aroma. The overwhelming emotion of the night proves too much for the sensitive idols, who openly weep tears of gratitude while stuffing their faces with the luxurious meal. With fire blazing in his eyes and unmatched determination, the miracle baby attacks the sizzling grill like a fierce warrior, determined to feast like a king. Glasses clink together in a joyful, resounding toast, marking the perfect, triumphant end to an unforgettable chapter in their lives. Bound by an unbreakable bond of love and shared victory, the entire cast and crew raise their cups high, ready to conquer whatever the future holds. Watching her brilliant son bathed in so much genuine love and happiness, the mother wipes away a silent tear of overwhelming gratitude. But the beautiful, emotional moment is instantly shattered when a cold, imposing shadow falls over her, turning her spine to absolute ice. A sharp, elegantly dressed representative bows politely before her, announcing he has been sent on a high-priority mission by none other than Vice Chairman John Jae-young. The mother's jaw drops in complete paralyzing shock as she is presented with a rare, ultra-premium gift of wild ginseng, a gesture of massive corporate favor. But the secretary's polite smile carries a sharp, calculating edge as he delivers the real message, urging her to carefully review their exclusive, life-altering contract. As the seasons turn and golden autumn leaves begin to cascade through the cool city breeze, the calm before the next corporate storm officially ends. Towering high into the sky, the imposing glass fortress of the global conglomerate stands ready, holding the key to Seongguk's ultimate destiny in the business world. Walking with absolute resolve toward the giant corporate gates, the mother steels her heart, prepared to enter the lion's den to secure her son's legendary future. The mother's voice breaks the heavy silence, checking if her baby is holding up under the incredible strain of this sudden corporate meeting. But Seongguk has no intention of showing weakness. He must keep his mind razor-sharp to face the impending trial. Sitting across from them, the imposing Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hung lets out a calm, terrifyingly polite smile that hides a lifetime of ruthless corporate manipulation. Songguk locks eyes with his past-life father, his tiny chest tightening as he vows to uncover the tycoon's true, hidden motives before they fall into a permanent trap. With elegant professionalism, the refined secretary steps forward to guide the small family deeper into the executive inner sanctum. The air grows cold as she announces that the all-powerful vice chairman is fully prepared and waiting specifically for them. Stepping through the threshold, the mother clutches Seongguk tightly to her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs as she swallows her mounting dread. The master of the conglomerate looks up, his greeting dripping with an unsettling warmth that immediately sets Seongguk's survival instincts on fire. Offering a grand spread of luxury treats, the tycoon graciously invites his guests to make themselves comfortable in his domain.
Songguk's breath hitches in pure shock as his eyes land on the plate. It is his absolute favorite pastry from his past life, a terrifyingly specific detail that cannot be a coincidence. While his mother nervously sips her tea to calm her shaking hands, Seongguk carefully studies the delicate treat, his mind racing with paranoia over how much the vice chairman truly knows. Cutting straight through the polite pleasantries, Jae-hung leans forward with a sharp business-like focus, demanding to know if they have reviewed the life-altering contract. The mother's companion hesitantly admits that the terms laid out before them seem almost too incredibly generous to be real. But when she reads the astronomical figure of 150 million won for a 3-year contract, Seongguk completely loses his composure, choking on his drink in absolute disbelief. The vice chairman merely nods with absolute serene confidence, confirming that the mind-boggling sum is indeed their official offer. Songguk's mind descends into a chaotic spiral as he realizes his past life father is making a massive move, leaving him desperately hunting for the hidden catch behind this extreme generosity. A signing bonus of this magnitude for a mere toddler is utterly unprecedented, signaling that the corporate giant is playing a high-stakes game. Sweating under the immense pressure, Seongguk screams inside his mind, demanding to know what terrifying grand design his former father has in store for his new life. Still unable to wrap her head around the situation, the companion bravely asks the multi-billionaire why he would invest such a fortune in a young child. Leaning back with a glint in his eye, the mastermind simply smiles and calls it a strategic investment, causing Seongguk to glare at him with profound suspicion. To soothe their growing anxiety, the polished secretary steps forward to present the details of Samjeon's long-standing prestigious scholarship initiative. She explains that their global conglomerate has always spared no expense to hunt down, secure, and nurture the world's most elite talents from a young age. The mother's jaw drops in utter bewilderment as the secretary reveals that the legendary vice chairman has personally classified her little boy as an extraordinary, once-in-a-generation genius. Jae-hung's gaze softens with genuine intrigue, noting that the toddler possesses a rare, incredibly gutsy spark that he has never seen in any ordinary child. He asks the silent child directly if he is ready to accept their ultimate support and grow into a powerful, elite leader under their wing. Overwhelmed by the dazzling prospect of her son securing a legendary future, the mother eagerly prepares to give her enthusiastic consent. But before she can speak, baby Seongguk slams his hands onto the table and stands tall, completely shattering the flow of the entire negotiation. Recalling his past life, Seongguk knows with absolute certainty that his father is a cold calculator who only keeps those who prove their absolute, unrivaled utility. He stares back at the titan of industry, refusing to be treated as a passive, pampered charity case to be controlled. Channeling the indomitable spirit of a corporate king, Seongguk unleashes a fierce, roaring declaration of absolute dominance, swearing to surpass every elite talent the vice chairman has ever known. The sudden, explosive burst of adult-like ambition from the toddler leaves his mother in a state of sheer, screaming panic as she frantically tries to cover his mouth. Rather than being offended, Jae-hung is utterly captivated, chuckling at the fierce, untamed fire burning within the tiny boy. His eyes narrow with a deeply calculating, predatory gleam as he realizes this child, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Gently sliding the drafted contract across the table, the tycoon urges the stunned mother to take her time and consider the monumental offer. Standing up to depart, Jae-hoon gracefully wraps his coat around his shoulders, leaving the life-changing document behind like a glittering, dangerous hook. The heavy silence of the boardroom settles over them, the contract paper practically humming with the power to completely rewrite their family's destiny. Late that night, the quiet streets of their humble, run-down neighborhood are bathed in a soft blue glow as the mother gently calls her children to sleep. Tucking the kids in, the exhausted mother lets out a heavy sigh, the immense burden of the day's corporate encounter weighing like lead on her shoulders. Returning to the small living room, she finds her husband staring blankly at the floor, the golden contract clutched tightly in his trembling hands. The father looks up, his voice cracking with emotion as he repeats the mind-boggling figure of 150 million won, an amount of money they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. But the mother sinks to the floor, her eyes filling with tears of genuine terror as she admits how frightening it is to have a ruthless corporate titan targeting their innocent Babel. She fears that signing a deal that seems too good to be true will inevitably lead their fragile family straight into a devastating trap. Listening intently from the shadows of the doorway, Seong-guk nods silently, deeply respecting his mother's sharp protective instincts. He knows all too well how easily the desperate working class can be crushed under the massive, unyielding wheels of a conglomerate's ambitions. For a family that has spent their entire lives surviving day to day, a sudden windfall of this scale feels less like a blessing and more like a looming threat. It is the tragic psychology of the impoverished. When faced with wealth beyond their wildest dreams, their first and strongest instinct is paralyzing defensive fear. Seong-guk closes his eyes in solemn contemplation, realizing that his loving parents are on the verge of turning away their greatest opportunity out of sheer intimidation. But suddenly, the father grabs his wife's shoulders, his eyes burning with a desperate, sudden spark of wild hope as he asks if they should take the massive gamble. Seong-guk's eyes fly open in shock as his father passionately begs her to look past their own fear for the sake of their son's future. He paints a beautiful, heartbreaking picture of Seong-guk growing up free from their crushing financial burdens, attending elite schools, and securing a prestigious, comfortable life. The mother gasps, her protective walls utterly crumbling as she faces the ultimate, agonizing choice of whether to shield her child from the corporate den or throw him into it to guarantee his success. Sensing his father's sudden spark of ambition, Seong-guk internally roars with approval, knowing that the key to breaking their generational poverty is finally within their grasp. His father stares at the contract, a burning desire for a better life finally overwhelming the crushing fear that has kept them in the shadows for so long. As a fresh morning sun rises over their humble neighborhood, the heavy front door opens, signaling the arrival of a highly anticipated visitor who holds their entire future in his hands. The corporate envoy greets them with a beaming, overly polite smile, his eyes shining with the satisfaction of a predator whose bait has been taken. Sitting in their cramped living room, the polished representative wastes no time, revealing that the legendary vice chairman was thrilled by how quickly they responded to his aggressive move. He slides the revised document forward, announcing the new terms that slash the contract duration to 2 years, while adjusting the immediate signing bonus. The mother gasps with immense relief as she reads the newly added protection clause, completely unaware that she is stepping right into a meticulously laid corporate trap. But just as the atmosphere begins to soften, a sharp, metallic click echoes through the quiet room as the secretary reaches for his briefcase once more. The polite mask completely slips, replaced by a sinister, calculating grin as he reveals that the conglomerate has their own demands to impose on this deal. The sudden shift in tone sends a violent chill through the room, leaving the small family frozen in absolute paralyzing dread. Looming over them like a dark shadow, the corporate executor demands their compliance, turning what seemed like a generous partnership into a ruthless negotiation. Her voice trembling with fear, the mother desperately tries to maintain her composure, her worst nightmares about the corporate lion's den coming to life before her eyes. Regaining his polite facade, the secretary presents a set of confidential folders, ready to detail the hidden conditions of their astronomical offer. But before the representative can utter another word, a tiny hand darts forward with lightning speed, snatching the highly sensitive documents right out of his grasp. The entire room gasps in utter disbelief as the toddler fiercely examines the papers, his sharp eyes scanning the complex data with the precision of a seasoned tycoon. Looking at the complex financial reports, Seong-guk's tiny brow furrows as his mind races to decode the true, hidden agenda buried within the charts. Panic flashes across the secretary's face as he desperately tries to coax the papers back, nervously laughing off the sensitive contents as mere adult matters. A heavy, chilling shadow falls over Seong-guk's face as he internally demands answers, his past life instincts warning him of an impending trap. The secretary's heart skips a beat, his blood running cold as he feels the terrifyingly mature, razor-sharp gaze of the toddler drilling straight into his soul.
Shifting gears instantly, Songuk flashes a wide, innocent baby smile, masking his brilliant intellect under the perfect disguise of childish curiosity.
Trapped in a high-stakes corner by a mere toddler, the veteran secretary is left completely flustered, desperately trying to regain control of the room. Watching the representative sweat, Songuk chuckles triumphantly in his mind, thoroughly enjoying the sheer panic he has sown in the opponent's ranks.
He knows that playing this dangerous game is the only way to expose his past life father's grand design and secure his own survival.
The mother's jaw drops in complete, paralyzing shock as her 3-year-old child boldly proclaims his ability to read the complex documents.
The secretary's eyes widen with a chilling mix of awe and validation, realizing that the vice chairman's wild claims about this child were entirely correct. While his mother frantically questions how such a miracle is possible, Seong-gu quickly fabricates a clumsy excuse to keep his reincarnation a closely guarded secret.
Absolutely ecstatic, the secretary declares that the child is indeed a once-in-a-generation genius, eagerly preparing to lay all their cards on the table. He begins to break down the unprecedented terms, highlighting how they adjusted the financial payouts to match the parents' hesitant requests. But as the secretary reveals a massive bonus of 50 million won in premium company stock, the sheer scale of the wealth leaves the mother screaming in absolute shock. Sunguk's eyes narrow as he hears about the real estate offer, a prime apartment unit in a booming district that is guaranteed to skyrocket in value.
While his mother panics over the overwhelming fortune being handed to them, Senguk clutches the papers tightly, his strategic mind cataloging every single asset. It is the classic textbook maneuver of his past life father, a brilliant, calculating tactic that Seong-guk recognizes instantly.
Dangling irresistible rewards to secure absolute loyalty, only to lock them away behind strict, golden handcuffs that can only be unlocked upon contract expiration. The tycoon is trying to bind the toddler to his massive empire, using the golden promise of generational wealth to force him into complete, unbreakable subservience.
Sunguk slams the document down with a fierce, burning resolve, ready to play right into his father's hand, because this time, he will be the one holding all the cards.
Shattering the tension, the toddler boldly demands the contract, sealing the monumental deal with a tiny, powerful fist bump that leaves everyone in the room utterly speechless. His mother frantically tries to pull him back, but Seong-guk throws a childish tantrum to mask his ruthless corporate ambitions, screaming to sign the life-altering deal.
He knows with absolute certainty that the stock they are being offered is destined to skyrocket, paving the way for unimaginable power.
Combined with the soaring value of the real estate, this contract is a golden ticket to absolute financial dominance that he has no intention of letting slip away.
As the chaotic scene unfolds, the wise companion steps in, her sharp, analytical gaze cutting through the mother's paralyzing fear. She firmly urges the mother to seize this miraculous opportunity, recognizing that this deal is their only path to escaping a lifetime of financial struggle.
Stepping forward as the family's advocate, the companion gracefully takes charge of the negotiation, turning the tide in their favor. But she delivers a shocking counterproposal, declaring that the scale of this deal requires them to establish a brand new corporation to sign a business-to-business agreement.
She envisions a specialized management agency dedicated entirely to protecting and capitalizing on the toddler's miraculous, once-in-a-generation talents.
A one-person entertainment empire built from the ground up to stand as an impregnable shield against the conglomerate's attempts to control him.
Songuk smirks in pure, unadulterated triumph, thrilled by this brilliant maneuver that will grant them unmatched legal protection.
The flames of ambition burn bright in his chest as he realizes this agency will be the very first stepping stone of his new corporate dynasty.
Recalling their secret brainstorming session from days ago, Seong-guk marvels at how perfectly their master plan is coming together.
This tiny seed of an agency is destined to grow, fueled by his past life knowledge, into an unstoppable global empire that will rival the conglomerate itself.
To their utter astonishment, the secretary smiles warmly, offering the full, massive backing of the conglomerate to fund the creation of their new company.
Songuk slams his ink-covered thumb down onto the paper, sealing a contract that will forever alter the course of his family's destiny. The deal is done. Seongguk clutches the initial papers tightly to his tiny chest, basking in the overwhelming joy of his parents and their trusted companion. As night falls over the city, the gravity of the monumental contract begins to settle inside the quiet walls of their humble home. Sitting on the floor with his son, the father stares at the booklets detailing their newfound assets, still struggling to comprehend how quickly their lives have changed. Rubbing his temples, the sheer weight of everything that occurred today, the stocks, the new apartment, and his toddler's sudden ability to read, leaves him completely dizzy. Suddenly, he grabs his son in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment, desperately trying to confirm if they really have a once-in-a-generation genius under their roof. Overwhelmed with pride and emotion, the father pulls Seongguk into a tight, tearful embrace, completely unaware of the toddler's minor annoyance at the sudden smothering. To celebrate their historic windfall, a spectacular feast of sizzling bulgogi, savory side dishes, and fresh fish is laid out across their modest dining table. The father is utterly stunned by the sudden luxury, but the mother explains with a bright smile that the conglomerate has already sent a portion of Seongguk's contract deposit. She gently admits that she didn't spend much, wanting only to treat her hard-working family to a small, well-deserved luxury after years of endless struggle. Little Mingguk is absolutely ecstatic, tasting delicious savory meat in his baby food for the very first time in his young life. Seeing the pure happiness radiating from her children, the mother beams with warmth, asking Seongguk if he is enjoying the magnificent meal. Seongguk internally cheers, raising his fork and spoon with a victorious grin as he declares that they should never compromise on their health and nutrition. He happily stuffs his face, leaving his parents and brother watching in complete, heartwarming amusement at his energetic appetite. But the warm atmosphere shifts slightly as the mother gently inquires about her husband's earlier conversation with his boss at the restaurant. The father hesitates, explaining how he bravely told his elderly boss that he wanted to venture out and start his own independent path. The mother gasps in sheer shock, her heart skipping a beat as she realizes the incredible leap of faith her husband is preparing to take. With a steady, determined look, the father explains that thanks to Seongguk's contract, they finally have the starting capital they need to build their own future. He proudly reveals that his boss was incredibly supportive, promising to teach him everything about running a restaurant, from making elite bossam to managing a business. Seeing his father find a true dream to pursue, Seongguk enthusiastically voices his support, thrilled to see his family breaking free from their old limits. The father affectionately ruffles his son's hair, deeply moved by the toddler's reassuring words telling him not to worry about the money and to go all out. Meanwhile, in a high-end luxury office, a stylish blonde woman smiles coyly as she speaks on a phone, demanding an update on the situation. Her eyes narrow with deep interest as she confirms that the miraculous child has indeed signed an exclusive contract with the massive conglomerate. But her smile falters slightly as she receives the news that the child also established an independent one-person management agency to protect his rights. She abruptly hangs up the call, a wicked, knowing smirk playing on her lips as she prepares to deliver the troubling news to her superior. Across the desk, the shadow of a furious, heavily bearded man looms, his face twisted in a mixture of dark anger and mounting desperation. She confirms the rumors to him, watched closely by her boss, who clenches his jaw as the reality of the child's counter-strategy sinks in. The room erupts with violent rage as the furious executive slams his fists onto his desk, roaring with absolute hatred against those who crossed him. He clenches his trembling hands, his ego utterly shattered that a mere working-class family would dare to defy his massive corporate influence. His eyes burn with a murderous, blood-red fury as he vows to crush them completely, refusing to let this monumental insult go unpunished. However, the blonde woman lets out a calm, patronizing sigh, warning him that launching a reckless, emotional attack right now would be a terrible mistake. The executive snaps his head up in confusion, but she coolly explains that Seongguk is no longer the defenseless toddler he used to be. A cold sweat breaks on his forehead as he realizes what she is implying. The child is now backed by a terrifying corporate giant.
She explains that the legendary vice chairman has astronomical expectations for this child, treating him as his most prized, protected asset.
The shadow of the formidable vice chairman looms over the conversation, a chilling reminder of the brutal punishment that awaits anyone who damages his property. Terrified and cornered, the executive panics, screaming at the woman to stop talking nonsense and get out of his office immediately. But she remains entirely unfazed, coldly tearing a piece of paper in half as she declares with a sinister grin that she is no longer the weak, submissive person she was years ago. As a new morning brightens their old neighborhood, the gentle sounds of nature echo through the streets, bringing a brief moment of peace. Inside their home, Sunguk lies flat on his back, a collection of cooling cucumber slices placed neatly on his face as part of a homemade skincare routine.
He deeply enjoys the refreshing, moisturizing sensation, finding a strange comfort in his mother's loving, simple methods. In their modest living room, the mother happily hums as she prepares more slices, while baby Minguk rests peacefully nearby.
Meanwhile, their newly appointed manager, Kim, is buried under a mountain of paperwork, tirelessly filtering through countless casting requests flooded in for the child genius. The family sits together to finalize their 2-year master plan, preparing for the day they will officially open their brand new Bossum restaurant. Under the strict, watchful eye of his old mentor, the father trains relentlessly, pouring his sweat and soul into mastering the secret art of kimchi making.
Back home, the mother is utterly exhausted, desperately trying to soothe a constantly crying Minguk, while Seongguk covers his ears in playful exasperation.
Sunguk humorously compares this simple cucumber treatment to the ultra-expensive luxury spas he used to frequent in his past life as a powerful CEO. He looks up at his mother's radiant, joyful smile, realizing that no amount of money could ever replicate the genuine love and warmth she pours into caring for him. She tells him to watch over his little brother while she steps away to hang up the laundry, leaving Seongguk to enjoy his quiet relaxation. Suddenly, Seongguk's eyes fly open beneath the cucumber slices as his internal clock warns him that it is finally time for the weekly chart announcement. He quickly sits up and stares at the static-heavy television screen, his heart pounding in anticipation as the announcer prepares to reveal the top 10 music hits of the week. The television screen erupts with absolute excitement as the music program announcer bursts forward to declare this week's crowning champion, the smash hit song Lies by the rising boy band Just. Resting comfortably with cooling cucumber slices on his face, Seongguk bites into a crisp slice, realizing with a smirk that the very song he chose is now dominating the charts for a staggering 10th consecutive week. He watches the boys perform their victorious encore on screen, silently warning them that they had better repay him tenfold for launching them into absolute superstardom. But the peaceful moment of triumph is violently shattered as a sudden, heavy pounding rattles their front door, catching Seongguk completely off guard. From the other side of the door, a muffled voice calls out, claiming to be from the massive conglomerate Samjin, instantly sparking a flame of intense curiosity in the toddler's mind. As the door swings open, a mysterious figure steps inside, completely covered in a heavy winter coat, dark sunglasses, and a thick surgical mask to hide their identity. Sanguk peers cautiously from behind his mother, his analytical mind racing to deduce who this strangely overdressed intruder could possibly be. Without warning, the masked stranger squeals with pure delight and lunges directly at Sunguk, squeezing his chubby cheeks as the terrified toddler desperately scrambles to escape. The mother immediately springs into action, throwing herself in front of her son and fiercely demanding to know who this bizarre intruder is and why they are targeting her child. Catching her breath, the visitor sheepishly pulls off her sunglasses and beanie, apologetically explaining that she was simply too overcome with joy to contain herself after so long. As the disguise falls away, the mother gasps in absolute shock, while Seongguk's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he recognizes the stunning face of the top actress, Im Seonmi. Welcomed inside, the beautiful actress looks around the humble apartment, deeply curious about the environment where this once-in-a-generation genius resides. She gratefully accepts a warm cup of tea from the mother, though Seongguk remains sitting close by, keeping a highly suspicious and watchful eye on her every move. The mother politely asks what could have possibly brought such a high-profile star to their modest home, causing Seonmi to suddenly freeze up with nervousness. Clasping her hands together in deep remorse, the actress bows her head, desperately declaring that she has been consumed by guilt and wanted to apologize to them all this time.
She explains with trembling anxiety that if she had never recommended the corrupt Shinsung Entertainment to them in the first place, none of this nightmare would have happened. With a heavy heart, Seon-mi confesses that she only wanted to help Seong-guk because she truly believed in his limitless potential, never imagining that her own CEO would stoop to such villainous depths. Seong-guk narrows his eyes, his brilliant mind processing her tears with cold, calculated skepticism as he decides whether her remorse is genuine or merely a performance. He flashes back to his past life, remembering that in his previous existence, Im Seon-mi and Shinsung's corrupt CEO were strictly business associates, nothing more and nothing less. He recalls that while she was indeed a highly cunning and ambitious woman, she was never the type to intentionally inflict harm on innocent people. He remembers her ultimate corporate philosophy. Instead of making dangerous enemies, she always preferred to manipulate situations so that people remained forever in her debt. Recognizing her true nature, Sang-guk lets out a soft sigh, realizing she hasn't changed a bit from the shrewd strategist he once knew. The mother smiles warmly, deeply touched by the star's vulnerability, and gently reassures her that her mere presence and apology are more than enough to clear the air. Tears well up in Seon-mi's eyes as the mother expresses her profound gratitude for how well the actress looked after Seong-guk, leaving her completely overwhelmed by their kindness. Filled with sudden affection, Seon-mi enthusiastically hugs the mother, declaring them to be practically family. But Seong-guk quickly cuts through the emotional atmosphere to ask about Samjeon. Staring at her with an incredibly sharp look, the toddler demands to know why she claimed to come on behalf of the massive conglomerate when she arrived. The actress laughs off his intense question, marveling at how incredibly fast his speech has developed, though the mother looks slightly anxious about her son's uncanny sharpness. Reaching into her bag, Seon-mi pulls out a thick, official-looking manila folder, revealing that she secretly took these critical Samjeon contract documents directly from Secretary Yang himself. She holds the highly confidential papers close to her chest, coyly teasing that she won't hand them over to the family without a specific agreement. A mischievous, knowing smirk plays on her lips as she leans in, whispering that she has heard all about their secret corporate counter-strategy. Suddenly, a shadowy, incredibly ambitious aura surrounds the actress as she reveals her true motive. She wants to join Seong-guk's brand new independent agency. She beams with a dazzling smile, holding up the stolen documents as she formally requests to be signed to their startup entertainment empire. The mother is completely paralyzed with shock, wondering how on earth this top star could have possibly uncovered their top secret plans so quickly. Sen-mi giggles, admitting that she shamelessly badgered Secretary Yang until he talked, proudly reminding them that she is also one of Samjeon's premier commercial models. She proudly announces that her exclusive contract with Shinsung Entertainment has officially expired, making her a completely free agent ready for a fresh start. Her eyes turn cold as she expresses her utter disgust for her former CEO, declaring that she has absolutely no intention of ever associating with Shinsung again. With a look of sincere longing, she tells the mother that she is desperate to work with an agency that actually protects its talent and treats them like real family. Sensing the mother's hesitation, Seon-mi slides over and grabs her shoulder, eagerly pitching the partnership as an absolute win-win scenario for both parties. She portrays herself as a sparkling, angelic savior, boasting about her massive fame and wealth, promising to bring invaluable industry power to their newly established agency. But deep within the shadows of her mind, her cunning inner monologue gloats that securing a prime spot in this agency will make it infinitely easier to control the board to her liking. Completely swept up by the actress's dazzling charm, the mother eagerly reaches for the contract, ready to seal the deal right then and there, until a tiny voice commands them to stop. Both women freeze in absolute wide-eyed shock as the sudden, icy rejection echoes through the room, completely shattering the warm atmosphere. Crossing his arms defiantly, Seong-guk glares at them, roaring a furious and absolute refusal to allow the cunning actress into their family business. The mother and Seon-mi stare down at the toddler in utter bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend why he is rejecting such a golden opportunity. Sun-mi desperately asks why he is opposing her, while the flustered mother frantically scolds her son for speaking so rudely to their honored guest.
Realizing that logical arguments won't work in his current toddler body, Sang-guk decides to unleash his ultimate weapon, face-planting onto the floor with a dramatic thud. The mother's sweat drops, awkwardly trying to assure the actress that her son is merely throwing a bizarre tantrum, while Sang-guk glares up from the floor in pure outrage. Activating his final unstoppable baby move, the ultimate floor rolling, Sang-guk screams at the top of his lungs, thrashing around the floor in a desperate bid to stop the signing. The living room descends into complete chaotic panic as the mother frantically tries to soothe her screaming child, while a highly embarrassed Seonmi watches in utter speechless shock. Meanwhile, in the next room, little Minguk sleeps through the entire dramatic uproar, completely unaware of the furious corporate battle raging just beyond the door. The chaotic uproar in the living room reverberates through the entire house, suddenly jolting little Minguk awake as the sound of screaming echoes through the walls. The mother's eyes bug out in absolute horror as she hears the sudden cries of her younger son, completely snapping her out of the intense standoff. Panicked, she frantically apologizes to their high-profile guest and rushes toward the nursery, leaving a smiling Seonmi alone with the calculating toddler. With the mother gone, the friendly facade immediately drops as Seonmi looms over Sang-guk, demanding to know why on earth he holds such a deep grudge against her. Testing his boundaries, she reaches out and playfully pokes his chubby cheek, determined to break through. "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." But Sang-guk isn't playing games. He swiftly slaps her hand away with a sharp smack, refusing to let his guard down for even a second. Glaring at her with icy adult defiance, his brilliant mind sneers at her transparent attempts to win him over with cheap affection. He knows her true nature all too well. Im Seon-mi is a master opportunist, looking to make a low-risk, high-reward investment in his promising startup without risking a single thing of her own. His future entertainment empire will only be built with absolute loyalty and genuine partners, not fair-weather opportunists who calculate every single move for their own gain. The mere thought of letting her infiltrate his family business triggers a wave of absolute fury inside him, unleashing a dark, intimidating aura that warns her to back off. In his mind, a ferocious battle plays out, a fierce raccoon tearing into a cunning fox, mirroring his complete and utter rejection of her proposal. Seonmi is left completely speechless, her mind reeling as she realizes this toddler possesses a terrifying level of hostility she never anticipated. Just then, the mother rushes back into the room, cradling a loudly crying Minguk, desperately apologizing for the chaotic state of her household. Sensing the shifting tide, the actress quickly masks her shock with a warm, gentle smile, realizing she has lost this particular round to the uncanny toddler. Rather than force her way in, Seon-mi gracefully announces her departure, leaving the mother completely flustered by the sudden exit. Leaning close, the actress quietly whispers to Seong-guk that she will return with absolute sincerity next time, but the toddler remains completely unbothered by her vow. Before stepping away, she drops the critical Samjeon documents onto the floor, ensuring they remain in the family's hands regardless of her rejection. Slipping back into her heavy winter disguise, she bids them a cheerful farewell, promising to see them again very soon. As the door clicks shut, a heavy silence falls over the apartment, but Sang-guk knows he made the right call by keeping her at arm's length. He doesn't doubt her massive star power, but his startup needs loyal soldiers, not tourists, until a sudden, terrifying shadow looms over him. Unleashing her inner demon, the mother's face contorts in pure rage as she screams at Sang-guk for showing such incredibly rude behavior to their guest. The terrified toddler squeals in panic, desperately trying to defend himself as his mother scolds him for driving away a top-tier celebrity. Thinking fast, Seong-guk quickly thrusts the thick envelope into the air, screaming that they need to look at the crucial Samjeon documents immediately. The distraction works perfectly. The mother's anger evaporates as she eagerly tears open the manila envelope, her curiosity completely taking over. She pulls out the official paperwork, her jaw dropping in absolute paralyzing shock as she scans the contents of the proposal. It is an official, exclusive contract offer from the massive conglomerate, requesting Sang-guk to be the main face of their highly anticipated spring campaign. Days later, a sleek production van pulls up to a sprawling, picturesque filming location on the outskirts of Seoul, marking the start of a massive new chapter.
Dressed in an elegant, high-class sailor outfit, Seong-guk stands with absolute poise, looking every bit the high-profile model he was destined to be.
The mother marvels at the beautiful countryside, her heart swelling with excitement as a staff member slides open the main studio doors to welcome them. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out with sheer delight, calling their names as an energetic man jogs over to greet them.
Seong-guk's eyes light up with pure joy as he recognizes the visionary director, excitedly running forward to greet his old creative partner.
The director warmly explains that Samjin was so incredibly impressed by their previous work that they specifically requested him to lead this massive project. Laughing heartily, he praises how much little Mingguk has grown and how remarkably handsome Seong-guk has become, sending the toddler's ego soaring to new heights. Radiating supreme confidence, the stylish toddler poses like a seasoned professional, ready to dominate the commercial filming with ease. But his pride is instantly shattered as he learns the brand name Petit Cochon and realizes it translates to little pig in French. Already highly self-conscious about his chubby toddler cheeks, Seong-guk fumes in silent outrage just as a luxury sedan screeches to a halt nearby. From inside the vehicle, a sharp, bespectacled executive peers through the window, his analytical eyes locking on to the lively filming crew.
He watches as the director playfully lifts Seong-guk into the air, a calculating smirk playing on the executive's lips as he prepares to make his move. The executive turns to the shadowy figure sitting in the back seat, quietly noting that the child his father sponsors so diligently is right before them.
With a sharp, unwavering gaze, the young executive confirms that this is indeed the genius child who has captured everyone's attention. In the dark shadows of the backseat, a powerful, intimidating presence slowly shifts forward. It is the ruthless patriarch of the Samjian Empire. The heavy car door swings open as the imposing elder steps out, his commanding aura instantly sending a chill of pure tension through the air. Straightening his tie with practiced elegance, the old tycoon carries himself with the absolute authority of a man who commands billions. He smirks coldly at his son's cautious tone, warning him not to treat him like a fragile old man just because of some exaggerated media rumors. The young executive adjusts his glasses, quickly offering a polite but strained apology to his fiercely independent father. The patriarch gazes toward the filming set, admitting that he reviewed the proposed commercial featuring the noisy young child actor. He questions his son's strategy, noting that Samjun has always maintained a strict image of dignity and class, unlike this chaotic production. His eyes narrow with sharp intensity as he demands to know why his son is pushing for such a radical departure from their traditional branding. Heavy silence falls over the area as the father's icy voice challenges his authority, demanding to know if his son truly believes the old methods are outdated. Backed into a corner by his father's suffocating aura, the young executive's sweat drops, desperately trying to diffuse the rising tension before it destroys their entire advertising campaign. The relentless patriarch narrows his eyes, sensing the fierce confidence of his son, but he isn't easily swayed by bold words. He demands to know why they are placing so much stock in a mere toddler, dismissing the child's raw talent as nothing more than a passing phase. The concept of viewing a tiny child as a serious future investment pushes the old tycoon's patience to its absolute limit. Meanwhile, the young executive holds his ground with a knowing, confident smirk, fully aware of the hidden potential waiting to explode. Back in the inner offices, the ambitious actress questions the logic of attaching herself to a toddler's newly formed one-man agency. But her eyes sparkle with ambition as she realizes that backing this young genius is the ultimate high-reward gamble. The modern media landscape is shifting rapidly, where relatability and a friendly public image hold far more power than outdated, cold corporate advertising. Little Seong-guk's undeniable star power has already crowned him the country's most sensational child star, dominating every screen. By meticulously tailoring her image to match this new era, the actress is poised to secure a golden ticket to absolute stardom. On the set, the calculating executive watches the child intensely, unable to ignore the bizarre gravity pulling everyone toward him. He stands frozen in disbelief as he witnesses the 3-year-old toddler easily dissecting complex adult legal documents. The intellectual gap is staggering, serving as a brutal reminder of just how fast this miraculous child is surpassing every expectation. A wave of deep frustration washes over the elder tycoon as he contemplates what could have been if such a genius belonged to his own direct bloodline.
Stepping away with a cold, analytical gaze, the executive prepares to set his master plan into motion, refusing to let this treasure slip away.
Unaware of the intense gazes lingering on him, Songguk scratches his ear, feeling a sudden chill as if people are scheming behind his back. Shifting his focus to the paperwork in his hands, he realizes this campaign is for Samjeon's highly anticipated flagship home appliance launch. This single commercial is no ordinary gig. It is the critical axis that will dictate Samjeon's entire future business direction. A mischievous, greedy grin spreads across his face as he plots to completely dominate the shoot and skyrocket his market value.
Suddenly, a chaotic swarm of familiar voices echoes through the corridor, shattering his chain of thought as the members of Just burst onto the scene. The energetic idols immediately swarm the flustered mother, showering her with dramatic, exaggerated affection.
Radiating sheer joy, the blonde leader rushes straight toward Seongguk, thrilled to finally reunite with his tiny business mastermind. Seeing their bright, energetic faces, Seongguk beams with pride, eager to hear the latest news of their rising career. The boys are absolutely glowing with the undeniable aura of top-tier celebrities, proving they have finally made it. The mother and father watch in stunned silence as the popular idol group credits their massive success entirely to the calculations of a toddler. Their breakthrough hit song has shattered records, dominating the charts at the absolute #1 spot for 30 consecutive weeks. Songguk tries to play it cool, acting like a proud boss who expected nothing less from his carefully managed protégés. Pointing an authoritative finger, he demands they remember who paved their road to glory and prepare to repay the debt. Laughing heartily, the ecstatic leader sweeps the toddler up into the air, fully embracing him as their ultimate savior. Squeezing him tightly, the boys vow to do absolutely anything he commands, completely overwhelming the tiny manager. Gasping for air, Seongguk desperately pleads with them to back off before they accidentally crush him with their massive excitement. Breaking the chaotic tension, the energetic director steps forward to announce that the cameras are ready and it's time to begin. An explosive wave of positive energy ripples through the filming studio as the massive production officially gets underway. Walking onto the main set, the scale of the production leaves everyone in awe, signaling the immense weight of the Samjeon brand.
Staff members frantically coordinate the talent, shouting orders to ensure every single movement is captured perfectly.
Surrounded by an army of high-tech cameras, the sheer scale of the media blitz becomes incredibly real and intimidating. Looking around the crowded studio, a sudden, crucial realization strikes Songguk as he calls out to his blonde companion. A heavy silence drops over the group as the toddler demands to know why their most troublesome member is completely missing from the set.
The mother looks around in confusion, realizing that the key puzzle piece of the group is nowhere to be found. Sweating nervously, the leader avoids direct eye contact, his hesitant tone signaling that something has gone terribly wrong behind the scenes.
A wave of pure shock hits Seongguk as he hears the devastating news that Michael has abruptly walked out and abandoned the group.
Refusing to believe his ears, the toddler screams in disbelief, demanding to know what could have possibly triggered such a catastrophic decision.
It turns out a minor scolding was all it took for the sulky idol to pack his bags and flee the country, leaving for Los Angeles without a backward glance.
Cold sweat drips down Seongguk's neck as he realizes the sheer gravity of this departure. This was never supposed to happen. The horrifying reality settles in like a physical blow. The established timeline has been fractured, and the future has completely changed. In his past life, Michael was plagued by scandalous rumors and self-destruction, yet he stayed loyal to the group until the bitter end. The original path to their legendary success was meant to be paved through this very reality show, solidifying their bonds forever. But everything changed the moment he crossed paths with Seongguk, rewriting the destiny of everyone around him. If his actions can alter the fate of an entire idol group, a spark of hope ignites within him. Perhaps he holds the power to change his own tragic future.
But the looming specter of the national IMF economic crisis remains, threatening to crush everything he is trying so desperately to build.
Suddenly, a thunderous voice of authority cuts through his deep thoughts, dragging him right back into the high-stakes chaos of the filming set. Shaken out of his thoughts by a sudden, sharp noise, Sanguk turns his head to find the source of the commotion nearby. Across the room, a heated argument explodes into a full-blown physical altercation as several members are forced to restrain their enraged teammates. Shocked by the sudden internal discord, Seong-guk rushes over, demanding to know what could have possibly sparked such intense anger. With blood vessels practically bursting in his forehead, Jae-hung fiercely grabs Byung-sun by the collar, refusing to let his irritation go. In a fit of wounded pride, Jae-hung accuses Bam-seon of looking down on his abilities, while Bam-seon coldly retorts that he is merely disappointed in his lazy attitude. The harsh truth only fuels Jae-hung's rage further, prompting his teammates to desperately challenge him to back up his criticisms with action. Mockingly agreeing to show them true star quality, Jae-hung closes his eyes and prepares to deliver what he believes will be a masterclass in acting. Armed with the commercial's vacuum cleaner, Jae-hung launches into a wildly dramatic, overly flamboyant performance that completely misses the mark. Sparkles and exaggerated hand gestures fail to hide the cringeworthy overacting, leaving the entire crew staring in absolute stunned silence. Struggling to find a polite way to intervene, Seong-guk gently points out that the role requires a much rougher, down-to-earth grumble rather than a theatrical stage performance. While Jae-hung's adorable public persona and soft-spoken idol image are loved by millions, translated to the screen, his acting is nothing short of a theatrical disaster. On the other hand, the quiet and blunt Byung-sun has always struggled to stand out as a flashy idol, but his natural demeanor holds a completely different kind of promise. Sensing a hidden opportunity, Seong-guk suddenly turns to the reserved idol, challenging him to step up and try the scene himself. Seizing the chance to see what his quiet teammate can do, Jae-hung eagerly agrees, pushing Byung-sun right into the spotlight. Completely caught off guard by the sudden request, Byung-sun points to himself, his stoic face cracking under the immense pressure of the moment. Sung-guk beams with unshakable confidence, giving a double thumbs up and urging the nervous idol to unleash his hidden potential. Clearing his throat and trying to steady his racing heart, Byung-sun reluctantly steps forward to give the role everything he has. Taking a deep, centering breath, Byung-sun closes his eyes and allows the quiet tension of the studio to wash over him as he slips into character. In an instant, his voice drops into a perfect rugged grumble before shifting seamlessly into a brilliantly natural, endearing reaction that brings the commercial to life. Jae-hung stands completely frozen, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief at the effortless talent radiating from his quiet teammate. Blushing under the sudden wave of praise, Byung-sun shyly admits that he had actually harbored a quiet interest in acting all along. Seeing the perfect fit, their teammate enthusiastically suggests that they immediately switch roles and let Byung-sun take the lead in the shoot. A flicker of worry crosses Sung-guk's mind as he wonders if this sudden shift will bruise Jae-hung's pride and spark a fresh wave of jealousy. But his worries vanish as Jae-hung bursts into genuine hearty laughter, completely thrilled by Byung-sun's incredible performance. Stripped of all unnecessary ego, Jae-hung happily slaps his teammate on the back, fully relinquishing the spotlight to the person who truly deserves it. Watching the warm display of mutual respect, a wave of relief washes over Song-guk as the fractured dynamics of the group finally begin to heal. But suddenly, a strange, overwhelming sensation washes over Seong-guk, causing his eyes to widen in utter shock. Looking at the happy, supportive teammates before him, he is struck by a profound and unfamiliar warmth. Is this the true power of a genuine bond? In his past life, Jae-hung and Bam-seon had drifted apart into bitter solo careers, their relationship remaining awkward and fractured until the day they retired. Yet here, in this rewritten present, they are laughing and supporting one another, shattering the tragic cycle of their original destiny. Clutching his small fist, a powerful, unwavering resolve ignites within Seong-guk. He is determined to completely surpass the failures of their past lives. Shaken out of his deep thoughts by their bright voices calling him over, Seong-guk realizes that the future is no longer set in stone. It is theirs to shape. Beaming with absolute joy, the toddler races forward into the light, confident that no obstacle can stand in his way. As night falls over the massive studio, the chaotic and exhausting filming officially wraps up to a chorus of cheers and grateful goodbyes.
Completely drained of energy, Seongguk slumps into his mother's warm embrace, his body practically screaming for a peaceful night's sleep. He groans weakly, realizing that executing so many complex lines in a single day is a monumental task for a 3-year-old body. But before they can exit the building, a massive, imposing shadow looms over them, blocking their path with an unexpected greeting. The shadow parts to reveal the dazzling, beautiful face of actress Lim Sun-mi, her bright smile hiding her deeply calculating nature. Flashing a sweet smile, Sun-mi eagerly offers to drive Seongguk's family home in her luxury vehicle, immediately putting Seongguk on high alert. Though he easily sees through her clever, fox-like attempt to curry favor with his agency, Seongguk is simply too exhausted to resist her luxurious offer. But instead of heading toward their humble home, the sleek vehicle pulls up to the entrance of an incredibly high-end luxury hotel. Before they can even question the detour, the massive doors swing open as the elite staff bows deeply to welcome their special guests. Seongguk's eyes pop in pure shock as Sun-mi proudly reveals that she has booked a private, exclusive dining room just for them. The moment they step inside, the rich, intoxicating aroma of premium black bean noodles fills the air, setting Seongguk's senses ablaze. Tears of joy well up in his eyes as he realizes this is the exact legendary 5-star hotel restaurant that served as his ultimate soul food spot in his past life. In his previous existence as a wealthy chaebol, he had sneaked away to feast on these exact noodles, a luxury he never dreamed of tasting again as a penniless toddler. Forgetting all his professional poise, the ecstatic toddler immediately begins inhaling the glorious noodles with wild, hilarious abandon. His mother watches in stunned disbelief as the actress smiles warmly, thoroughly pleased that her lavish gesture has struck such a perfect chord. But the atmosphere instantly shifts as Sun-mi casually mentions that she has also personally dealt with the corrupt president Shin Sung-jong as a show of her loyalty. A heavy chill fills the room as Sun-mi darkly hints at the brutal lesson they handed to the scheming executive, leaving Seongguk to realize just how ruthless his new ally truly is. Before anyone can even process Sun-mi's shocking revelation, they turn to find Seongguk completely stuffed, his face hilariously covered in black bean sauce as he proudly belches. Snapping out of his food-induced bliss, Seongguk smiles deviously, recognizing that the ruthless actress's extreme methods are actually a genuine declaration of loyalty. Sensing a golden opportunity to secure a powerful ally, Seongguk wastes no time and warmly invites the stunned actress to join their table. With eyes shining like a seasoned dealmaker, the genius toddler enthusiastically declares his full support for bringing her into their ranks. Overjoyed by his sudden approval, Sun-mi practically swoons, wondering if she has finally won over the tiny prodigy with the power of legendary 5-star noodles. In his past life, Sun-mi was surrounded by toxic influences that ultimately led to her downfall. But looking at her now, Seongguk realizes he has the power to guide her down a far brighter path. If he can mold her into a force for good, she won't just redeem herself. She will become the ultimate, unshakable cornerstone of his growing empire. Desperate to prove her devotion, Sun-mi eagerly begs Seongguk's mother to officially sign her, promising to give her absolute best to their startup agency. Later that night, the cozy lights of the family home shine under a starry sky, but inside, a massive domestic storm is quietly brewing. Gathered in a tight circle, the family and their manager discuss the heavy weight of Sun-mi's proposal, with one crucial voice remaining deeply hesitant. Breaking the hopeful silence like a thunderclap, Seongguk's father firmly voices his absolute, unwavering opposition to the deal. The sudden rejection sends a jolt of pure shock through the room, catching the family completely off guard. Raising his voice in logical desperation, the father points out the glaring, inescapable truth. They call themselves an agency, yet they lack a basic office or even a single employee. He warns that taking on a top-tier superstar with zero infrastructure is a recipe for absolute disaster, a harsh reality check that leaves Seongguk deep in thought. A sudden realization hits Seongguk like a bolt of lightning. His father is entirely correct, highlighting a massive operational flaw they cannot ignore. Currently, their agency is a chaotic one-man circus with their overworked manager desperately handling every single administrative task alone. Even with Seongguk directing the high-level strategy from the shadows, their fragile setup will collapse without proper structural support. The most critical vulnerability of all is their finances. They desperately need a trustworthy professional to safeguard and manage the company's capital. But finding an honest accountant in a cutthroat industry is a monumental challenge. The last thing they need is a stranger running off with their hard-earned money. Just as the crushing weight of the dilemma settles in, a brilliant, unexpected memory flashes across Seong-guk's mind. Without a word, the toddler suddenly bolts up and dashes out of the room, leaving his bewildered family staring in absolute confusion. Back in the room, the manager and father continue to stress that hiring key staff must remain their absolute top priority before making any moves. Sweating nervously, Seong-guk's mother mutters that an accountant is their most urgent need, unaware of the storm her son is about to unleash. Bursting back into the room with triumphant glee, Seong-guk proudly hoists a thick, dusty book high into the air. The room gasps in stunned silence as Seong-guk gleefully reveals the title. It is an introductory textbook on accounting theory. A rush of embarrassment hits his mother as she desperately hides her face, realization dawning on everyone that she was once a dedicated student of finance. Cornered by her family's curious gaze, she shyly confesses her forgotten past. She graduated from a commercial high school and once worked as a professional bookkeeper. Though she secretly dreamed of returning to the workforce, she hesitantly demurs, worried that her long break has rendered her hopelessly inexperienced. Refusing to let her doubt herself, Seong-guk delivers a fiercely encouraging cry, declaring that sheer experience means nothing compared to passion. Touched to her very core, tears well up in the mother's eyes as her tiny son reassures her that managing their small startup's finances is the perfect fit. Behind his adorable smile, a hilariously calculating grin spreads across Seong-guk's face, because in business, absolute trust is far more valuable than any resume. Inspired by the toddler's unshakable faith, the father and manager enthusiastically join in, urging her to seize this glorious opportunity. Pumping her fist in the air with newfound resolve, the mother passionately vows to give it her absolute all, securing the safety of the agency's fortune. Watching her reclaim her confidence, Seong-guk beams with genuine pride, thrilled to support his mother's dreams in this rewritten timeline. At the exact same time, a hilarious sense of relief washes over him. With his mother at the financial helm, his precious funds are officially absolutely safe from greedy hands. With the accounting crisis resolved, the manager drops another massive bombshell. The empty unit directly upstairs has just become available. She casually reveals that she owns the entire building, meaning they can set up their brand new headquarters completely rent-free. Flashing a cool smile, the manager proudly declares her dedication to the cause, prompting Seong-guk to celebrate her incredible sense of ownership. With their spirits soaring and their core team finally assembled, the group unites in a thunderous cheer, ready to build SKJ into a global powerhouse. The next morning, bright sunlight bathes the neighborhood as a cheerful voice rings out near their humble brick building. Stepping onto the rooftop with a blindingly radiant smile, Sunmi arrives carrying a massive, refreshing watermelon as a housewarming gift. Seong-guk's mother is completely startled by the superstar's sudden, unannounced arrival at their modest workspace. Looking around the incredibly simple, tiny office space, Sunmi is genuinely impressed, while the mother sheepishly apologizes for the shabby setup. Waving off the apology with effortless grace, the down-to-earth actress insists that she vastly prefers compact, efficient workspaces over bloated luxury. She coldly reminds them that a fancy, massive office means absolutely nothing, especially when corrupt giants like Shin Sung-jong are being dragged off in disgrace. But that isn't the only reason she dropped by. With a dramatic flourish, Sunmi reveals a shocking, high-impact news article. The mother gasps in sheer disbelief as she reads the headline. The media has already leaked the explosive news of Sunmi's transfer to their tiny agency. Flashing a triumphant, clever smile, Sunmi proudly notes that the trap is officially set and there is absolutely no backing out now. Just as the gravity of their new reality settles in, a sudden knock at the door breaks the tension. But instead of a crisis, the door reveals a heartwarming scene. Seong-guk's older brother is completely absorbed in sweetly reading a fairy tale to his baby sibling, bringing a peaceful end to a chaotic, world-changing day. The tender warmth in the room is instantly shattered by his mother's sudden high-pitched gasp of pure adoration.
The actress coos over the incredibly wholesome sight of a big brother reading to his sibling, completely oblivious to the calculating thoughts running through the toddler's brilliant mind.
To make matters worse, his newborn baby brother has officially learned to crawl, instantly attaching himself to Seongguk like absolute glue and moving at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Tears of pure exhaustion stream down Seongguk's tiny face as he struggles to maintain his sanity under the relentless, clinging weight of the hyperactive infant. But the chaotic domestic scene is instantly cut short when Sunmi claps her hands with a bright smile, cryptically inviting the toddler to join her for a mysterious outing. Sungguk freezes in sheer shock as the actress reveals her destination, a massive, high-profile birthday celebration for the son of a powerful vice chairman. The manager's jaw drops in absolute disbelief at the sheer scale of the event, which is set to take place at the prestigious Samjeon Hotel on the evening of July 8th. Sungguk's mind races as he turns the name of the birthday boy over in his head, a heavy chill settling deep in his chest as pieces of a forgotten puzzle begin to align. A dark, bitter memory from his past life flashes before his eyes, reminding him of a cold, uncooperative figure who never offered a single hand of help during his previous existence. A cold sweat breaks out across his forehead as he realizes he is about to come face to face with this ghost from his past much sooner than he ever anticipated. Sensing the sudden dark shift in the air, his innocent baby brother looks up with wide, sparkling eyes, letting out a cheerful squeal that pierces through the heavy tension. Softening instantly, Seongguk pulls the infant into a tight, protective embrace, silently vowing that this sweet child will never grow up to be like the toxic monsters of his past. Yet, as the baby aggressively snuggles into him with absolute adoration, Seongguk can't help but sweat nervously at the realization that his sibling is already far too attached. But the warm moment is instantly cut short as his brilliant mind locks onto the specific date of the upcoming party, July 8th. He squeezes his eyes shut, scratching his head in a desperate bid to retrieve a monumental piece of historical knowledge hovering right on the edge of his memory. Hours later, the quiet stillness of the dark night is violently shattered as the family telephone begins to ring with a shrill, ominous urgency. Shaking off her sleep, his mother stumbles to the receiver in a daze, her heart pounding as she answers the mysteriously timed call. Beside her, his father rubs his groggy eyes, instantly waking up in a panic as he hears the frantic voice of their secretary on the other end of the line. Sungguk silently peeks through the sliding doors, his sharp eyes narrowing as his father confirms that tonight's highly anticipated event has encountered a massive roadblock. A bolt of pure shock electrifies the room as his father gasps out the unbelievable news. The prestigious celebration has been postponed indefinitely. Instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation, the genius toddler bolts out of bed and races toward the living room to uncover the truth. The blue light of the television screen bathes his face as a grim news anchor announces an emergency government meeting, sending a shockwave of dread through his groggy father. Standing rigid and frozen in front of the screen, Seongguk stares at the unfolding broadcast as the final piece of the historical puzzle slams into place. The anchor's voice echoes with chilling gravity, delivering the earth-shattering breaking news that North Korea's supreme leader, Kim Il-sung, has suddenly died. His parents stand paralyzed in absolute horror as the television warns of immediate state emergency preparations, their hearts gripping with fear of an impending war. But while the world panics, a brilliant fire ignites in Seongguk's eyes as he remembers. This is July 8, 1994, the exact date of the historical regime shock. A sudden death throws the entire geopolitical landscape into absolute chaos, sending a massive shockwave of panic from the Korean peninsula all the way to global superpowers. While some celebrate with premature hopes of an immediate unification, the sudden power vacuum triggers a dangerous internal struggle within the North. Sungguk knows the grim truth of the timeline. This political instability is the catalyst for a dark, devastating economic era that will soon cripple the region. He realizes with absolute certainty that both domestic and international markets are about to plunge into a prolonged period of extreme volatility. The global panic immediately triggers a massive financial meltdown, sending the stock market into a freefall as terrified investors scramble to liquidate their assets. Amidst the chaos, his father is stunned to see his toddler son staring intensely at the financial metrics, completely bewildered by the child's bizarre focus. As his father proudly confesses that he recently began studying the stock market in secret, Seongguk's eyes widen as he senses a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pumping his tiny fist in the air with unshakable conviction, the genius toddler roars out a sudden, explosive command to buy stocks immediately. Wasting no time, Seongguk grabs his bewildered father by the shirt and violently shakes him, screaming that they must act before the window of opportunity slams shut. On the computer screen, the Kospi Index crumbles as panicked citizens desperately dump their blue-chip shares to secure immediate physical cash. Seongguk screams at the top of his lungs, declaring that the absolute peak of public panic is the golden moment to buy at the absolute bottom of the market.
Sweating profusely as he holds back his hyperactive toddler, his father struggles to comprehend why his young son is pointing so aggressively at the crashing market.
The toddler demands that they immediately invest his own hard-earned agency funds into specific high-risk defense stocks that are currently hitting rock bottom. Met with hesitation, Seongguk instantly throws himself onto the floor in an epic, dramatic toddler tantrum, threatening a full-scale hunger strike if they refuse.
His mother panics, knowing all too well that when their stubborn son makes a demand, he will absolutely follow through with his terrifying threats.
His father desperately whispers to his wife to simply fake the transaction to placate the child, unaware that the genius toddler can hear every single word. A monstrous crimson aura of pure fury erupts from Seongguk as he sits up, glaring at his parents with a terrifying intensity that sends cold shivers down their spines. Utterly terrified by the demonic display, his father quickly relents, trembling as he agrees to buy a small amount of the stock just to keep the peace. Satisfied that his demands have been met, the toddler instantly turns off his dramatic wrath, crossing his arms with a smug, victorious huff.
Just days later, his parents scream in absolute disbelief as the defensive stock they bought suddenly skyrockets tenfold, securing Seongguk's position as the family's ultimate financial oracle.
Lying back on the floor, the brilliant toddler smiles to himself, deeply satisfied that his first major manipulation of the historical timeline has succeeded flawlessly. With the future completely in his grasp, a blazing wave of determination washes over him, cementing his vow to protect his family and build an unbreakable empire.
10 days later, the glittering lights of the Samjeon Hotel pierce the night sky as high society finally gathers for the rescheduled, ultra-luxurious birthday gala.
An elite security guard steps forward to demand the exclusive invitations, setting the stage for Seongguk's grand, world-shaking debut into the cutthroat inner circle of the elite.
Stepping through the grand entrance, the rich, swelling melody of classical music washes over them, signaling their arrival at a gathering of the nation's true power players.
His mother gasps in awe, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, unbridled extravagance displayed for a mere 10-year-old's birthday celebration. But to the genius toddler, the opulent display is nothing more than cheap theater, failing to elicit even a shred of genuine admiration from his calculating mind. He cold-heartedly recalls his own 10th birthday in his past life, a legendary, jaw-dropping event where towering champagne fountains flowed without end. Analyzing the room, he instantly deduces that the host family toned down the luxury to avoid raising red flags with a highly vigilant government following the sudden death of Kim Il-sung. Suppressing his inner adult, he flashes a bright, innocent smile to his mother, eager to step into the lion's den and begin his reconnaissance.
As they advance, the hushed, paranoid murmurs of the elite drift through the air, thick with terror over rumors of a looming, devastating war. Navigating the chaotic atmosphere, Seongguk's sharp ears pick up a familiar voice cutting through the noise, calling out to him with frantic urgency. He turns to see the warm, smiling face of Secretary Yang, flanked by a quiet, well-mannered young boy standing politely by his side.
Relief washes over his mother as she steps forward to exchange a warm, grateful handshake with the loyal secretary who had been waiting specifically for their arrival. Guided by his father's gentle nudge, the young boy steps forward with a polite bow, introducing himself to the toddler as Yang Cholsu. The name hits Seongguk like a sudden lightning bolt of absolute shock, sending a wild rush of unexpected memories flooding straight back into his mind.
He vividly remembers a past life where this very boy was his most beloved junior, a sweet, loyal soul whom he had deeply doted on and protected with all his heart.
Softening instantly, the toddler gently clasps Cholsu's hand, his heart swelling with a fierce, quiet joy at this unexpected reunion in a new timeline. With a polite smile, the secretary gestures for them to follow, leading the small family toward their designated seats in the heart of the grand hall. While his mother coos over how wonderful it is that Seongguk has found an older brother figure, the toddler silently vows to use his future knowledge to protect this admirable boy from the tragedy of his past life. But the tender moment is violently shattered as a sudden gust of wind sweeps a lock of long brown hair past his vision, freezing the toddler completely in his tracks. Seongguk's heart stops, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated disbelief as his gaze locks onto a figure he never, ever expected to see so soon. A name from the deepest, most painful corners of his soul echoes in his mind, threatening to tear open wounds he thought were buried forever. Before him stands the young girl destined to become his greatest love, her innocent smile carrying the ghost of a future that had once broken him entirely. Whipping his head toward Cholsu, Seongguk demands confirmation with a racing heart, desperate to know if this girl is indeed the daughter of the powerful Siwon Steel Empire. As Cholsu nods in mild surprise, a bitter chill settles deep in Seongguk's chest, confirming that the tragic player of his past is indeed standing right before him. A flurry of bittersweet memories flashes before his eyes, recalling the one woman he had truly, desperately loved, yet was cruelly forbidden from ever being with. He remembers the agonizing day her family's empire crumbled under the weight of the IMF crisis, forcing her to accept his father's cold-hearted bribe to leave his side forever. In his past life, the sting of that betrayal had consumed him, leaving him to rot in a dark well of absolute hatred and suffocating resentment over her choosing money over love. But standing here in his second life, the cold fog of anger finally clears, replaced by a profound, heavy understanding of her desperate choice. He realizes with heartbreaking clarity that she didn't leave him out of greed. She sacrificed her own happiness to save her failing family from absolute ruin. Darkening with a quiet, lethal intensity, the toddler mutters to himself that the real villain was never her, but the devastating financial crisis that tore their lives apart. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Seongguk quickly dismisses Cholsu's confusion and strides ahead, determined to focus on the battle taking place in the present. But before he can take another step, a malicious, cowardly foot suddenly lunges out from the shadows, catching the toddler completely off guard. With a sharp gasp of shock, Seongguk loses his footing and crashes violently onto the hard, polished floor of the grand hall. Pain flares through his face as his family lets out a collective scream of terror, their hearts leaping into their throats at the sudden, violent fall. Panic erupts as his mother and Secretary Yang rush to his side, checking him for injuries while realizing with growing fury that this was no accident. Blood trickling from his split lip, Seongguk slowly looks up, a demonic, murderous fire igniting in his eyes as he hunts for the coward who dared to touch him. His gaze locks onto a smug, arrogant brat standing nearby with arms crossed, looking down at him with a repulsive, mocking sneer. The realization slams into him like a physical blow. The petulant child standing before him is none other than the host of the party himself. Standing over the fallen toddler with supreme, unearned authority, the spoiled heir radiates a disgusting aura of entitlement, completely unbothered by his own cruelty. The arrogant brat scoffingly mutters to his father that there is absolutely nothing special about this toddler, demanding to know why such garbage was even invited to his prestigious celebration. Seongguk doesn't wait for an apology. Before anyone can react, he springs forward like a coiled viper, throwing his entire weight into a massive, explosive punch. A thunderous crack echoes through the hall as his tiny fist collides squarely with the arrogant bully's jaw, delivering a shocking wave of pure, unadulterated retributive force. The spoiled heir's eyes roll back in sheer disbelief as the devastating blow sends him reeling backward, his smug expression shattered in a single glorious instant. Landing gracefully in a flawless martial arts stance, a monstrous dark aura of absolute authority erupts from the toddler, stunning the entire room into paralyzed silence. Screams of pure horror pierce the quiet as the adults finally snap out of their daze, utterly petrified by the violent, impossible spectacle that just unfolded. Ignoring his mother's panicked cries, Seongguk fiercely points his finger at the groaning bully, loudly declaring to the entire room that the brat tripped him first. Shaken to his core, the vice chairman grabs his bruised, crying son, demanding the truth, while the spoiled brat aggressively screams that they shouldn't believe a worthless outsider over him. Standing behind the toddler, young Cholsu flinches in absolute terror, trembling under the terrifying weight of the high-stakes confrontation. Clutching his bloodied face, the furious bully roars in a fit of manic, uncontrollable rage, completely unaccustomed to anyone ever standing up to him. His mother frantically begs Seongguk to calm down and apologize to his friend, but the toddler fiercely roars back that this toxic monster deserved every single ounce of pain. Seongguk cold-heartedly recalls that in his past life, this disgusting bully was a ruthless monster who spent his childhood brutally tormenting the weak, including a helpless Cholsu. Glaring at the trembling, humiliated heir, Seongguk smiles a dark, predatory smile, knowing that bullies like this never stop unless you bite back with absolute bone-crushing force. Secretary Yang immediately steps in, firmly holding back the trembling bully and declaring that Taeguk is just as much to blame for the chaotic clash. This sudden intervention leaves the arrogant heir frozen in sheer shock, his heart racing as the warning sinks in. His powerful father will be absolutely furious if this escalates. Observing from the sidelines, Seongguk smirks inwardly, instantly realizing that even in this altered timeline, the spoiled brat remains completely paralyzed by the terrifying shadow of his own father. The tense standoff is broken as a warm, familiar voice calls out to Seongguk, drawing him away from the lingering hostility of the confrontation. His mother wraps him in a tight, protective embrace, her heart breaking as she gently cradles her son, desperately asking if he was badly hurt in the violent fall. Meanwhile, Secretary Yang sighs wearily, telling a sullen Taeguk to go treat his scraped knee with ointment before the main event begins. Clinging desperately to the secretary's suit, the arrogant facade of the bully completely crumbles as he softly begs to know when his mother will finally arrive. An uncomfortable sweat breaks out on Secretary Yang's face as he gently explains that the boy's mother is tied up with endless business affairs and will be terribly late. The devastating realization hits the young heir like a physical blow. On the one day meant entirely for him, both of his parents have abandoned him to stay with their work. In a sudden, explosive boast of absolute misery, the neglected child screams that he wants nothing to do with this stupid, empty birthday party. Sinking back into his seat, the spoiled heir turns away, weeping bitterly as the cold, hollow reality of his lonely existence settles over him. Watching the pitiful scene unfold, Seongguk's mother covers her mouth in deep sympathy, unable to shake the overwhelming sadness of seeing a child so utterly abandoned on his special day. His father scoffs in quiet disgust, muttering that regardless of their massive wealth, abandoning one's own child on his birthday is the absolute height of cruelty. Seongguk's eyes narrow in deep contemplation, silently agreeing with his father's harsh words as his mind begins to drift backward into his own memories. He vividly recalls his own past life, where his mother was perpetually tied up caring for his powerful politician grandfather, and his father was a cold shadow who cared nothing for birthdays. Back then, a younger, oblivious Seongguk had put on a brave face, raising his glass high in a hollow, glamorous toast to prove he didn't need their love. He had buried his loneliness by throwing himself entirely into the high society game, charming the nation's top political and business elites with a fake, practiced smile. But looking at the weeping boy before him, the raw, unfiltered pain of the child's tears strikes a surprisingly empathetic chord deep within Seongguk's soul. Watching the petulant bully cry so pitifully makes the genius toddler break into an awkward sweat, his calculated hostility momentarily dissolving into awkward silence. Clearing the heavy air, Secretary Yang steps up to the microphone, forcing a bright smile as he warmly welcomes the distinguished guests to the grand celebration. With a grand gesture, he invites everyone to enjoy the lavish feast and spectacular performances prepared specifically for the momentous occasion. Seongguk's jaw drops in absolute shock as he hears his mother whisper that she specifically requested a humble bowl of black bean noodles for his birthday meal. Despite his initial disbelief, the savory aroma is too much to resist, and the toddler happily stuffs his face with the delicious noodles while his mother giggles in pure delight. As the plates are cleared, Secretary Yang commands the room's attention once more, dramatically announcing that the highlight of the night is finally about to begin. The grand doors swing open to reveal the nation's absolute top idol group, sending a jolt of electrifying energy throughout the entire luxurious hall. Sunguk freezes mid-bite, his face covered in black bean sauce as he stares in utter, mind-numbing disbelief at the incredibly famous performer standing right before him. Nearby, young Jung-hee leaps to her feet, her eyes sparkling with manic excitement as she prepares to scream for her absolute favorite idols. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the young girl completely loses her mind, cheering wildly for the handsome star on stage. Songuk's eye twitches violently as he stares at his future love's shocking fangirl behavior, realizing with a heavy sigh that this is the bizarre type she is drawn to in this lifetime. On stage, the idols deliver a flawlessly synchronized, high-energy performance, completely captivating every single guest in the opulent venue. Suddenly, the lead idol locks eyes with Songuk, pointing a finger and giving him a playful, dazzling wink as if greeting an old friend. While his mother and Jung-hee squeal in absolute starstruck ecstasy, Sang-guk can only gag in sheer embarrassment, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Once the chaotic performance ends, Seong-guk silently commends Secretary Yang for his brilliant crowd control, managing to perfectly pacify the tense atmosphere with sheer entertainment. Yet, as the upbeat music fades into the background, Sang-guk's gaze drifts back toward the dim corner of the room, locking onto the lonely figure of the crying heir. The boy's silent, bitter tears continue to fall, a stark and painful reminder of the tragic isolation that plagues the children of the ruthless elite. Though Seong-guk knows the kid is a spoiled, toxic brat, seeing him suffer alone in the dark strikes too close to home, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He can't help but feel a surge of genuine anger toward the boy's absent parents, wondering what on earth could possibly be more important than their own son's birthday. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the grand double doors burst open to announce the grand arrival of Vice President Jeon Jae-hung and his formidable wife. The entire hall erupts into polite, synchronized applause as the elite power couple steps into the room, radiating an aura of untouchable authority and wealth. Sweeping into the room, the powerful patriarch instantly spots his son, calling out to him with a calm, businesslike smile that holds no real fatherly warmth. But Seong-guk's focus completely shifts as a sharp, commanding presence approaches, making his heart drop as he recognizes the woman behind his father. Standing before him is his mother from his past life, a woman of peerless, icy beauty whose cold gaze immediately locks onto the young toddler. Song-guk breaks into a cold sweat under her piercing stare, realizing that her legendary, terrifying intensity has not faded even a fraction in this new timeline. Without a single word of affection, she coldly turns her head away, her sharp profile radiating a familiar, suffocating aura of absolute emotional detachment. The devastating truth looms large over him. This is the legendary Iron Lady, a ruthless powerhouse who lives solely for status, wealth, and endless corporate warfare. Taking her seat with flawless grace, she crosses her legs and adjusts her hair, her icy composure completely unbothered by the grand celebration around her. Taeguk leaps up in desperate joy to greet his mother, only to be instantly crushed as she coldly orders him to sit back down and refrain from causing an embarrassing scene. Seeing the cold exchange, Seong-guk's current loving mother smiles warmly, whispering how lovely it is to see the family gathered, while Seong-guk silently prays she never discovers the dark, loveless reality of that household. A chilling flashback of his past life flashes before him. A dark, suffocating dining room where family meant nothing more than cold transactions, status, and ruthless corporate greed. But as he looks back at the warm, beaming smiles of his current family, a blazing fire of gratitude ignites within him, cementing his absolute vow to protect this pure, beautiful love at any and all costs. With a heart full of burning determination, Sunguk vows to rewrite his destiny, swearing to use his brilliant mind to elevate his loving new family to heights of wealth and power they never could have imagined. As seasons rapidly turn and the relentless wheel of time spins forward, years flash by in a blur of corporate growth and quiet preparation, setting the stage for a grand destiny. But tragedy strikes without warning, shattering their peaceful life and leaving his devastated parents standing in a suffocatingly quiet hospital room, surrounded by desperate get-well banners for their beloved prodigy.
Clinging to life beneath a cold oxygen mask, the genius toddler remains locked in a silent, terrifying battle against death, his parents' heartbroken cries echoing as the heart monitor's ominous tone threatens to end his second life before it truly begins.